All right, friends, I think both of our YouTube streams are up. Let me get the TikTok stream rolling. Boom. TikTok stream is rolling. Let me get the guest boxes open. Welcome in, friends. I am happy to see y'all here tonight. Thank you for being patient with me as I was on vacation last week for spring break. Really appreciate y'all letting me take a break there, and I'm excited to be back. Now, you might be wondering, why is this asshole wearing a shirt with numbers and black markers on it? Well, the reason is tonight, friends, is going to be our fundraiser for Reverend Chad. In fact, give me a second. I've got the Reverend Chad. Here we go. GoFundMe page in the description of the video. And so what we're going to be doing is, because I know a lot of people are digging some deep V's and seeing some chest hair. So we've got a fundraiser for you tonight. Every dollar amount that y'all raise for Reverend Chad here tonight and his husband, who are in serious need right now. In fact, both of them are essentially on disability right now, and the one that was able to work, Jerry, is no longer capable of working because he had pneumonia-induced septic shock and is still recovering from ICU. So what we're going to be doing here tonight, friends, is for every $1,000, for every $1,000 donated, this above and what we already did, a couple of us last week got together and kicked off the fundraising and put some money in there already. For every $1,000 given tonight to the fundraiser, this V-neck gets deeper. That's what these lines are for. So if y'all were like, listen, we need some deep, like some 2007, 2008 worship leader, deep V-neck stuff going on, tonight's your night. I can't promise that I'll make out with the girl on the worship team like they typically do, but you know, we're gonna do what we can. I will unfortunately have to disappoint some people in that I am not wearing skinny jeans. I get it. I understand that there was a time where in order to wear a deep V, you actually needed to wear skinny jeans. I did not follow through with that. I hope I didn't disappoint any millennials that still wear skinny jeans. So it is what it is. I'm sorry to my millennial friends they're still rocking that style. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Just not something I ever I don't think it's for me. Anyways, y'all, that's what we're doing here tonight. So I'm going to put a link on the screen before I forget. For Reverend Chad. Link in description. Boom. I'm going to put an image on the screen. For Reverend Chad, so people know to look into the description of the video. And hopefully we should be ready to rock and roll here in just a minute. And speak of the devil, here's Reverend Chad himself. Hey, buddy.
Hello.
Good to see you.
Good to see you. Just if you need them, I've got Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo on my profile.
Yeah, so there's definitely some people on TikTok who might have access to your link tree and your profiles. I'm trying to feed everything if I can. TikTok, you know. All right, try it now. I think TikTok would be unfrozen here in a second. I think the TikTok server just got a little bit laggy. That does happen from time to time. Are you still with me, Reverend Chad?
Yeah, I'm still here, but all that stuff you were saying cut out.
That's right. Yeah, TikTok had a small glitch there.
Yeah, TikTok was breaking up, and I could hear like every other word.
Not a problem. So what we'll do tonight is for every $1,000 additional to what we already have in the GoFundMe page that is linked in the description of the video. In fact, I can link it. I can pin. Give me a second. I'll pin a link as well. Let me get a share link and copy that. And I'm going to pin it to the chat here as well. And then we'll have a link in the chat that people can access more readily. Pin message, boom. All right, then I'll pin it on the other one. So every additional $1,000 into the GoFundMe, friends, for Reverend Chad. And Reverend Chad, since we got you up here, can you explain the situation with yourself and Jerry, what the need is?
All right, so as Justice said earlier, my husband was diagnosed with pneumonia that turned into septic shock and was in the hospital for 10 days. When he got out, he did not want to go to normal PT, so we did PT at home just to get him back walking. He still has problems because he was in the bed for so long. He can walk short distances, but for the most part, he's still on one of the motorized carts just to be able to get out of the house.
Yeah. So, friends, everything helps. We say it here: when friends need help, you help them, and no one has to be a hero. Although any denomination of currency is helpful here. Nobody has to give a gigantic amount. If everybody pitches in and gets a little bit going, as they say, many hands make the work light. So, anyways, like I was saying, every $1,000 given here to the fundraiser tonight. These lines are going to get cut with a pair of scissors. I have an assistant that is actually going to be helping me cut my shirt live on stream for those who are desperate to see more Justin chest hair, which I'm learning it might be more people than I realized. Nevertheless, friends, we've got some people waiting to get into the chat or getting to the guest box. I'm going to read. We've got, I think, 4 or 5 super chats, and we're going to get the following in here. And for reasons I don't know, Guitar came back. So our word, hey, good to see your friend, says, hey, Justin, thanks for accepting our invitation to talk via Zoom to Atheists United on April 14th at 9 p.m. your time. I sent you an email with all the link info. We're very excited. Robin. Well, thank you, Robin. And it is on my calendar. So I'll add the link. I added the time and the date, but I didn't add the link to my calendar invite. I'll go into my email tomorrow, add the link so I don't have to go searching for it later. But really excited. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And I think sometime in July, I'm going to be over with Philo Dragon at the Humanist Society over where I think it's UMA, Atheist Society. I have to double check on that. But it should be a lot of fun. But let's see, United Atheists. All right. And Satan Framed, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, Justin, you being gone this entire week, I'm sure we all felt like the Israelites with no Moses for 40 days in the desert. That's crazy. That's a crazy comparison, but I get it. The real question, though, is did anyone, and this is important, did anyone make a golden calf? Because I feel like that would have been essential to the process. If no one made a golden calf, I'll be a little disappointed. I'm just saying. Thank you, Glitterlock, for sending a 99.99 super chat saying, let's go. Hey, live stream's just started, friend. We are fucking going now. And Gretchen's with us too. Thank you, Gretchen. Says, thirst trap fundraising. Could be interesting. That was the goal, Gretchen. Listen, I give the people what they want. And they've been requesting more chest hair. So the more they give, link in the description of the video, the more they give to our fundraising goal for tonight, hey, the deeper this V-neck goes, baby. And Piranha Kill says, I love that you do this for the community. Chad, I hope things get better. Love from Arizona. We'll send more. Where Tube won't get a cut. Rock hard for Doug. Hell yeah, Piranha. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. And last super chat from our friend Cedar and Sound. What's not pictured is the $10,000 level Justin wears a Borat swimsuit. You're right. That's not pictured on the shirt. I had to write it elsewhere. If somebody donates $10,000 to this charity or to this fundraising goal, listen, fucking A, I'll buy a Borat suit. Yeah, I don't know how much of it I can show on stream, but I'll certainly buy the suit. All right, let's get the following into the discussion, and we'll get some debate started. How you doing, following?
How you doing?
I am doing. Are you at least
Uh,
18?
yeah, I'm 23. Uh,
Sure.
yeah.
And do you believe in God?
Yes, sir.
Sure. And which God do you believe in? And why is it the Christian God?
Oh, you already know. Hey. Oh, my
I
picture, huh?
mean, you got a cross in your profile.
Oh. Well, I believe it was the Christian God because, um, well, the Christian God is kind of the most talked about around the world. Everybody knows about Jesus. You know, he's somebody all the way from the Middle East.
So
And
popularity.
the Middle East, well, but part of it, yeah, I would say that's part of it because it's like I mean, who
So
doesn't know about Christianity at this point?
was Christianity
It's like
untrue prior to it being popular?
no, it wasn't.
Oh.
Uh,
So maybe the popularity is not the
but I
greatest
was gonna,
method of picking a religion.
well, that's part of it again. So another thing is like not only that, but the origins of Islam and Judaism, uh, have roots from Christianity as well. So it's like
Judaism
not
does not
only is
have Judaism does not have Christian roots, my friend.
well, they
Christianity,
believe in the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
right, but they don't believe in Jesus.
Well, well, at least the Islams believe he was somebody that was here. They believe him as a prophet.
Well,
So
Islam, but I just said Judaism. Judaism and Islam are different. And Judaism doesn't think that Jesus died for your sins or that he's deified. So it's not quite the same.
no, agreed. But it still goes back. So the Islams believe that Jesus was a prophet.
You just
They
call them
all
the
believe in
Islams?
the God of Abraham. The well, Muslims.
Oh boy.
I just yeah, I'm just trying to make it quick. I know you got people waiting, but
That's okay.
the
I,
Muslims believe that. I'm sorry.
so let me ask you a question. If I said to you Christianity is true because of X, what would you put into the X?
Uh, I would put because of the witnesses.
Who?
Not only people now, but also the written words that we have. I mean, the Bible is a document. Luke
Sure,
Luke
but
was is a document, especially.
well, which witnesses do you want to address? The ancient witnesses or the modern witnesses? We can do both of them. I've got all kinds of time.
I would say both, but if we was to address one specifically, I would say Luke because I think he made it into one of the museums or something like that. Something they said about Luke's writings that was just like, okay, this sealed the deal, but I can't tell you for sure what
Let me
that
ask you a
was.
question. How long have you been a Christian?
Shoot, like I said, I'm 23, so this is, I'm
You're starting at the
this is
bottom. It's fine. Okay, well, so
yeah.
let's talk a little bit about the historicity of Luke. I think one of my favorite examples in Luke for its historicity or maybe a lack of historicity is that in chapter 2 it just directly contradicts what Matthew says in regards to Jesus's birth. And I'll show you what I'm talking about. I'll put it on the screen so that you can see it. So in Luke 2, it says, in those days, a decree went out from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be registered. This was the first registration and was taken while Quirinius was governor of Syria. And all went into their own town to be registered. And that's why they ended up, of course, in Bethlehem to give birth to Jesus. Now, if that's the case, if this is the first census of Augustus under the reign of Quirinius, well, what that means is that Jesus had to have been born around 6 CE, because that's when the census took place. Now, in Matthew, it says something different. If you go to the Gospel of Matthew, it says that he actually went into Egypt. If you go to Matthew 2, about verse 14 and 15, it's going to say that when Jesus was born, they went into Egypt to escape the death from Herod. And we'll get to why that's
Mhm.
important in a second. So he says, Then Joseph got up and took the child and his mother by night and went to Egypt and remained there until the death of Herod. Now, Herod died in 4 BCE, right? So that means at a minimum, we've got a 10-year discrepancy between Matthew and Luke about when Jesus was born. And they can't both be right. They can both be wrong, though.
So it's like factual that Herod died when you said he died.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's
Yeah.
that's a fact, like undeniable.
Yeah.
Okay.
In fact,
I mean, the 10-year difference.
the historians,
Oh, I'm
like
sorry.
whether or not you think he died in 4 BCE, the historians of that time period document his death long before the census of Quirinius. So Quirinius, there we go. Eventually, I'm going to say it correctly. So the thing of it is, like, we can kind of debate about what actual date it was. That's not really all that relevant. What's relevant is that there's a huge time gap between his death and that census.
Okay. So he was born when Herod died. Like that's what the scriptures are saying.
That's what
Or
Matthew
basically that's
said.
what Luke or Matthew said. Okay, he was
Right.
born. Can you read that again?
Yeah. So if we go to Matthew, it says, then Joseph got up and took the child and his mother by night and went to Egypt and remained there until the death of Herod. So what this means is, and we don't know how long they were in Egypt. I personally think they were in Egypt for 2 years. That's irrelevant for this discussion, though. But that means Jesus had to have been born prior to the death of Herod.
Okay. Yeah, like he was already born. And then what did Luke say?
Yeah, in Luke 2, it says that prior to his birth, they had to, during the census of Quirinius, they had to go over to Bethlehem to register. And, they registered prior to the birth. So in those days, a decree went out from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be registered. And this was the first registration and was taken while Quirinius was governor of Syria. And then they go to Bethlehem, and then Jesus is born, and so on and so forth.
Oh, so wait. So Jesus wasn't born when they did that, or he was
Well,
in Luke
according to
2?
Luke, he was
She
born
gave birth.
after the census was given.
Okay. And what was the census like? What does that have to do with the death of Herod
Well,
or
if
King Herod?
Jesus was born, in fact, give me a second. Sometimes I find that charts can be more helpful than words. It just kind of depends on how you learn. So
Hmm. Yeah,
I'll
I'm
just
kind of
do.
slow. I was pretty slow in school, so
You're not slow. It's hard to picture what's happening sometimes because not everyone is a auditory learner. So what we have is in 6 CE. So this is the past, or this is the future rather. Time is
oh, okay.
progressing in this direction, right? So in 4
Hmm.
BCE, Herod dies. So Herod's dead already. He's gone. Right? Now,
Okay.
if
Okay, got you.
Jesus was born before the death of Herod, then the problem we have is
Hmm.
he can't also be born during the census. That's not a very good cue. I apologize. During the census of Quirinius, right? He had to have already existed
Okay.
prior to that point because he was born back here.
And what's a census? What is that?
It's just when they
Is that
they
someone getting
number.
sworn in or something?
No, it's when they number the people. Typically, they would number the people in order to collect taxes or to figure out how many fighting men lived in the territory. In this case, it seemed to
Uh,
be about taxes, according to historians.
okay. So it was saying. So the scriptures says verbatim that he was born right then and there, like right at the census, the tax census thing, or
After it, right? Because he's born, and we'll walk through it real quick in Luke chapter 2. He's born
Mhm.
after the census was already commanded, right? Says this was the first registration and was taken while Quirinius was governor of Syria. So the issue for the census is given, and then they have to travel to
Mhm.
Bethlehem. It's maybe about a 2 to 3 day journey max. says, all went to their
Mhm.
own towns to be registered. Joseph also went from the town of Nazareth in Galilee to Judea to the city of David called Bethlehem, because he was descendant from the house of the family of David. And then, if you keep reading, she's still pregnant and they're about to give birth. So this is chapter 2 is going to be leading into the birth narrative about how Jesus was born in a manger
Oh,
and all this stuff. Right? So verse 12,
okay.
this will be a sign for you. You will find a child wrapped in bands of cloth and lying in a manger, meaning you're about to go find him, to the angels. When the angels left and gone to
Mhm.
heaven, the shepherd said to them, let us now go to Bethlehem and see this king, right? So he's born in chapter 2 when they go to register for the census.
But so it's saying he's already born when they go to do that, is what you're saying.
No, not yet. So he's not born yet when they go, right? So he's born in Bethlehem, remember, right? It says, so they travel from
Yeah.
Nazareth to Bethlehem, because that's
Hmm.
where David is
Hmm.
presumably from. And it says, and she gave birth to her firstborn and wrapped his firstborn son and wrapped him in bands of cloth and laid him in a manger because there was no place in the guest room. So when they leave and
Hmm.
go to Bethlehem, that's when Jesus gets born.
Right. Okay. Okay, I see. So I guess my thing is now again, and I'm sorry, it's gonna take me not a minute, but now we have to go back to what you were saying about Herod and his death and how, he was already born, he was already alive, or already, birthed, and
Mm-hmm.
how that's a discrepancy, basically.
Well, because if Jesus was already born in 4 BCE, then he can't then be born again 10 years later.
Okay, so you're saying that birth in Matthew was 10 years later because of the tax census that we talked
Right.
about.
Yes. We know that the tax census was a number of years later. In fact, the Bible even tells us, if you we'll go back to Matthew, and
Hmm.
it'll almost to our next $1,000 mark there, friends. We're at 1850. Get another $200. The first cut of the V-neck is happening, y'all. All right, Matthew 2 is going to demonstrate their return, right? So they come back from Egypt, and says, when Herod died, the angel of the Lord suddenly appeared in a dream to Joseph in Egypt and said, get up and take the child and his mother and go to the land of Israel, for those who were seeking the child's life are dead. Then Joseph got up and took the child and his mother and went to the land of Israel. But when he had heard that Archelaus was ruling in Judea, in place of his father Herod, he was afraid to go there. So in here, they're saying Herod is now dead. Archelaus is in place. Now, Archelaus was already in place
Hmm.
prior to the census of Quirinius, right?
So,
Because
okay, he was already, so I'm sorry, because I got to make sure I'm tracking. So, what's the name? Quirinius was in place already before they went to go to Israel, and Jesus was born.
not yet. No, Quirinius doesn't show up as governor in Syria until about 10 years later. So Archelaus right here, right, in
Oh,
Matthew,
okay.
right,
So
says,
according to the history, you're saying according to the history of the death of Caesar and the rising of Quirinius, the distance is great. There's a 10-year gap.
yeah, exactly. There's a 10-year gap. And
Got
Archelaus
you. Okay.
was in the interim, after the death of Herod, was ruling the land of Judea. But a certain portion of that land was taken to him, and he actually got deposed. So when he got deposed, this Archelaus fella right here, this is one of the children of Herod. Technically, his name's
Hmm.
Herod too. It's Herod Archelaus. When he got
Okay.
deposed by the Romans, that's when Quirinius took power. So after Archelaus was
Okay.
deposed, they split the kingdom into two different pieces, and they give one piece to Quirinius. And so we know that there is a pretty sizable time period between these two happenings, because we've got good records of how long Archelaus was ruling before he got deposed.
Okay, now what if that was the process? Like, what if he was already in place, but because the kingdom split? This is just a what if, but like a lot happened in between there. You had that whole split, and then things had to be done in order. That could have took a while.
Well, the split happened in 5 and 6 CE. More specifically 6 CE. So when the kingdom split, it split at the time that that power was removed from Archelaus, and then it was given to two different individuals. One of them, Quirinius.
So Quirinius. So yeah, that was like what, a year, and when that happened, you said so. Herod died, and then the split was in you said 5 or 6. So
No,
that's like a year, but Quirinius is already uh um mentioned
no. So
in that
on the
kingdom
timeline,
split.
right? In 6 CE, that's 10 years prior to 4 BCE, or 4. Yeah, there you go. In 6 CE, the kingdom is divided, and Quirinius is
Oh,
put
so
in charge.
that's a 10-year. Wow, I'm learning a lot. Okay, so that 4 to 6 is actually 10 years. That's
Yeah, it's
not
not
going
2
by an
years. No,
individual.
it's a 4 BCE, and this is 6
Mhm.
CE. So this would be before Christ and after Christ if you're a Christian, typically. So this is a 10-year gap between the two.
Oh, wow. Okay, okay, okay. I see. That makes
That makes
sense.
sense. So
Yeah,
while
that makes
it might
sense.
be true that Luke recorded parts of Jesus's life, I'm suspect that it's well recorded history. And I personally am also suspect of like the mythological claims made by the Gospels, only because I've read like the other Greek and Roman histories. And while
Hmm.
they're histories and we genuinely accept them as histories, just like the Gospels, it like
Hmm.
we would ignore the miracle. Like when it says that Augustus and Julius Caesar became deified and rose up to heaven after their deaths, we'd be like, yeah, that shit didn't happen. But the other part, the other history here, we can accept that, right?
I guess. Um, I'm sorry. I'm still trying to track because I'm thinking about that. I'm just thinking about everything we just talked about. But yeah, let's just say I'm tracking you. Yeah.
Okay. So, anyways, we were on this talking point because we were talking about the
Hmm.
history of the Bible. Now, I don't
Yeah.
find the Bible to be a good, reliable teller of history because I've read it and I see so many things that are not historically accurate there. Is there something in the Bible I should be aware of that is historically accurate that we can like rest assured that this means the mythological claims are true?
Well, do you believe that Jesus Christ really was a real man that existed?
I do. I personally am convinced that there was a rabbi or a teacher of some kind that lived in the time period that was claiming to be the Messiah.
And yeah, and these
Mhm.
men documented him, like they documented his life because
Well,
they followed him. Like you
well,
believe.
no, no, I don't think they documented him. I think they made up stories about him because they didn't live with Jesus. So Mark is the earliest gospel, just after 70 CE. And Mark didn't know Jesus. Mark is, according to Colossians 4, he's a cousin of Barnabas. So Mark is writing, 3, maybe even 3.5 to 4 decades after Jesus already died, and he didn't know Jesus at all. And that's if you think that Mark wrote Mark. I actually don't think that he did. But nevertheless, it gets worse no matter who you think Mark is, because Matthew and Luke copy from Mark. Like 90 something percent of Mark shows up in Matthew and Luke. And especially uh, in the Matthean material. But nevertheless, if they're copying from Mark, that means they had to have written after Mark. They can't copy Mark before Mark exists. And so what that tells me is that whoever wrote Matthew and whoever wrote Luke obviously came decades after Jesus, and maybe even a decade or two after whoever Mark is. And then John makes it even worse. John comes along like maybe 50 years after Jesus is already dead. We have no idea who actually wrote it. The book itself doesn't claim authorship. It, in fact, leads us to believe that there are multiple authors, and it makes preposterous claims that are contradicted throughout the synoptics. Like the whole timeline of Jesus'
Hmm.
life is completely different than what we find in the synoptic gospels, which would just lead me to believe that these are people that are kind of like, writing fan fiction about their favorite dude.
So you don't think Mark was with them, but you think Matthew and Luke was with Jesus?
Oh, fair question. So
Do you
no, Luke
think?
wasn't. If you go to Luke chapter 1,
Okay.
he just tells you right out that he wasn't with Jesus. He's collecting sources supposedly from people who were, but he doesn't tell us who they are. So you either take his word for it or not, right? We don't really know who Luke is. Church tradition has tried to say that Luke could have been the traveling companion and physician of Paul. And there is a guy named Luke that Paul mentions as a physician. We don't have solid evidence that that is Luke, and we don't have solid evidence that Luke even wrote what's attributed to Luke. The earliest manuscripts, as far as we can tell, were anonymous, just like the other Gospels. So,
So really, you're really saying the only real source is Matthew?
nope, and that gets worse. So, Matthew, if Matthew wrote Matthew, I do believe Matthew could have been an eyewitness for sure. I don't think Matthew wrote Matthew, and I'm going to give you a really good reason why. So Matthew copies his own conversion story from Mark, which is not typical. If you had a conversion story that somebody else told before you and you're copying that story, you're going to add details that wasn't in the original story. You're going to maybe even tell it in the first person. Like you're going to do something with that story that's different and somehow improved on whatever this other guy said, which you didn't know this other guy. You
Hmm.
only knew this manuscript,
Hmm.
right? We don't see
Yeah.
that. Matthew's telling of the conversion experience just reads like whoever wrote it isn't Matthew, and the
Hmm.
earliest manuscript P1 is our earliest manuscript of Matthew. It doesn't have Matthew's name on it. Somebody added or started adding Matthew's name on it, long time after it already got popular.
So you don't even believe in the? What about the cross? Like, do you believe that that happened? Like Jesus died on the cross?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think he was either
Did
stoned
do
or
you
crucified.
now? Do you think it was because he was claiming to be God?
I think it was probably because he was claiming to be the Messiah. I'm not convinced that a Jew in the first century would be convinced that the Messiah was identified as God, and I'm not sure that they would have been okay with the concept of the Messiah being literally Yahweh in the flesh, because they definitely had
Well,
some hangups around man and God being somewhat separated.
mhm. Well, that's enough that I really need because I mean they really documented his death. I
Sure.
mean that had to be real documentation then because we know that he died because he claimed to be the king of Jews.
Well,
That was something they did document. If you believe that, then that's facts.
Well, I agree with you that
So
Jesus probably
I
claimed
I I,
to
I
be
would.
the Messiah. And if you're claiming to be the Messiah,
Mhm.
then that is tantamount to claiming that you're a king, because the Messiah, according to the Hebrew Bible, had to be an actual legitimate king, right?
I
And so I agree with you. I think the reason why the Romans hated him was because, hey, there's no king in Rome other than Caesar. And they didn't like this Jesus fella. Even in Acts chapter 17, remember when they had the whole episode with Jason where they get pulled into the city center? The charge against them is that they're
mhm.
preaching that there's a king other than Caesar. So I agree. There was probably a faction of people, maybe Jesus himself, who understood the messiahship as including a kingship. And the Romans, like, fuck you, you're not going to be a king. And they put an end to it.
I just think that's enough documentation in itself.
For what?
So someone had to see what he was doing that had to make people so riled up to kill him. I mean,
Because he
he
violated.
he had to really be either he had to either be insane
Yeah,
because he knew the law really well. I mean,
we
so
hope.
you would have to say Jesus was either insane or he was a really smart guy and he really came with some real facts. I mean,
I think
because
he
I mean,
was.
it's doc. We know that that's
I think he was out of his mind.
no. Go ahead.
I think he needed medicated. I think he was delusional. I think the if there was a historical Jesus, I think he actually believed that he was the Messiah and that perhaps he would be rescued from the cross just in time to usher in the kingdom of God, which never happened. But if you read Jesus's words, Jesus is pointing towards this idea that if you read all of the Gospels, he's pointing toward this idea that either he's going to die and come back, or he might not even die at all. But I personally, this is just me, by the way, I personally think that the historical Jesus likely believed that he was going to die and come back. And that's if you believe that his parables come from him. If you don't believe his parables come from him, then you would get a different impression. But nevertheless, I'll show you 3 verses that I think might be helpful to illustrate my point. And I can do it in multiple gospels, but I think it's cleaner just to do everything from Matthew, so we can stick to one book for a
Mhm.
second. And then I'll show you why I think Jesus might have been under the impression that he had to die and then come back. But the problem we have is he also seems to be under the impression that he's going to die and imminently come back, like very quickly. So in Matthew
Mhm.
10:23, when he sends his disciples out to the villages, he says to them, when they persecute you in this town, flee to the next. For truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. And the coming of the Son of Man is a reference to Daniel chapter 7, where one like the Son of Man receives all the kingdoms of the Father, and the kingdom of heaven comes from heaven to earth. That's the coming of the Son of Man. And then in Mark 9, but Matthew 16, he says, the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what has been done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. And this strikes me as agreeing with Paul. Paul thought that Jesus was coming back within their
Mhm.
lifetime, and Jesus said the same. He said the ushering in of the coming of the Son of Man is going to happen within the lifetime of these people. Some of the people that are following me right now, they'll still be alive when it happens.
I mean, again, I mean, if I believe that those are true words from Jesus Christ, then again, it's like that. That to me, the document is still pretty, you know, pretty believable. I mean, it doesn't sound like ludicrous. I mean, they literally documented the things that this man said. I mean, they recorded his birth,
Uh-huh.
and then
Incorrectly.
and then yeah, but it was still recorded. They recorded this
Sure.
man from birth.
Right,
That
but
that's
my
that
point is,
is crazy. That
if
and
they
you can't
can't
just. I'm sorry.
if they can't get his birthday, like even his birth year correct, then why would I believe that they accurately recorded his words? Especially a lot of these words, a lot of words of Jesus that are recorded that were said in private.
I mean, to me, a 10-year gap. I mean, is not that insane.
If you're
I mean,
telling accurate history, it
maybe
is.
I guess, but what does how does that make Jesus? It doesn't make him a not a real person. I mean, he was really
I
born.
I agree he was a real
You
person.
believe that he was really born.
Hmm.
His birth was recorded and his death was recorded,
Yeah, I
and
agree.
it's accurate. It's correct how he died. That he
Well,
claimed
well,
to be the king of the Jews.
it's not accurate how he died. In fact, because there's disagreement in the Bible as to when he died, what time he died. There's disagreement as to his last words. There's disagreement to how long he was on the cross. There's disagreement as to who was
Mhm.
at the tomb first. Like all these stories about Jesus are like hopelessly contradictory.
Not his death though,
Yeah, it is.
because still, I mean, it was
I can
recorded. It was recorded that he was killed
I can show
because
you.
he made himself the king of the Jews.
But again,
That's
though,
a
I can
true
show
recording. I
you
mean,
the contradictory nature of the death and resurrection accounts. Is what I'm saying. Like I listen. Believing that a guy died because he thought he was going to be a king is not. difficult for me to believe or for anyone else to believe. The Romans were in the business of killing people, claiming that they're going to be king. That's not surprising. What is surprising is that this guy who came incorrectly predicted his second coming, incorrectly exegeted the Hebrew Bible, lied about fulfilling prophecies, and then got killed. I have no reason to believe that that guy rose from the dead.
Yeah.
Like, I have no reason to believe
Yeah.
that part. We've got other people in history who did mundane things like die that were claimed to rise from the dead afterwards, but you don't believe that, like, those guys rose. Like Ramses supposedly went down to Hades. Ramses II went down to Hades and then came back up. You don't believe that, do you?
I mean, I didn't study Ramses,
Right,
but
but that's my point. Is we've got lots of resurrection accounts from the ancient world: Ramses, Aristeas, Alcestis, a whole bunch of them. And you don't believe that any of these people resurrected from the dead, right? So what I'm doing is whatever logic you're using to say that, hey, these people didn't really rise from the dead, I'm just using the same logic to Jesus. I'm saying, yeah, Jesus is just like these other resurrection accounts. They didn't happen, and neither did Jesus.
well, all right, man. I gotta go.
Fair enough. Hey, thanks for coming and
But
chat with
thank you
me.
for the time. Yeah.
We appreciate you being courteous, and give it some thought and come back.
Justin, before you get a guest, you need help cutting your shirt.
I do. Don't worry.
$1,400.
Oh, fuck. We're ready to rock and roll. All right, I'm gonna refresh. I'm gonna refresh the page real quick, friends, and I'll re-explain where we're at. Okay, so I got links in the description of the video. Our friend Chad and husband Jerry need your help. The GoFundMe page explains, so we don't have to explain every time tonight what's happening. And for every $1,000 raised, we started with $1,000, so we're now at $1,400 raised. For every $1,000 raised tonight, this V-neck is getting deeper and deeper, but never as deep as the bullshit of the Bible. Nevertheless, that means we're already at the first cut, and we're all like $500 away from the second cut. So we're gonna have to bring it in. I've got a lovely assistant who is going to cut me so that I don't draw blood on camera and get the live stream taken down. At least that's the goal. You coming? Yeah, just go ahead and stab me. See what happens. I mean, I'm either gonna die tonight or I'm not. We'll have to wait and find out. I can turn so you can see what's happening too. If you. Nevertheless, friends, I mean, this is what we're doing here tonight. We're debating theists and showing chest hair. Apparently, is I think the situation. So, hey, if you want to get this deep V as deep as possible, hit that link in the description of the video, friends, and get this donation meter for this GoFundMe page up as high as possible. And we're just going to keep cutting, y'all. I think, and we're through the first one. Fantastic. All right, then. We're off to the races, y'all. Let me grab a couple super chats, and then I'm going to grab, I don't know why we keep doing this. I'm going to grab Guitar. Guitar is not going to stick around for an hour like next time or last time. And then I'm going to grab Carl and CCM in that particular order. Gretchen, my friend, thank you for the super chat. It says, sweet debut of Johan's OnlyFans page. That is the case, yes. That is the case. Good to see you, friend. Hope you're doing well. And Altered Tomorrow, thank you for the super chat. It says, you're a hero of mine, Justin. Thanks for all the work you do. Well, thank you, Altered. I really appreciate that. And listen, I am trying. You guys know that I do love the community, and I'm trying to do whatever I can. If somebody really is in deep need of help, I do whatever I can to help them. So we're going to be doing this tonight, friends. And Dragon, thank you for the $10 super that says, I used to believe people could not be reasoned out of religion. Your channel and lives have proven me wrong. Please accept my donation and continue doing the good work. Gay for Justin and rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Dragoon. I think I called you Dragon. Dragoon, I really appreciate that. And Green Hat Fencer, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate memberships. Super appreciate that, friend. And Herbie, good to see you tonight. Herbie, thank you for the 20-pound super chat. Says, FYI, the caller Kevin is probably The same person who threatened Promise and her husband during, and after a call on the line on January 5th, 2025. Promise was going to contact the FBI, tell me to butt out if I'm overstepping. Herbie, you're not. This is really interesting. I've talked to Kevin a few times. He's out of his mind. And I didn't know that he was threatening people. This is actually really helpful information. If I detect that he is on the line with me, I'll give him a proper dressing down and we'll take care of it. Thank you for that. And Narcissa, good to see you, friends. It's Justin, you should have worn this shirt in that weird Kubrick-inspired hotel. By the way, have you checked out A Clockwork Orange et al. Yet? I have not checked it out. I apologize. My schedule is busy, especially this spring and winter has been crazy busy for me. But nevertheless, I appreciate the suggestion. I really do. And I think this particular shirt is going to be looking pretty crazy tonight. It's gonna get hacked up, y'all. That's what's going to happen. And Hunter Girl, thank you for the super chat. Says just got here today. Can't stay long. I thought I heard you say the other day that you were doing a Bible study podcast. I am. It's called the Evangelical Bible Study. Check it out on all the podcast platforms, but I've watched about 47 of your videos this week and couldn't find the mention again. Hope you're well. Well, thank you, Hunter Girl. It's called the Evangelical Bible Study. It's also linked on Leaving Faith's YouTube page. So the videos are being uploaded to Leaving Faith's YouTube page, and the podcasts are being uploaded to all the places where podcasts. And Cameron Vino Rosso, good to see you tonight, friend, says, Justin, watched your best of 2025 on YouTube last night. It was so much entertaining. Or it was so, yeah, I read that right. That freaking Fada Joseph POS, though, yeah, he was something else. He really doubled down on the most horrific shit ever. Will you do the best of each month? LOL, just in time. Maybe. If I can get, I need an additional set of hands clipping videos. If I can get a really good clipper besides Dalton, where we can get more clips, I'll definitely make that happen for sure. And Texas Panhandler, great to see you, friend. Hope you're doing well. Says, crazy news. I'm the Messiah too, and I fucking knew it. I knew you're the Messiah. You're not the only one, by the way. There's a couple of us out here, and I tell you who's not a Messiah? This fucking Jesus fella. Last super chat for now says, from Narcissa, thank you so much. Forged the shirt thing. Well, let's do that then. I'm going to add 100. I got a spreadsheet here. We're going to do and from Narcissa. Perfect.
Justin, my husband would like to tell everybody thank you. Can you have just a second?
Sure.
Hi, I'm Jerry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jerry. Good to hear from you, bud. Sorry to hear you've been sick. It's not pretty being sick, but we all go through it. You know, we all have these things happen. So that's why community is important, friends, because you know, all of us working together can get the goals accomplished. All right, let's bring in guitar.
Justin, I'm sorry for interrupting, but Carrie says check your PayPal.
Oh fuck, I got it. Yep. If y'all send me, if you can't use the GoFundMe page, you're welcome to send me under my links. I've got links in my profile for like PayPal, Cash App. Just make sure you note it. Say this is for Reverend Chad, and I'll get a notification during the live stream typically. And I'll add it to my spreadsheet, and I'll make sure Reverend Chad gets sent the money ASAP. And that we'll be able to track it this way. We'll be able to keep track of the funds. We're almost to 3,000, technically to the 2,000. So we're almost there. I think another 300 hours, friends, and we're on the next cut. Welcome back, Guitar. What did you want to crash out about tonight?
All right, I just wanted to talk about why I think that God exists.
Listen, motherfucker. You got to be real careful around here about using people's first and last names. This is the internet. So you're going to have to not do that kind of nonsense if you want to stay up here.
I'm sorry.
All right. So what do you want to talk about?
I just want to talk about why I believe that God exists, and I just want to know if you object to anything that I claim.
Sure. Go ahead. Is it a premise-based argument, or is it just like a series of claims?
Well, it's one of three reasons, but we're going to have to start off with the Kalam first.
Oh, boy. Did we not do the Kalam yet?
And then we'll go to moral evidence. We tried, but we couldn't finish.
Okay. Well, let me Hold on, I'm just writing some notes here that we Matthew Red's live talked again. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, so you want to do the Kalam? I'll put the notepad on the board, and because you're a repeat guest and everyone knows this argument incredibly well, I'm just gonna put 10 minutes on the timer, and we'll start the Philbro syllogism timer up, and we'll get it going. So go ahead and give me whatever your P1 is.
First of all, the Kalam also have the moral evidence and the resurrection, but if we can only go over the Kalam, then we'll just go over it.
No, we can
So
do
P1,
three.
everything.
We can do 3 arguments, but we just can't do them at the same time.
Okay, all right. So P1, everything that begins to exist has a cause.
Sure. So are you going with the standard syllogism then?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll just type it out. So to say everything that begins to we already did this like twice, but that's fine. Has a cause, and you got hung up on premise 2, which is an eternal past, which is where we're going to get hung up again. The universe has a cause. So conclusion is the
premise is that the universe began.
I'm sorry, yeah, that's part of the conclusion. The verse, began. The conclusion is that the universe has a cause. Cool.
Has a cause.
Okay, so we'll just go right to the point where you failed last time and see if you can rectify it. Premise number 2 is that the universe began. What evidence do we have for that?
Okay, so I just want to say, first of all, scientists interpret data, but many scientists say the universe began because of the evidence that we observe. The evidence that we observe is the expansion of the universe, the second law of thermodynamics. We couldn't get to that one last time. And modern models based on general relativity breakdown when you go far enough back, pointing to boundary to space and time.
Not quite. We can talk about all 3. The expansion of the universe only says one thing, and that is the universe prior was in the universe prior to our current point was in a hot, dense state. We can probably agree on that, right?
The expansion of the universe is like galaxies moving apart. And when you trace that backward, everything converges to an extremely hot, dense state, right?
Yeah, we agree on
Redshift.
that.
That's called redshift.
Yeah, we know about redshift. We know about cosmic microwave background. We know about these things. So what about the expansion of the universe would dictate that the universe once didn't exist? Also, you got to turn down your volume. You specifically, on whatever phone you own, it always backfeeds into your own microphone. Just turn on your volume. It should lower that.
I don't know why that happens. I'm on an iPhone 16. But yeah, anyways, entropy.
Okay, so we're just giving up on the expansion then?
No, entropy would be why the expansion would be the beginning.
No, entropy
Would point
has nothing to do with the beginning of anything. Do you know what entropy is?
Well, entropy, what does entropy equal? Increasing disorder, right? The universe is running down. If it had existed forever, it should already be at maximum entropy, but it's not, which is just a finite past.
No, entropy is the measure of disorder, technically is a measure of heat or energy in a system. And entropy can't decrease in a closed system. We don't know if our universe is open or closed, but what we do know is that entropy does eventually reach equilibrium, whether it's a closed or an open system. Although technically if it's an open system and there's something constantly feeding into it, we got a different calculation in mind. But nevertheless, entropy doesn't get you anywhere. All it says is that the universe, like the heat and the energy in the universe, will eventually will reach equilibrium, or is already at equilibrium as a total.
Do you know what BGV theorem is?
Yeah, we did BGV last time. You want to do it again?
So any universe that has been on average expanding cannot be eternal in the past, right?
Yeah,
must
that's
have
the
a past
claim.
boundary.
That's the claim, but the problem is with the first one, which is we have no idea that the universe has always been expanding. In fact, most current cosmological models don't have an infinitely expanding universe.
Wait, would you disagree that scientists say that the universe began at the Big Bang?
I would disagree that the consensus of science teaches that. That was something that might have been consensus 100 years ago, is no longer consensus today. So no, I don't believe that science teaches that the universe began at the Big Bang.
So you don't think that scientists say the universe began because of the evidence that we observe? I know that I'm not saying that every scientist agree on what that beginning means. So I know that some propose like quantum models or like multiverses, but those don't remove the need for an explanation, right?
I don't know if I believe in the multiverse. I'm not sure I really care about the multiverse. I don't think it matters for this discussion. So
Right.
I don't have to
Well, I
tell you
just
on the
want to know,
multiverse.
like, if the universe didn't begin, why isn't it already at maximum entropy?
I don't know what you mean by maximum entropy. So in like a cyclical universe, we have exactly what you would expect. The universe is going through cycles of bangs and crunches. So you're never going to reach a state where you're in like perfect equilibrium, like the amount of energy is perfectly dispersed among everything in existence.
Okay, do you think that just because something's infinite, it means it's eternal?
It depends on what the something is.
The universe?
Something can be infinite in size, and that doesn't say anything about whether or not it was infinite in time. Also, we did this
Let's
same
say-
talking point last time. Why are we going over the same talking points?
Well, I'm just confused on what you mean, because the second law of, as I know it, would be entropy equals increasing disorder.
Entropy does not always increase. In a isolated system, entropy will always increase until it reaches equilibrium. It's actually physically impossible in an isolated system for entropy to always increase.
Yeah, but entropy decreasing is just hypothetical.
I didn't say anything about decreasing.
Well, then I'm confused on what you mean then, because what could entropy mean other than increase?
Oh boy. All right, I'll draw it out. I assume you didn't get to take thermodynamics in school. Okay. All right, I'm going to draw an isolated system. Inside of this isolated system are all kinds of objects. We're just going to call them objects. Fair enough? Now,
Okay.
if in fact it's not at equilibrium, let's say that the bigger objects on here have more energy than the smaller objects. Let's just say these bigger objects are hotter than the other objects. These are at like 100 degrees and these are at like 20 degrees. Now, according to the second law of thermodynamics, what's going to happen is the entropy in this system can never decrease. And the entropy in these objects can only increase until every one of these objects are at the same temperature. Once they're at the same temperature, meaning they've shared all of that energy within that closed system, that's called equilibrium. So it's true that in a closed system, all the objects in that system will only ever increase in entropy, but they'll only increase until all of the entropy inside of that isolated system is evenly distributed, because there's nothing adding more energy into the isolated system. So it doesn't increase forever.
Okay, so you said that bigger objects are hotter than the other objects, 100 degrees, 20 degrees. And according to the second law of thermodynamics, what's going to happen is the entropy in the system can never decrease, and the entropy in these objects can only increase until every one of these objects are at the same temperature.
In an isolated system, if
Meaning,
you have
they've shared all of that energy.
Yeah, if you have, say you have a bowl full of something. Let's say you put hot milk and cold milk into a bowl, or hot water and cold milk. I don't care. Two things, one hot, one cold. Well, eventually everything in that bowl's an isolated system, kind of, if you don't, if it's the same temperature roughly as your environment, we can treat it like an isolated system. Everything in that bowl will eventually reach roughly the same temperature. That's called equilibrium.
Yeah. So, what you're saying is in an isolated system, entropy increases until equilibrium. Yeah, but that actually supports a beginning, and I'll tell you why. So, the thing here is that actually supports a beginning, not an eternal past, because closed systems move toward equilibrium, like heat death, and once equilibrium is reached, no usable energy remains. If the universe were eternal in the past, it should already be at equilibrium.
Well, that's not true. One, we have no idea that the universe is isolated. We have no reason to believe that the universe is an isolated system. But number two, because of gravity, we will always have motion. Motion is always going to be energy. So if you took two masses in space and just set them out there, not moving, eventually they're going to start moving towards each other because of how gravity works. So you're never going to run out of what we're going to call entropy or energy because we have gravity.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. So, but what I'm trying to say is if the universe had an infinite past, we should already be at heat death, but we're not. And if entropy has
No.
been increasing forever, why hasn't the universe already reached equilibrium?
Well, again, I don't.
The fact that entropy hasn't maxed out suggests the universe
I don't
hasn't existed
believe
forever.
in the heat death of the universe. The heat death of the universe assumes that it's not cyclical, and I don't believe that the universe is linear. I think it is cyclical, right? So you'd have to come up with an argument for why the universe, one, had a beginning, and two, is not cyclical, meaning it's not gonna, gravity's not gonna pull it back in on itself. Now, that being said, our syllogism timer is now at 0. We've done 10 minutes on the same argument that we did last time, as to not bore our guests doing the same argument over and over and over again. What's your next argument?
Okay, well, I guess we'll just skip this then. We'll just go, I guess, moral evidence or the resurrection. Which one you want to do?
It's up to you. Which one do you think is more powerful?
I think they're both the same, but I would say that I guess you usually talk about the resurrection. We'll just go for moral evidence then.
Yeah, in the spirit of Easter, how about we do the resurrection?
Oh yeah, we'll do that. I just want to say one more thing though. Gravity actually accelerates an entropy increase. It doesn't prevent it.
That's exactly it. Yeah, gravity causes entropy to always exist. You'll never have a non-entropic state.
Yeah, I know. Gravity forms stars, but stars burn out. That's part of the move toward equilibrium.
But gravity doesn't burn out.
Well, yeah, I understand. But two objects moving in space can still end up in the same temperature with no usable energy left.
Nope, because as they coalesce together,
that was an example.
Because as they coalesce together, their temperature is going to increase because of pressure. Just like when you press an ice skate on the ice, a little bead shows up. The ice skate's actually not. It's not a blade. It's actually 2 blades. A bead will form inside of the ice skate rails because of the pressure it's placing on the ice. So just the fact that gravity exists and it's going to cause masses to come together and you're going to get more and more pressure, it's going to cause heat to develop. And that heat, again, is technically what we call entropy.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying denying heat death means rejecting the second law of the cosmic. So I'm just saying.
No, I disagree. I don't think denying the heat death says anything about the second law of thermodynamics.
Also, how does gravity stop usable energy from being exhausted over time? And also, also one more thing, what would the universe exchange energy with if it's all that exists?
It doesn't need to exchange energy with anything. If in fact the universe is infinite in space and material, which certainly could be, then it's just an infinite location of energy. In fact, there might be infinite entropy. That being said, the fact that gravity exists, that gravity exists in something that has no entropy, 0. You can place 2 items in space with 0 entropy, and they will eventually start moving. And because of gravity, they will also eventually experience entropy because it will cause heat. So this is just not really.
We're just not going to agree to disagree on this one because I'm just saying okay. Motion doesn't stop entropy. Like usable energy still runs down. Gravity actually speeds up entropy through star formation and decay.
Okay, so
the universe is treated as a closed. The universe is treated as a closed system.
You don't know any of those things. You're just speedrunning talking points from Google. So again, if gravity,
in cosmology, the universe is typically
if gravity moves
outside
things,
it to exchange energy with.
Here comes the crash out. We knew it was inevitable. If gravity moves things, then you're never going to have a 0 state of entropy. So the problem you have is you haven't looked up what you think entropy means yet. Entropy doesn't mean what you think it means. What do you think?
I'm not saying a 0 point of entropy. I'm saying.
What do you think entropy means?
Increasing disorder.
What do you think that means? I don't think you know what that means.
What do I think increasing disorder means?
Yeah.
Increasing just, I guess I'm gonna go into definitions. Energy. When people say like entropy equals disorder, I mean like I guess energy is becoming more spread out and less usable.
No. Entropy is a measure of disorder, but that's not great verbiage. The guy who came up with this test and verbiage I don't think he thought through what he was saying. Nevertheless, his description is fine. It just needs a little bit of explaining. So in a system, right? Let's say this guy here is at 100 degrees. This guy is going to have more energy, right? So what you're going to find is that all the stuff inside of this guy, all the atoms, all the molecules, they're going to be in a higher energy state. And when things are in a higher energy state, they move around more. So that's why using hot water is better at dissolving stains and whatnot, because it's got a higher entropic state. When things heat up, they move more, they wiggle more, they create their own heat, right? So when we're talking about entropy within a system, when we're measuring disorder, we're talking about the position of the molecules inside of like anything. If I took a bar of iron and we did a measure of entropy, we're measuring literally the molecules in the bar of iron to see what level of excitation those molecules are at. That is described as disorder because they're moving around more and they're less crystalline. Now, you've seen crystals form, I hope. When crystals form, they get colder and they stop moving and they form mechanical bonds more readily with each other. And it's less disorderly. So when we talk about disorder, we're not talking about just things randomly in disarray for no purpose. Entropy, the disorder that we're talking about, is typically actually just referred to, this is how we measure energy.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying what I'm saying is, okay, motion does not equal usable energy. Entropy
It
equals
does.
loss of usable energy difference.
Motion literally is energy. The minute something begins moving, it has energy. Energy is the quantitative property of things. When something moves, it moves because it has energy. That's what it is. Energy is not a stuff. It's not a thing. You can't put energy in a bucket. Energy is just a quantitative property of things that are not static. That's it.
Well, I would argue that you actually can put energy in a bucket if you just put your head in a bucket.
You can't. Nevertheless, let's talk about the resurrection, and we'll start the timer again, huh? Well, actually, let me ask a better question. Is the argument for the resurrection, is that in a syllogistic form? If it's not, then we don't need the timer.
Yeah, it is, but yeah, it is.
Fair enough. So
I just want to agree that higher temperature means more molecule motion. That part was correct. But entropy isn't just motion. It's how useful the energy is.
The guy who went to school for engineering got that one correct. I'm surprised. Okay, so let's go ahead and put the notepad back up. I'll write down your premises for the resurrection, and we'll get it going.
I would say energy can still exist and be moving, but be completely unusable. We'll stop now. It's over. Okay.
Usability is a useless.
If everything is the same temperature, molecules are still moving, but no
is a useless term in anything we're talking about. So let's do the resurrection, eh?
Okay. Yeah. Maximum entry doesn't mean no motion. It means no usable. All right. I'm sorry.
I can't give up.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm just saying, but whatever. We'll just have to agree to disagree on that, I guess. But anyways, so we'll talk about the resurrection of Jesus. So I'm just gonna say this too. My sources aren't just Christians. It's not just the Bible. And even if it were, you can't just dismiss sources without argument. But anyway, I know you're gonna have argument. So
you know I'm going to have an argument.
Jesus was crucified. Jesus was crucified and died.
Okay, so you're going to go to Gary Habermas's minimal facts?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Premise number 1. I don't disagree. What's premise 2?
Let's do 1.1 and then how do we know he was put in the tomb?
I just said I don't disagree. I think he was crucified.
You think he was put in the tomb?
I have no idea if he was put in a tomb.
So yeah, let's put 1.1. How do we know he was put in the tomb?
You're more than welcome to tell me why you think he was placed in a tomb.
That's
but
not P2. That's just like P1.1ers, I guess. But like, we'll just.
is it
whatever,
important?
Okay.
Is his being in the tomb important?
Yeah, I think it's pretty important to know whether or not he was actually put in the tomb, because most people like argue that maybe he wasn't.
Well, then it sounds like it needs to be premise 2.
Yeah, I guess. But anyways, all right. We'll just make this P3 then. P3. Let me see. Hold on. The evidence 2, or I think evidence 3. His followers genuinely believed they saw him alive afterward. And then I guess this would be 4. The tomb was reported empty. Would be 4.
So you're definitely going through Gary Habermas's minimal facts. Okay. All right. We'll do then
And I guess 5.
P4, which is he was placed in.
The tomb was reported empty.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we already did that one. Yeah. The tomb was reported empty. Okay.
And then P5 would just be the disciples went from fearful to boldly proclaiming the resurrection, even under persecution. And that's going to be it for those right there.
Okay. So the conclusion then is what?
The conclusion is that Jesus rose from the dead. Or I guess rose from the dead.
Fair enough. I don't know why I capitalized dead. There we go. So we'll start with premise number 2. I already agree. Premise number 1, he was killed either by crucifixion or by stoning. Don't really care which one. He was killed. We agree. Premise number 2 was Jesus was placed in a tomb. What evidence do we have for that?
So I just want to make sure before, if you're going to say the Gospels aren't reliable, then you'd have to reject most of ancient history, because the Gospels are earlier and better attested than many sources we trust. So it's true that Romans often left. Well, that's debatable, but we're not talking about that right now. So it's true that Romans often left bodies on crosses, right? But not always. Okay. There are recorded exceptions. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So there are recorded exceptions, though, especially in places like Judea where Jewish customs mattered. According to Jewish law, Deuteronomy 21, 22 through 23, bodies couldn't remain exposed overnight. They had to be buried. The Romans sometimes allowed exceptions to keep peace with local populations, but specifically for Jesus, all 4 Gospels report that he was buried by Joseph, a member of the council.
Well, all 4 is an irrelevant point, being that they're copying the same story, mostly from Mark. That's neither here nor there. I don't understand why we're saying that the tomb is a fact yet. So the Gospels were in decades after he was already died by people who weren't there.
Well, like who? What are you talking about?
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. We have no idea if they were the authors of the Gospels. If they were the authors of the Gospels, the only one that could have been there is Matthew. And I have no reason to believe that Matthew wrote Matthew. Mark wasn't a disciple nor a follower. Neither was Luke. And John is on an island all by himself, full of his own contradictions. And I have no reason to believe that John wrote John.
Okay, so you're saying you have no reason to believe that Matthew wrote Matthew. You have no reason to believe that the people that wrote the Gospels actually wrote the Gospels. We'll stick with this one. So even, like I've already said, even if the Gospels are technically anonymous, that doesn't mean we have no reason to trust their authorship. So anonymous does not equal unknown or unreliable. In ancient world, works were often circulated.
ChatGPT. So I'm not saying that we shouldn't trust them just because they're anonymous. I'm saying we shouldn't trust them.
I'm saying early church
because we don't know if they're actually eyewitnesses. We don't have early church testimony. So what we don't have is anything in the earliest manuscripts that tell us who these people are. Those added later by people who weren't alive then. They weren't alive at the time that these were originally authored. So we have no reason to believe that there was some sort of chain. there is no reason to believe that there's some sort of chain of custody where people knew like who actually authored these things. And the early mentions we do have come from like Eusebius, like people who like quoted guys like Papias, who said things about the Gospels that are just patently contradictory to what we actually have. So it seems that there was probably multiple forms of the Gospels circulating early on before they actually even became what we might say is like completed.
Well, I just want to first of all say you do know that Mark and Luke weren't disciples, right?
I just said that Mark and Luke aren't disciples. Maybe you weren't listening.
But they're not disciples. Mark and Luke are not.
I agree. Yeah, Mark is the cousin of Barnabas, and Luke maybe. If Luke wrote Luke, he might be the traveling companion of Paul, who's also known as the physician. Oh, you said they weren't disciples.
My bad. I thought you said they were.
They were not.
Oh, but that was my. I thought you said they were, but yeah, you're right about that. But they were connected to eyewitnesses. So Mark was like tied to Peter, and Luke investigated eyewitness accounts.
Prove it.
Okay, so yeah. First of all, I just want to say this real quick. Being a historian using eyewitness sources doesn't make a text unreliable. It's just
We don't have
how history
eyewitnesses.
works, right? Well,
That's my
the
point.
thing is, are you rejecting the authorship based on evidence or just skepticism?
Both.
Well, no, we have early, consistent attributes. Are you lagging or am I lagging?
You're probably lagging. I'm looking good on all the streams right now.
Okay. Okay, it's probably me then. Wait, I don't.
Yeah,
I don't
it's that
think
Holy
it's
Spirit
me.
connection.
It might be you.
Nah.
All right, bro. What does that even mean? That doesn't even mean anything.
I've got the streams open. I can see them right
Oh.
now. They're not lagging.
All right. Anyways. Okay, well, it's fine. I can still hear you. So yeah, like I said, if you're saying that the Gospels aren't reliable, then you'd have to reject most of ancient history because the Gospels are earlier and better attested than many sources we trust.
Hold on. Some people on YouTube said it is lagging. Really interesting. Let me watch my stream longer. See if I can...
Okay, yeah.
Oh, it is lagging. Yeah, you're right. It is. It wasn't lagging, and now it caught up, and I think it is lagging. Now, give me a second. I'm gonna cut the Twitch stream because nobody watches on Twitch, and see if that helps it. That should help quite a bit. It's not lagging on TikTok, which is weird. Usually TikTok's the problem. But it is lagging right now a little bit.
No, it is lagging. It's like delayed. It's like delayed.
On YouTube,
like delayed on TikTok. And it was but now it's not lagging, but now it's just delayed.
Oh, it's delayed?
Let me talk real quick. I don't think it is anymore now.
Testing.
Yeah, it's good now.
Okay, so TikTok's okay now. Give me a second to see if YouTube catches up. I'm going to put a note in our call script to cut out the portion that lags so I don't forget later. All right, so it looks like it's still lagging ever so slightly on YouTube, which is weird. Normally YouTube's not the problem. Normally TikTok's the problem. Let me double check my internet speed. If my internet speed is good, typically is, that just means Google's fucking up today. If Google's having a bad night, may just have to restart the stream, which is not the end of the world. Oh, I see the problem. The problem's with my internet provider. Fucking A, my download speed is at 27 megabits per second, which it should be about 700. Fuck me. And my download speed's good. I've got like 250 megabits per second download speed. They're supposed to be both be about 700 or 800. So my download speed's fucking up right now. I have no idea why it's behaving that particular way. I apologize for that. They're saying it's lagging
lagging on TikTok now.
Yeah, not a problem. I'm gonna close out all the apps here that might be hogging resources. since something's wrong with AT&T. AT&T is fucking up
TikTok
tonight.
got bad. It's like bad again on TikTok.
Yeah, it's I don't know if maybe there's a bad storm. We did have storms the last couple days. We had some pretty bad storms the last couple days. I don't know if maybe something damaged our fiber. I've got fiber internet. It should never be slow, but fucking AT&T sucks balls. Nevertheless, we should be back here in a second. Give me a second to check the stream. Still, YouTube is lagging like crazy. I wonder if I can adjust the bit rate while I'm streaming. Anyways, we'll finish our conversation. If I have to restart the YouTube stream, I'll restart the YouTube stream after our conversation. Or if you got time, I can restart it and come back. I just don't know what your schedule's like.
Yeah, it's cool. Don't worry. If you have to end, I'll just join back.
Yeah. Give me audio's good. Like over on YouTube land, put a V in the chat if the vertical is lagging, and put an H in the chat if the horizontal is lagging. I'm curious if only one of them is lagging. I can restart the live streams under. Yeah, I can restart them under a lower resolution too. That should help. It's super annoying.
Here, I'll go check for you right now.
Thanks, man.
No, it's not lagging on the horizontal. No, horizontal. I didn't check the vertical.
Okay, it looks like it's lagging for some people, but not everybody.
It's not lagging on TikTok anymore, no, either.
I think it might be catching up. I ran a speed test just a second ago, and it looked like it was better. So I didn't know, maybe there's a blip in the service. Let me watch my stream real quick and see if we're in the clear. I'm looking at the stream right now, not lagging just yet. So whatever was going on with AT&T, I think we might have worked through it.
Oh yeah, you're not lagging on the vertical either. It's good now.
You're not
It
lagging.
might start lagging again though. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, so I think we'll be okay. For those watching on YouTube, if it's still lagging for you, it might I've got like a 20-second latency on the stream, so it might quit lagging here in a moment. Not to worry. So here's the deal. I lost track of the time on the syllogism. I think the syllogism is going to take more than 10 minutes anyways, because we have to talk about sources and whatnot. So I'll get rid of the Filbro timer. This is not really a philosophy syllogism anyways. I mean, not in the way we typically get them. I don't mind entertaining this syllogism for a long time. Okay, so anyways, the question we're at right now is, why should we believe that there are like eyewitness testimonies of Jesus being placed in a tomb?
Why do we you said, why should we believe that there are like eyewitness testimonies of Jesus being placed in a tomb? Oh yeah, right. Okay. So we don't have just claims. We have multiple early sources, like Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John. I already know what you're gonna have to say about that, but let me just say what I'm gonna say real quick, and then I'll reply to what you're gonna say, because I already know what you're gonna say. So the burial isn't just from one source; it's like multiple attested across early accounts. So, oh wait, let me take off your stream because I can
hear it in the background.
Yeah. So yeah, Paul says Jesus died, was buried, and raised. So the creed is dated to within a few years of the crucifixion, and that's extremely rare.
Well, I agree that the creed, whatever is being recited by Paul in 1 Corinthians 15, I agree that is probably some sort of early thing that Christians would say, which is why it was passed down to Paul. There's no complaint there. I'm not disagreeing that his followers thought that he rose from the dead, or were convinced that he rose from the dead at some point. I'm still looking for the evidence so that he was placed in a tomb. And if you go to 1 Corinthians 15, there's no tomb. There's no empty tomb either.
Wait, no empty tomb. So Paul didn't claim to see him rose from the dead?
Rose from the dead is different from being placed in a tomb. Remember, premise here is that Jesus was placed in a tomb. Now, to make your syllogism better and less fussy, it probably is easiest just to say that he was placed in a tomb or he was buried.
We can just
Like,
say that.
Does the tomb really matter in this syllogism? I don't know if you need the tomb as part of the syllogism.
Doesn't it say that the woman came to the tomb? I feel like the tomb is one of the most important things because that's where they figured out that he rose from the dead.
But again, none of those people were eyewitnesses. And neither was Paul, to be sure.
What do you mean?
So
qualism?
I think one of the things that you want to adjust, right, is this notion that there were eyewitnesses to these events. We don't have that information. You could say maybe there were second-hand witnesses or third-hand witnesses. And if that's the case, I'd be more willing to accept that somebody heard from somebody else.
I'm saying historians don't have to be eyewitness. I'm saying they just need to access to eyewitness testimony.
Right, but we have no idea if they had eyewitness testimony, right? So if I said to you, I did a thing and there's eyewitness testimony to it, and say no one had that eyewitness testimony, and then 3 decades pass and someone says, no, I've got access to the people that were there, I'll tell you what they said. Well, that's fine, but like we wouldn't count that as eyewitness testimony. That's just more or less hearsay that happened decades later. Also, who's going to remember shit that happened 3 decades prior?
No, because in the creed it said that the people were still alive, and you go ask them yourself.
But no one did go and ask them. That's part of the problem. In 1 Corinthians 15, it says that these witnesses existed. Not a single one was ever named. Nobody could go ask them because nobody knew who they were.
But what I'm saying is the core claims, including burial, go back to the earliest Christian community. And you're saying that we don't have...
Again,
yeah, I know what you're saying.
I agree he was buried. What I'm saying is that the wording in your syllogism specifically says that he was placed in a tomb, which is why I'm trying to get you to drop that from your syllogism, because we don't know if he was placed in a tomb. He was probably buried. We don't have evidence he was placed in a tomb. So if there's no evidence for the tomb, then what that means is you have to go with the next best thing, which would be, he died and was likely buried or cremated.
Yeah, I'm admitting that all 4 Gospels report that he was buried.
Agreed. Okay, so the syllogism then just needs to be adjusted. That's all. So the syllogism says that Jesus was placed in a tomb. So what we should do is change that. We say Jesus was placed in a tomb or grave. Good enough?
Did people used to... I thought, like, in places like Judea and stuff like that, or like the Romans... Like when they left the bodies on crosses, they did that, but like I thought that they put people in tombs too.
They could. It was rare. It was for the wealthy. So typically in ancient Rome, when people died, they had them cremated. In fact, the Romans gave the Jews a hard time about burying their deceased. They thought it was a dirty, disgusting practice, which was why they preferred cremation.
Okay, well, all you're asking is how do we know he was buried, right? So... Yeah, crucifixion victims being buried isn't like unheard of, and you know that. There's archaeological evidence, at least one crucified man being buried in Yehoanan. Yehoanan. Yeah.
We have a heel bone with a nail going through it that shows up in a burial location, or rather a tomb, you might say. Now, we don't know how it got there, if it was moved there, or if somebody later down the road who had it ended up leaving it there for one reason or another. We actually don't know that information. That being said, I don't disagree that Jesus would have been buried. All I'm saying is your claim is too high, right? So we moved it to he was placed in a tomb or a grave, and at that claim, I would say maybe he was. What's the evidence that he was? Because they very well could have cremated him.
Well, what I'm saying is that, yeah, Romans often left bodies but made exceptions. So Jewish law required burial, and Jesus being buried by Joseph is widely accepted by historically. And what I'm saying is that what's it called? According to Jewish law and Deuteronomy
23,
bodies could remain exposed overnight. They had to be buried, and
I thought it was
20,
Deuteronomy
22, 22 to 23. 22
22
to
and
23.
okay. Yeah. So yeah, we agree. According
Oh.
to Jewish law, you're not supposed to leave them up overnight. We know that the Romans did, though, and the Romans were in charge of this execution. If the Jews had done it, they would have stoned them.
No, yeah, I know. I'm just saying, but the Romans
Sure.
sometimes allowed exceptions to keep peace with local populations. But specifically for Jesus, what I'm saying is that all four Gospels report that he was buried by Joseph, a member of the council, and also Jewish law required burial, and Jesus being buried by Joseph is widely accepted historically.
What are you reading from?
My notes.
Which Gospels mention Joseph of Arimathea?
You want to see my notes?
Nah.
Let's see. Let me just show you my notes, and then like maybe you can be like, hey, maybe that's like not right, right?
Right, but I'm just asking which Gospels. Was it all four of them? It could be all four of them. I think it might be.
Yeah, it was all four Gospels.
Okay. So the question we have to ask ourselves is, was this another episode of copying of the story, or was this a real person? So I don't know if there's a real person. There's actually a lot of debate in scholarly circles about Joseph of Arimathea being a plot device.
A plot device for like the plot? Or what do you mean?
Yep.
Like he was like for what do you mean? I'm confused.
It's a fictional story that is used to keep the plot moving. Right. So there's a number of reasons why a lot of people think that he was a plot device. One of my favorite reasons has to do with his name, and I forget what his name means, but his name is highly suggestive that his role in the story is how he got his name. Now, it could be that his real name wasn't Joseph of Arimathea. Maybe he had a different name. They made that name up so you wouldn't forget, what he did in the story, which is popular. But we have no records. Like the Sanhedrin took pretty good records. They talked about Jesus' death in Sanhedrin 43a, but no Joseph of Arimathea shows up as a member of the council ever.
You said that Joseph never showed up in the council?
Yeah, in all the writings of the Sanhedrin that we have, Joseph of Arimathea doesn't appear.
Joseph of Arimathea doesn't appear in the council. Are you sure?
Yeah. So, and to be sure, it's interesting too. His name Yosef comes from the Hebrew root word yasaf, which means typically to gather, right? To gather or get. And Arimathea probably comes from the Greek root, which was a transliteration of some form of Rama, which means high place in the Hebrew tongue. So gathering somebody from the high place, which is what he did with Jesus, right? He gathered Jesus's body from the hill, from Golgotha. And so this is one of the many reasons we're like, this guy sounds a little bit like a plot device. They gave him a name that is really reminiscent of his role in the story, which is characteristic of mythological stories. Now, that doesn't mean he was a plot device. All I'm saying is that the evidence that a Joseph of Arimathea actually existed in history and actually did do this thing is only supported in the biblical text. And as we've already discussed, the Gospels don't really appear to be trustworthy sources, nor were they eyewitnesses.
Well, to my knowledge, Joseph was a member of the council, and that detail is very important because he's a specific named figure and he's a part of the group that condemned Jesus, right?
Based on what data was he a member of the council? Because the council doesn't know about him.
Can you show me where you got that information from?
Yeah, you can actually just search the Sanhedrin. So all the writings of the Sanhedrin are published. You can find them in the Mishnah. You can find other parts in the Talmud as well. And you can literally just search for Arimathea or many other variants of Arimathea, Joseph of Arimathea, whatever variant you want to search for, you'll never find it.
Okay, so you're saying Well, what I'm trying to say is that Joseph is a member of the Jewish Council, the group that condemned Jesus, and what you're trying to say is that he's not. I'm just saying, why would Christians invent a hero from the very group responsible for Jesus? Like, why would they invent that?
I don't
Why?
think Christians did invent it. I don't know who wrote the Gospels. That's the point. No, nobody knows where the origin story developed.
Well, I know in the story though, he's like the enemy. You don't make the enemy the one who honors Jesus.
He wasn't an enemy.
Who, Joseph?
Yeah.
Well, no. The group was responsible for. Why would they make the group the one who honors Jesus?
There's a bunch of people from the Sanhedrin that are mentioned positively. Most famously in John chapter 3, there's a member of the Sanhedrin that provides our intro to the dialogue about being born again. Why is his name escaping me? Give me a second to grab John 3. Nicodemus, there we go. Nicodemus was a member. So like we have like, you know, we have some people in the Sanhedrin that respected him, obviously. And that would be a badge of pride. If somebody from your enemy's camp recognized you as the Messiah, that would be a huge badge of honor. You would accept that.
Well, I know you're saying the council doesn't know about him, but that's speculation. That's an argument like you don't have records of every council member, right?
Well, that's my point. My point is, if Joseph of Arimathea was a member of the council and got permission to take down the body of Jesus, we would expect that this member, who was influential enough to get the body of Jesus, would have been mentioned somewhere. There are so many people mentioned.
You're saying that the Gospels aren't reliable, but the Gospel traditions identify him. But you're saying that the Gospels aren't. Oh, I understand now.
Right, and I'm not like the first person to talk about this. It's been around since it's been around for a long time. It was popularized to a large extent in like the 60s and 70s. People talking about this, like Joseph Fitzmyer, he's a Catholic scholar, and others. I think Raymond Brown popularized some discussion on this as well. The reality is we don't know if Joseph of Arimathea existed, much less that he put Jesus's body in a tomb or a grave. But let's assume, for the sake of argument, so we don't spend the whole time on premise 2, let's just assume that I agree. He was buried somewhere. We don't know how he got there. He was definitely buried. Let's go to premise 3. His followers believed that they saw him alive. What's the evidence for this?
Okay, we'll skip Paul's letters, but Paul's letters are accepted by historians, right? Including skeptics as
some
authentic
of them.
and very early.
So some of Paul's letters are accepted as authentic epistles. The pastoral epistles, no, not considered authentic. But some of them, yeah, are considered to be genuine. Not 100% of them. Like, so for example, in 1 Corinthians 14, there's a section that scholars overwhelmingly reject as being original to the text because our earliest texts don't contain it. And it first shows up hundreds of years later as a marginal note, like a footnote in the margin. And then eventually it finds its way into the text, and then it moves around in the text before it finds a home. So there are like Pauline epistles that scholars believe are like authentic, but even in the authentic ones, there is evidence from the manuscripts that there are paragraphs and or sentences that may have been tinkered with over time.
Okay, so you already. I'm just gonna say it though. You already know this, but in 1 Corinthians 15, Paul records a tradition that Jesus appeared to Peter and the 12. We'll just skip that. You already know that. And that tradition is dated by most scholars within a few years. We already know all that. So at minimum, we have early historical evidence that the original disciples were being reported as claiming to have seen risen Jesus. That is evidence of belief, right? At least we have evidence that there was belief.
Okay, so I think we have evidence of belief. I don't think we have evidence that they claim to see him alive, which is a different story, right? So I would agree with you, and the syllogism would probably move faster if we kept it at his followers believed that.
Well, yeah, I know it's not mathematical proof, but history doesn't work like that. It's evidence, and the question is what best explains that evidence, not whether we have modern day proof. Like as long as we know that we have evidence.
Right,
And the
but
question
my
is, what best
uh-huh.
explains the evidence we
I
have?
agree. So my point is, on premise 3, we should reword it to make it easier for you. It should be reworded as his followers believed that he was seen alive. If you want to prove that his followers believed that they personally saw him alive, we would need some evidence from the followers.
Okay. So we're gonna have to skip to P5 then for that. So we have better evidence for some than others. So James,
Well,
the brother of Jesus, is recorded as executed.
is P4 required for the syllogism to work? Because if not, we can just delete P4 and also delete. Well, we can delete P4.
I feel like it's a part of the syllogism. I don't really. I mean, if you
Fair
want to
enough.
delete it, it doesn't really matter.
So P4 is that the tomb was reported empty. I don't disagree with that. I don't know if it matters though. I don't know who reported it, and I don't
No,
think there
I'm
were
saying
any
that
eyewitnesses.
for P3, I'm gonna have to go to P4 for the evidence that his followers believe that he was seen alive.
Okay. So then what we'll do then is I'll just, for the sake of discussion, I'll just grant P4 that some people, unnamed people, we're not have to worry about who yet, reported that the tomb was in fact empty. So what's that mean for P5?
So yeah, well yeah, I mean yeah, P4. I would have to go to P5 so we can know that we have evidence that people reported the tomb empty. But for P5, what are you
Well,
asking?
Well, I think P4 is important because if somebody claimed there was an empty tomb, 3 decades later, to me, that's rather meaningless. Is there anyone who was actually there who wrote about it?
Oh, my bad. Yeah. Okay, so the tomb was reported empty. Okay, so yeah, Josephus against Appian, I think. 2.219 paraphrased, and I already know where you're gonna go with this, but so yeah, I already know what you're gonna say. Just let me finish it. So, a woman's testimony is not considered as reliable due to their status. So, in
Don't
first
do
century
it.
Jewish culture, women were not considered credible witnesses. The historian Josephus said, "Let not the testimony." And I know it's going to say that's just in a court of law, but the thing here is, I'm not saying women were never trusted at all. I'm saying that in first century Jewish and Greco-Roman context, women generally had lower legal and social status, including limitations in giving formal tests. That's the point.
They
Of
certainly were
saying,
allowed to give testimony in ancient Greece and Rome. We find this
no,
in
I know,
quite a bit of
I didn't
writings.
say that it wasn't. I didn't say that. I just said that women generally had lower legal and social status, including limitations in giving
That
formal testimony.
that may be true. It's also irrelevant.
I'm
So
not saying that
the
women were never
women,
trusted at all, though.
well, the resurrection of Jesus has nothing to do with the women. Like people don't believe that he resurrected
No, I'm saying the tomb
because the
being
women
reported
said
empty.
so. Remember, in the story, they specifically didn't believe the women and went to the tomb themselves. So the women going to the tomb first is utterly irrelevant.
Yeah, but the point is that why would they even like? The point is, yeah.
Let me ask
The
you a
point.
question. Why do you think women were at the tomb?
The women were at the tomb because they had to. I forgot what that word was.
They got to
My
spice the
head.
body. Yeah.
Yes, spicy body. It
So
was another word for it, not that.
in the ancient world, only women did this work, and it was required, which means if you wrote a story and said that men went to spice the body and found the tomb empty, they would have said, bullshit, that happened. Men don't do that. So obviously, the first people there, if you're going to make a story about resurrection, have to be the women.
Yeah, what was the other word? I think it was something like that. But anyways, yeah, the fact that you're saying that they had to be there, and yeah, obviously, it's not unbelievable that women were the. So I understand that, but the thing is, that only points to it being more credible and more. Why not?
It
Because
just
women have
points
the
to the
first
fact
witness.
that it just pointed to the fact that whoever was writing this understood that the story wouldn't make sense if men were there first. That's all. I mean, in the
Okay.
stories we have,
Okay.
it's like contradictory as to who is even there. John and the late ending of Mark say that Mary Magdalene was there first by herself and saw the resurrected Jesus before the others. But then later in Mark, we find Mary Magdalene going to the tomb with the other girls, debating about, hey, who's going to roll away the stone? Well, if you were already there and you already knew that he wasn't there, there's no debate about who's going to roll away the stone. You already saw that the stone was gone.
Oh, so okay. So the stone was already rolled away. Jesus didn't roll it away?
Well, in Matthew, the angels show up and roll it away. In the other Gospels, it's already rolled away when they get there. So that's why I'm saying these resurrection stories, they have contradictions. They don't really agree with each other. They read to me like fan fiction. And I could be generous and even say that there are actual people who wrote these and they were trying to be historical. They might be trying to be historical, but the reality is we've got lots of historical texts from ancient Greece and Rome that also include like miraculous and mythological elements that nobody would accept, not even yourself. So I'm categorizing the Gospels just like I would Greco-Roman writings, because I don't believe that these miracles and mythologies are true, even if I do believe that Jesus existed, that the 12 Caesars existed. I don't agree that 6 of them became deities, but I believe that they existed.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but the point is though that you're trying to say that, you know, oh, this is just a made up story. But
No, I didn't say that.
The point isn't that. Well,
I'm not saying it's all made up. What I'm saying is this is fan fiction. People decades later were writing stories. Some of them probably they thought was true, and some of it they didn't know if it was true. They were repeating stuff that they heard, or they were just copying from Mark and assuming that Mark knew stuff when he probably didn't know stuff. So I'm not saying that they're out here lying and just making stuff up. I'm just saying that these were unreliable historians who had unreliable sources to begin with because they weren't there.
Well, the thing I'm just trying to say, if it is fiction, then why did they die for it?
I don't believe they did. So that's the other part that we didn't get to, which is premise 5. The disciples went from bold, from fearful to bold after Jesus got erect. And the reality is, I don't believe that to be the case.
Jesus got what? Would you say?
Well, I just worded it to the way it should be. It needed to be. The disciples went from fear to bold after JC got erect. What? He got erected.
Okay.
What's the problem here?
All right. So yeah, what was we talking about? We was talking about P4 or P5. We was talking about P5.
P5. Yeah, I've got no information. I've got no data that would suggest that they were fearful and cowering for their lives, and then they became bold. Again, these are really just claims within the gospel that don't really have any legs to stand on in real history. And some of the later stories that were told about the disciples, like in other countries doing stuff, these come hundreds of years after the disciples had already lived and died, and they're full of fantastical tales, like in the story of Peter having a wizard's duel. It's the apocryphal Acts of Peter is what it's typically called. This is where we learn about Peter being crucified upside down. That's where this story comes from. And in that story, a dog gives a speech by the power of the Holy Spirit, and then a baby suckling at his mother's teat is empowered by the Holy Spirit to give a speech as well. And then Peter and Simon Magus have a wizard's duel, and Simon Magus is flying around, and Peter zaps him out of the air and breaks his hip. It's a nonsensical story. I'm not inclined to believe that these fan fiction about the disciples are true.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but are you just like denying Tacitus, Josephus, and the two other ones?
They didn't mention anything about Jesus resurrecting or being eyewitness.
Well, no, Tacitus mentioned like Christians executed under Nero and Josephus execution of James, right? So what we're talking about is the disciples went from fearful to boldly.
We'll talk about the 12 disciples, the ones who were actually there. So what we know is that there were followers of Jesus that were willing to be martyrs for the religion. And that was true of Judaism, just like it was true of Mormonism, just like it was true of Islam. Every new religion has martyrs that are willing to die for it. But that says nothing about the original 12 disciples, which is what premise 5 is trying to get at. Premise 5 is trying to get at the original 12 disciples, or at least maybe even the original 70 disciples, were cowering in the upper room. They were afraid, they were terrified, and then boom, they became bold and spread the message. Now, this claim is typically about the 12 disciples. But we don't have evidence that they were cowering in an upper room, nor that they went out and like preached Jesus so vehemently that the Romans came and got him. Both Jameses seem to have got killed though.
And we have Ignatius of Antioch, but that's where he wrote letters before his own martyrdom, and he doesn't shows early Christians expected to die for their beliefs.
But Ignatius is not speaking of people who knew Jesus. This is your argument. I'll put it back on the board. Your argument rests on the fact that the people who were cowering and afraid became bold later, because that would demonstrate, which it doesn't, by the way. This is not a valid syllogism, nor does it sound. The disciples went from fear to bold after JC got erect. Now, we don't know that to be the case. We have no idea that they were afraid at all, nor what happened to them after Jesus resurrected. We've just literally got the biblical account. And again, if you don't believe in the biblical account, then we don't really have anything else to go on.
I never said I didn't.
No, I don't. I don't believe the biblical account because it has contradictions over and over again in the most important parts. It can't tell you when Jesus was born. It can't tell you what his last words on the cross. It can't tell you when he died or even when he was crucified. It gets the wrong day and the wrong hour if you compare the Gospels.
Sources like Tacitus and Pliny the Younger confirming that Jesus was crucified, right?
Well, we do. So we have letters saying that he was crucified, at least one by Pliny. And again, that's irrelevant. I agree. He probably was crucified.
And very early on, Christians believe he rose and worshiped him as divine. And you're going to say, yeah, people did that for other people too. But the thing is that,
they believe the same thing about Julius Caesar.
Yeah, that's actually a very, very good point for me. If you believe that Julius Caesar crossed the Rubicon, then,
I'm talking about resurrection. Do you believe that Julius Caesar resurrected from the dead?
Oh, wait, I don't know. I thought you were talking about Julius Caesar crossing the Rubicon.
No. So we've got multiple Caesars that were deified and were witnessed ascending to the heavens.
Oh, really? Where's this at?
You can read about it in the Roman historians. Tacitus, Livy. I don't know if Polybius mentions it, but there's quite a few. Suetonius mentions it. In fact, Suetonius probably is the best source. He wrote the life of the 12 Caesars, if I remember correctly. Let me check. It's on my bookshelf.
Well, I'm just saying that we don't have equal evidence for every apostle, but
we do, is what I'm saying, is we've got just as much evidence for the miracles and resurrections of these Roman figures as we do for Jesus, which is why I have no reason to believe that any of these people were resurrected from the dead.
Well, even if you ignore, all that completely, you still have to explain why the disciples suddenly and sincerely believed they saw the risen Jesus, or you just don't think that happened at all.
Well, I don't have proof of that either, right? Now, it might be possible that disciples believed that Jesus resurrected, but we have no evidence from the disciples of what they believed. We only have other people claiming what they believed, right? So my view on it, I'm a fan of the imposter view. The imposter view, I think, is well supported in history and in scripture.
Jesus' twin?
What's that?
Are you going to say it was just a twin of Jesus?
Nope. I have no idea who the imposter would be. In fact, I think there were many imposters. In fact, Jesus tells you, if you go to Mark 13, he tells you there will be imposters. It's almost like Mark was setting you up for this inevitable thing to happen. And we have actual history showing that people did imposter dead people in order to fool people into believing that they were still alive. Nero might be one of the most famous of them. But in Matthew 13, when we get to the Olivet Discourse, he's talking about what's going to happen when the end comes, and I'll come in with the kingdom and I'll judge mankind. It says, many will come in my name and say, I am he, and they will lead many astray. I think this is probably preserving a primitive memory of people saying, or of people seeing imposters. So they have to place something on Jesus's lips to suggest that no, there will be imposters. Don't believe it. Don't believe it until the kingdom of God comes with all of these signs. Jesus has not returned.
So are you just denying Paul's creed as, being credible?
I don't know what you mean by denying Paul's creed. So Paul doesn't give us testimony from the disciples. So what Paul says in 1 Corinthians 15 is namely that he just appeared to a bunch of people. He didn't say how. He didn't say if they had a vision. He didn't say if they had a dream. All he says is that Jesus appeared.
Well, yeah, wasn't he like a persecutor?
I mean, if you believe the story, listen, you can accept that Paul was a persecutor of Christians that had a near-death experience, which is what I think, and that he, he had an experience that converted him to believe that Jesus is the Messiah. That's not beyond belief.
Yeah, so Paul starts as like a persecutor, and then he claims that he saw the risen. So the thing I'm trying to, you don't go from like a persecutor to like missionary because of something is false.
Oh, I never said he thought it was false. What I said is he had a near-death experience, which are quite common.
Well, no, yeah, what I'm saying is
in fact, if you're persecuting somebody, it's much more likely that you're going to have a spiritual experience that is based on the guilt that you're feeling for persecuting those people. It happens all the time.
Well, even James, Jesus' brother, he was skeptical even during Jesus' life, but then later he became the leader.
See, all these claims come from the Gospels, which, as I've already demonstrated, I don't believe are true, right? So, like, if the only claims you have come from the Gospels, they're not good claims. They're not going to be good evidence.
Well, I know, but I already said this earlier. If you're going to say that the Gospels aren't reliable, then you'd have to reject most of ancient history because the Gospels are earlier and better attested than many sources that we trust.
That's not true. So again, the majority of our gospel manuscripts come from the medieval period. So we've got, from the 2nd century, we've got fragments. We don't have a complete New Testament until hundreds of years later, until about the late 4th century, early 5th century. You've got Alexandrinus, then you've got Sinaiticus, and then you've got Vaticanus. Those are the earliest complete ones.
Wasn't it finished within like the 70th to 100 AD, the New Testament?
We have no idea when it was finished because we don't have finished manuscripts until the late 4th century.
I'm just wondering, like, all this information that I have compared to all the things that you think, I just don't understand how we're so different. So you're saying...
Because I don't think that these are credible sources for the same reason you don't think the Greek and Roman historians are credible sources about their mythologies, right? When they talk about the miracles that happened, like, so for example, Vespasian healed a blind man by spitting in his eyes and also healed a man with a lame leg using the power of Serapis. Now, obviously you don't believe that, although you'd be willing to accept most of the history in Tacitus and Suetonius's work, you would accept as normal history. But you're not going to accept the mythological claims. And I'm just applying the same rule. The rule that you're applying to the Greco-Roman histories, I'm applying to the Bible as well. I'm just treating them all fairly.
I didn't apply any rules to the Greco-Roman context.
I mean, so then do you believe that there are gods in the, Greco-Roman period out there healing people and raising people from the dead?
Like who, Jesus?
No,
non-Jesus,
non-Jesus people.
Oh, okay. Well, honestly, do we have good reason to believe them? Because probably not.
Nope, that's what I'm saying. We don't have good reason to believe any text that talks about miracles and resurrections because we know from experience that miracles and resurrections don't actually happen, right? So any text that claims that miracles and resurrections are happening should be looked at with a skeptical eye. And it doesn't matter how well documented you think it is. Either all of them you should treat with skepticism, or none of them you should treat with skepticism. But if you don't treat any of them with skepticism, what that means is you have to believe in all of these gods. Every religion that claims to have resurrected people that were accepted as, raised by their God, you wouldn't have to believe in their God now. And all these gods can't possibly exist because they contradict each other.
Do you reject all ancient texts that don't just survive in complete early copies? Because I'm confused right now.
No, I reject mythological claims in text, is what I'm saying. So just like Tacitus and Suetonius, the documents we have from Tacitus and Suetonius don't go as close as we would like to when they actually lived. The manuscripts didn't survive quite as well. But it's not a problem for me to accept the mundane historical details that they talk about. But when they make mythological claims, that's where I'm going to say, hey, according to science, these things don't really happen. This is not something that's observed regularly.
But if there's a God, then miracles are possible.
But if there's a God, so are all the other gods possible. That's my point. If miracles are proof that you're hold on, Matthew, hold on. If miracles or resurrections are proof that your God is real, then it would be proof that all of the gods are real because they happen in all the religions.
They claim that it happens in all the religions, but that doesn't mean it actually happened.
But, yeah, they claim it happens in Christianity. That doesn't mean it happens. See, I'm treating Christianity with the same level of skepticism that you're going to treat these other religions.
Yeah, but all possibilities are not equally valid.
Then you need to come up with an argument for why the Jesus miracles and resurrections should be more readily believed than the miracles and resurrections listed in the Greco-Roman historians.
Okay. I honestly, I don't know why. I feel like we're not getting anywhere.
I know, because this is your first time employing these arguments in the wild, probably, and you weren't ready for me to give you these responses. And that happens. I was once a young apologist like you, and I gave these same bad talking points, and I thought they were good until they started failing, and then I stopped using them.
Well, it's not that they're failing. It's just that I feel like they're not being caught correctly.
No, they're being caught. I just disagree. Right? So when you give an argument, you actually have to substantiate your claim. Like if you make a claim that the disciples did something, you need some evidence that the disciples did do a thing. And if your evidence is, hey, there's a claim that it happened, well, that's meaningless to me. Listen, there were 11 witnesses that signed off on seeing the golden tablets that Joseph Smith had. You don't believe that there were golden tablets that the angel Moroni gave to him, do you?
I don't believe in what?
Do you believe that the angel Moroni gave golden tablets to Joseph Smith to translate using seer stones?
I would have to do more research on that.
Right. It's at the preface of the Book of Mormon. It has the testimony of the 11 witnesses. Nevertheless, Matthew, listen, we've been talking for a while, and I'm going to tell you something, all right? I thought this was an enjoyable conversation because you weren't shouting at me the entire time. If you want to come back to my live stream with this type of tone, you're always welcome. But if you come back and you shout at me, I'm just going to shout back at you, okay?
All right, yeah, I'll come back. I guess I'll rewatch the stream and I guess I'll see where I went wrong. I don't really know what went wrong here.
Go back to the drawing board and try it again. I'm not going to ban you for trying too many times. You can come back and try as much as you need.
Look, I'm willing to, admit when I'm wrong, and I'm willing to admit that maybe it didn't really happen, but at this point I'm just not convinced and I have to do more research.
All right, fair enough.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
All right, cheers.
Justin, we're up to $1,952.
Fucking A. I think we might be, well, let me check it real quick. Also, there was somebody in the guest box just now that I accidentally yeeted from the guest box. Sorry, you can get back in the guest box on TikTok. I didn't mean to yeet you. It's just that when Matthew dropped, I didn't know he was going to drop. I'm used to dropping him. So when I went to drop him, he was already gone. And then Ian accidentally got dropped in place. Now, friends, let's talk about my shirt. So we're raising money for my friend Reverend Chad and his husband Jerry. The links in the descriptions of the YouTube videos explain everything. It's going to send to a GoFundMe page, and I'm tracking the money sent to the GoFundMe page because for every $1,000 sent, I'm cutting this shirt all to hell, and we're doing chest hair tonight, y'all. So if you want to see like a 1999/2002 worship leader deep V skinny jeans situation happening, send some money, help our friend Reverend Chad, and we're gonna cut this shirt all the shit. Also, we're ready for the next one. I'm looking right now at 3,000 raised, which means technically we started with 1,000, which means we're now at the $2,000 mark. So thank you to everybody who gave, and we might find more as we go through super chats and other notifications, like for Cash App and whatnot. But friends, thank you so much for continuing to give. We're going to keep running this all night. We really want to get all the way down. We want to get this entire deep V cut up, y'all. So let's make it happen. Let's help out a friend. And let me get fucking demonetized tonight on YouTube for possibly showing like a nip slip or something. And
by the way, Discord is calling for you to auction off the shirt.
Oh shit. Okay. That's not a bad idea. At the end of the stream, I'm more than happy to auction off the cert. And the highest bidder has to donate to the GoFundMe page, though. How's that? I think that would work.
That's up to you. They just said you needed to, auction it off.
Fucking A. All right, we'll do that. That's going to happen. And we're still going, y'all. All right, so after the stream, towards the end of the stream, friends, I will... to the highest bidder, we will auction off this shirt, and I will fucking mail it to you under my own dime, and make sure you get it, friends. You'll just have to like email me your address or something. That being said, I'm going to read a couple super chats, and then we're going to get CCM in here next. They've been waiting the longest, so we want to make sure to try to grab people in the the order that they came in at. Milf Wrangler, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, we're going to make you look like a Jersey Shore guy with that V-neck. You know what? That might be the case tonight. I don't know how much we're going to raise, but depending on the audience, y'all might fuck me up pretty good. William Rogers, thank you for the 1234 super chat. Says, I've seen Catholics, Protestants, Muslims, and Mormons come to debate you. Still waiting for the Scientologist debate, though. Would be entertainment gold. I agree, William. I would love to talk to a Scientologist. I tried when I was down in Clearwater, that's their headquarters, and they wouldn't fucking talk to me. Like, it's a really weird vibe down there. And so, yeah, just, hard to interact with them. Dustin Hopkins says, what's your take on the apologetics for the Jeconiah curse, i.e. reverse curse in Haggai 2:23? In his lifetime, I think BS, but I'm a layman. Rock hard for Doug and simply what for sharing. Great question, Dustin. Haggai 2:23 is bullshit. It doesn't do anything for the curse, because remember, the curse in Jeremiah 22:30 was that no descendant from the seed of Jeconiah would sit on the throne of King David ever again, and one never did. Zerubbabel was not a king. In fact, he's specifically referred to in the Bible as a governor and not a king. So he obviously wouldn't reverse the curse. And if it did reverse the curse, it would mean that God does change his mind, or he's not all-knowing. So that's a whole thing. Twisted Scriptures, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It says, for Reverend Chad, small amount, but sent with care. Get well. All the best for all you do. Thanks to Justin for this chest hair. LOL. Well, thank you for that. I'll add that to the list. I'll say the same thing that I said on our last fundraiser. If you can give directly to the GoFundMe page, it would help a lot, because TikTok and actually YouTube rather takes like a sizable chunk of all of the super chats. And then on top of that, because it's too much of a nightmare to try to do taxes on every super chat that's ever been sent, I just end up having to pay taxes on top of it, which I'm perfectly happy to do that when I need to. I'm just saying, if you can give directly to the GoFundMe, it would make things much, much easier. Also, if you send money to my Cash App or PayPal or something, just put for Chad, and I'll make sure I forward it directly to Chad, like if you can't access the GoFundMe page. But nevertheless, I'll definitely send the super chat stuff over. Probably the best thumbnail I've ever seen. Well, thank you, L-Teen. I appreciate the $50 super chat. Just scrolling through YouTube. Let's absolutely shred this shirt to pieces. For Reverend Chad, of course. Of course, L-Teen. It's for Reverend Chad. It is for Reverend Chad. And Herbie Shine, thank you for the 50-pound super chat. Says the GoFundMe won't open. Bad gateway. Apparently tried to find the fundraiser on the GoFund page, but I couldn't find it. Please add the super chat to the fundraiser for Chad and partner. I absolutely will. And with that, I'm really concerned about why it wouldn't show up. Let me double check. Is this the horizontal or the vertical you're saying that it won't show up at? Give me a second to double check the links. I've got the link right here. On the horizontal, it opens. Awesome. Let me check the vertical. It might be possible on the vertical stream. Maybe the link was broken. Maybe I didn't copy and paste it correctly. But give me 1 second and I'll copy and paste it. Or if I need to, I'll recopy and repaste it. But one moment. It's loading. All right, click on the link. And it does load, so it must be good there. What about in the video description? If I copy the link in the video description, does it load? Yep, it loads. So I'm not sure what to tell you, friend. If you want to donate, this is a way we can do it. I don't know why the link wouldn't work for you. It seems to be working on everyone else's end, but thank you. And also, Hollow Furphy, great to see you tonight. And thank you for sending out 20 DZ Debate memberships. That's huge, my friend. I really appreciate that. And Narcissa, thank you for your donation. I really appreciate that, friend. And listen, I don't know if you guys noticed, but fucking Randy Wilson is in the house tonight, making memberships rain like fucking crazy. Randy Wilson sent 50 Deconstruction Zone memberships and then another 50. But he wasn't fucking done. Another 50 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. Hell yeah, Randy. Super appreciate it. And all the people who got those memberships appreciate it as well. Huge W. Let's get 150 W's in the chat for Randy Wilson. And from Dracos Rose, thank you for the $50 super chat. Says all the kudos to Randy Wilson. Agreed. So many memberships. Just change the name, Doug, Sharon, and Justin for Randy. Indeed, that is the case. That is absolutely the case. I'm going to read just one more super chat.
Update. New update 2400.
Oh shit, we're almost to the next line. Okay, Rockhard for Doug, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. He's saying for Reverend Chad. So let me add this to I got a spreadsheet where I'm tracking the additional funds. Rockhard for Doug. Boom. All right, so we'll be getting close. We need about $300 to $400 more to get to the next cut line, y'all. We're not too far away. And fuck, listen, if y'all pass our marker here, I'll just keep fucking cutting. I'll just keep going. So, I mean, we're gonna do as much as we can, and I'm gonna bring in my friend Breezy real quick, and then also CCM. How you doing, Breezy?
Good, man. It's a bad night for you to be doing a fundraiser.
Why's that?
Because OG Breezy's here, my friend. How can I help? What can I do to support?
I'll tell you exactly what we're doing. So Reverend Chad and husband Jerry have experienced some especially difficult hardship at this moment. Actually, Reverend Chad's with us. Chad, can you kind of explain for Breezy and for people who weren't here earlier, kind of what's happening and why we're doing this fundraiser?
Okay, right before Valentine's Day, my husband was admitted into the hospital with pneumonia that turned into septic shock. He was in the bed for 10 days and now is recuperating and very slowly being able to walk again.
I'm sorry to hear that, my friend.
And
you guys have a fundraiser, Justin? I just joined, so sorry if I missed a lot.
Okay.
You guys have a GoFundMe or something?
There's a GoFundMe page. It's linked in the description of the YouTube streams. There's not really a good way to link it in. I can copy and paste it into the what do we call it? The chat here on TikTok. But probably the easiest way to do it is to go to the YouTube stream and grab it. Can I pin is there a mod here that can pin my comment in the TikTok stream for me?
Not with people in the box.
Oh, figured. Okay.
Okay. No. All good, Justin. I just need to know where to go. But yeah, I'll check out YouTube and we'll go from there.
In the Discord as well. If somebody in the Discord could do me a favor and put it in the Justin live stream, put the link to the fundraiser in there and pin it so that anyone in the Discord can grab it as well from the Discord, that'd be really helpful. But Breezy, I hope you're doing well, buddy.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks again for the info. Again, Reverend, I'm sorry you're going through this, but this is what community's for, and we're going to help out. So I appreciate you guys. Have a good night.
Absolutely. Good to see you, Breezy. And I didn't tell Breezy, but Breezy, every $1,000 raised, I'm deepening the V-neck on this shirt. That's what's happening. That's why my shirt looks like this. So it's gonna be a fucking hell of a night. We got lots of time left too. All right, let's get CCM in here, and we'll get some conversation going. CCM, welcome in. Are you at least 18?
I am.
Awesome. And do you believe in a God?
I do not.
You do not. Well,
I do not. So I don't want to take too much of your time. I actually wanted to get your opinion on something or share something with you, if you have a little bit of time to do that.
So we're just doing debates. You know, all these people
Okay.
line up on my live stream to watch a debate. It's kind of boring for them to just do chit chat. But I will be doing a Q&A very soon. Like within the next week or two, one of the Sundays coming up, or possibly a Thursday. So you're more than welcome to come during my Q&A and throw questions at me.
Okay. Can I build on something with the Joseph of Arimathea thing real quick though?
Sure.
Where's that? I don't know if you've heard I agree. I think there's a good chance Joseph of Arimathea is a plot device. Have you heard the theory about Joseph of Arimathea maybe being guise for Joseph Barmathea, Josephus, essentially?
So
if you look at,
I know there are some theories. I can't say that I'm uber familiar with them anymore. They were something I was interested in when I was in seminary, and then I kind of moved beyond.
Yeah. So one of them that gets thrown out is, the writer, Roman Jewish historian Josephus. His name, when he in his work, he announces kind of his history, and when he announces it, he introduces himself as Joseph Bar Matthias, son of Matthew.
Oh,
right, and it sounds very much like Joseph of Arimathea if you put the two together. So that's a theory that the writers were kind of just giving a nod or a tip to Josephus as being, a historian.
As a source. Yeah,
right.
essentially
that's a theory. I mean, obviously these are theories. And
yeah, I think Christ Before Jesus brought this up at one point, which is
if you look at the introduction to Josephus, like the compilation of all his works that's commonly available, you'll see he introduces himself and he gives like his lineage and stuff, and he talks about his father being Matthew, who was in a priestly line and stuff, because he claims to be a Pharisee and having gone through all the schools of Judaism and all that kind of stuff. So there's some interesting stuff with that the gospel writers may be referring to that and using that as a plot device. But even further, I'd say that if anyone was looking critically at, is Joseph of Arimathea a actual historical person, if you go to like just Acts 13:29, that kind of indicates that the Sanhedrin buried Jesus as a group, not even as an individual. So if you look at that passage,
we could definitely give it a look. I don't want to derail the debate stream, so we're probably not going to spend any time on it now. But come back when we do the Q&A, and we'll dive deeper into it. Okay.
Okay. When is your Q&A? I'm sorry.
It's just going to be on this channel, the channel you're on right now.
Okay. And when do you do that typically?
Typically on Sundays. Not every Sunday, but on Sundays that I don't go on the line or on AXP, I typically do a live stream.
Is there a chance this Sunday?
I can check my schedule to see if I'm on this Sunday. This Sunday is going to be, this is Easter Sunday coming up. Actually, I don't think I'm scheduled Easter Sunday. Also, I don't think I'm scheduled for any of those streams.
Yeah, my real thing was about Matthew 5:17 and Romans 3:21. It was a interesting connection, but I'll get with
Yeah.
you. Do
All
you
right.
do you do through email if I send you an email about it?
I mean, I'd rather not. I get like 100 emails a week, and it's
Okay,
just impossible to keep up, you know.
gotcha.
But come back. We'll talk in the Q&A. Okay.
All right, I appreciate
All
it.
right, cheers. All right. Well, we didn't get any debates there, but I think we'll be able to get some debate from Ahin, perhaps, or perhaps from Jay Bander Snatch. Although, for some reason, I'm thinking Jay might not be a believer. I forget now. But anyways, welcome in. Is it Ahin? Did I say that right?
Ian, thank you.
Oh, Ian is a different way of spelling it. Gotcha. Ian, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm 21. I believe in God.
Sure. And which God do you believe in?
I believe in the Christian God.
Sure.
Yeah.
And what do you think would
sorry.
be? What do you think would be a good piece of evidence or a good reason to believe that the Christian God is real?
Great question. So I don't think everything has to be proven in the same way. I don't think everything has to be necessarily proven with empirical evidence. I think logical or philosophical arguments are also adequate types of evidence for God.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. I think logical arguments can definitely count as some kind of evidence. I don't know if I would say a logical argument is as good as like an empirical evidence, like actual archaeological data, but nevertheless, I'm more than happy to entertain a logical argument for the Christian God.
Yeah, 100%. So I have an argument. I'm actually just writing it out right now because everyone keeps asking for the syllogism. But it's called The Problem of Induction. Relates to David Hume. Are you anyways familiar with it?
No. When I was in school, I studied like useful stuff.
Okay. All right. So David Hume, famous skeptic, right? One of the things he proposed was the problem of induction, which is that for you and I to have knowledge claims, let's actually start with some definitions just before we go. Can we agree that when we talk about knowledge, I'm using the term justified true belief? Is that acceptable to you?
Yeah, that's acceptable. Also, when we do like formal syllogisms, we typically have a timer for the syllogism rather than debating it for 5 hours because philosophy is not really exciting, and I don't want to bog an hour of my live stream down with philosophy. So you sound like a reasonable person. I'll put 15 minutes on the syllogism timer once we get definitions out of the way, and we'll hammer at the syllogism for the full 15 minutes.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I guess I'll try to go through quickly. Just one sec. All right, so the problem of induction is touching on the fact that for any knowledge claims to be valid, have justification, which is one of the prerequisites for knowledge as justified true belief, to have the justification, one necessary element for knowledge is that we need a consistently operating natural world. So that's a necessary element for that. And what David Hume realized is that, go ahead.
Am I correct to understand then, like premise number one is going to be something like the regularity of the universe, or how do we want to word premise number one?
Sure. So premise one would be a prerequisite for any knowledge is a consistently operant natural world.
Okay. P2?
Does that make? Do you want me to explain that? Do you grant that, or I can explain like why?
I think yes and no. I think the world is genuinely predictable, but obviously there's lots of things, especially on the quantum level, that are not. So like the Schrodinger experiment would obviously demonstrate this. So like in quantum physics, like you talk about certainty and uncertainty or probabilities, but not deterministic outcomes.
Okay, so this might be worth exploring. So I'm talking about something much more fundamental, which is something we just take for granted, which is that the universe operates on the basis of these laws. So even something like quantum physics, even if it has a predictability or an unpredictability to it, it's going to be something you can codify and formalize into a law. And what it means to be a law is that it's going to be consistent. The principle of gravity, it's not just going to change tomorrow and be something completely different, for example, right?
Well, as I'm saying, I agree that there are some things in our world that absolutely are consistent, as far as we can tell, at least in the area that we live in where humans are. That being said, there are parts that are not consistent. So I'm not really sure if we're talking about all things, like all things have a measure of consistency, or just all things are generally predictable.
So it's a bit more fundamental than that. I'm not saying, can there be unpredictability? Can there be randomness? Sure. Yeah, we don't know exactly where the photon's going to go, which slit the photon's going to go through. But what we're talking about is the fundamental, like the metaphysics of reality. Is it consistent? Is the gravitational constant, right, from high school physics, is that always going to be the same? Is the second law of thermodynamics, is that always going to be the same? Are these principles actually going to be the same, or do what we know about reality, could that just change tomorrow? That's really the question.
So the answer is obviously yes or no, right? So the world that we live in, the planet we live on, we can find things that are constant, and we can find things that are not, right? So I would agree that the things that in like physics that we call laws, those are things that are constant, right? It's a law that this is the way things generally behave. But even most of the laws are like, they're always like loopholes. Like it works until you look at like this other thing, or it works only if the system is isolated rather than infinite. So I think a prerequisite for knowledge being a consistent world, when maybe if we want to reword that so we can both agree to it, we might say a prerequisite for knowledge is that the world is generally consistent, like at least the world that we get to interact with.
Right. Well, I guess I'm not really sad. I know that's a good start, but I guess I'm not really satisfied, because let's say something like Newtonian physics, right? We assert that as a law, and you're saying, well, even in Newtonian physics, there's instances where that breaks under certain circumstances, like under the microscopic level, or even like on the planetary scale, for example, that no longer applies. But it doesn't just change. So even in a system like quantum mechanics, where Newtonian physics doesn't apply, we still have some kind of, maybe we haven't completely discovered or expounded it yet, but there's some rule that governs the behavior of what goes on at the quantum level. And
I don't think there are rules governing anything.
Okay.
So I think,
do you really believe that?
Yeah, this sounds, and I could be wrong, it sounds like the problem of induction is going to lead into tag, which is fine. We're used to tag. But I have no reason to believe that like Plato and Aristotle were correct on forms. I don't believe in transcendentals. I don't believe that numbers exist, or that like the category of truth exists as like independent ontology. These aren't things that I've never seen proof for.
So if one of the things you don't believe in is consistency in nature, just on premise one, would you agree that would make knowledge impossible? I'm just curious, like, would you admit that makes knowledge impossible?
No, knowledge is, as you said, justified true belief, meaning you're justified in believing that something's true. It doesn't mean that you know it beyond a shadow of a doubt. Like there's nothing, we can't know anything beyond a shadow of a doubt. Like if you study philosophy, you should know that the problem of solipsism affects everybody. It cuts both ways, right? So I don't think that we should say that in order to have knowledge, you need to know beyond a shadow of a doubt what the thing is. You can be reasonable and also confident in a proposition, even if you can't know for certain. Like we know, as you said, based on consistency, if I drop this marker, it's a guarantee for the most part that this marker is going to fall. So I mean, like, but that's,
well, I'm not. I've heard this a lot. I'll just interject because I've heard this a lot, and what I'm not talking about is certitude. I'm not talking about are we absolutely certain in every instance that X thing is going to be the case. What I'm talking about is there's an assumption that you and I are making whenever we make any knowledge claim, which is the things from the past are going to carry into the future. You know, I've seen pens fall in the past, and I'm just assuming that's behavior is going to carry forward in the future. That's really what David Hume is pointing out. Is he's going, hey, wait a minute, I'm making an unjustified assumption, and if knowledge is justified true belief, then I can't be making this unjustified assumption, and that would destroy all my knowledge. So I can't just assume that the pen is going to behave the same way it did yesterday. That's not justified.
But again, it's not an assumption. It's based on repeatability, right? When you see something that is repeatable, not everything is repeatable. When you see something that is repeatable, you can have justified true belief that it'll continue to be repeatable. Just like you can have a justified true belief that something that is not repeatable won't be repeatable. So like our knowledge of things is based on all kinds of priors. It's not that we know anything, for certain. Like you can't guarantee that if I drop this marker, it can fall. It could very well be on fishing line. You have no idea. So you can only go based on your experience, which is what we learned from gravity, is that when you drop shit, it falls, right? So all I'm saying is...
Can I just interject just real quick?
Mm-hmm.
I just want to say that's begging the question, because the thing I'm calling into question is the very move, the principle you're doing of taking a bunch of things in the past, a bunch of priors, and extending them to the future. That's the thing in question.
I agreed. Yeah. This is called repetition, right? So if humans do 10 trillion experiments dropping something, and in 10 trillion experiments they always fall, then what that means is we have justified reasons to believe that when you drop things, they fall.
Right, but would you admit, right, when a scientist does that, they test, oh, this pen falls every time I drop it. So in the future, we can say that pens tend to drop. They're likely, we may not have absolute certainty that they'll drop, but they are likely to drop. This is how they tend to behave. You're taking a bunch of past things and saying this represents how things might be in the future, or a general law, right? So there's a move there, and I'm saying that move is unjustified.
It's not unjustified. Everything you ever have, every evidence ever is in the past. Every time you mention anything that exists, it's now in the past, because a new moment is being created every second of the day. So just saying it's in the past is irrelevant. The reality is, if we have millions of data points for something, and the data points all agree, there's no reason why we can't say, yeah, we have a justified belief that this data point isn't going to change. It's not faith. It's not an assumption. It's based on data. Our data is how we are making decisions.
Right, but it's a form of question begging, and I'll condense it really quickly to help you see why. So if I'm asking, why is the future going to be like the past? And you say, well, we have all these past things that are consistent. That's okay, but that's the thing in question. How do we know that a bunch of things in the past tells us something about the future?
Because it's not, again, you keep confusing justified true belief with absolute knowledge. And this is where you've tried to word your argument so it's charitable to my position, but you're undercutting your position at the same time. Your argument needs to believe that knowledge is certitude about something, certainty. You can believe that this marker is going to fall based on trillions of data points in dozens and dozens of experiments, and be justified in that belief without having certainty that it will actually fall. Justified true belief doesn't mean that you're 100% certain about anything.
Right. So, but even in the example, you say, well, I drop it a bunch of times. You're ascribing a certain degree of certainty to a future outcome. And I'm saying when you do that, when you're ascribing a certainty to a future outcome, that's using the principle of induction to do that. And I'm saying that's the thing in question.
Why is it in question? So, for example, if the only thing we have knowledge of are things that we can either deduce or things that we can like visually or sensually touch, like one of our senses can deal with it, I don't see the problem.
Well, if this is a prerequisite for knowledge, if this is a necessary condition for knowledge, and this is an unjustified arbitrary move, I would agree with David Hume. Well, can you justify the principle of induction?
I don't even know how you think justification would need to be had. What I've told you, like maybe twice at least.
Well, sure. Let me give an example. Right? So
justified true belief just means you have a reason to believe in something. That's it. Now, those reasons are going to be on scales. Like, do we have justified true belief that the weather is going to be good tomorrow? I don't know. There's some data points that could lead you to believe that, but I don't know if that's a likely thing because I haven't checked the weather. But what I do know is likely is that tomorrow when I drop my fucking marker, it's going to fall. And that's because we've got trillions of data points, and we can't anticipate that tomorrow gravity is just not going to work. That's not what our data suggests.
Right. So I guess I don't know, like, because I feel like we're at a roadblock. I feel like I've tried to explain why this would destroy knowledge within a worldview if this is arbitrary. Let me give an example, right? So, like, I as a Christian would have a reason to believe that the world is consistent. And if the world is consistent, we can have knowledge about things. We can make predictions. We can do the scientific method.
Not if you're a Christian. If you're a Christian, then the laws of physics are constantly violated. God's doing miracles all the time.
Doesn't mean there aren't laws, though.
Your religion is the thing that's creating inconsistencies. Like, according to your religion, the world, that's what I'm saying, right? If your God consistently can and does violate the laws, that means you don't have consistency in your worldview. So what I'm saying is, I don't believe you need 100% certainty or 100% consistency to have justified true belief. I don't think you can even get that. I don't think you have it in your world either. The only difference is you're going to blame it on God. I'm just going to say, you know what? Some things aren't certain.
Well, it's not even that things aren't certain. It makes every knowledge claim you make arbitrary. So you wouldn't even be able to ascribe a degree of certainty or not certainty to any knowledge claim or future outcome. No, you would have no basis.
Yes, you can literally calculate the probability of something. I don't know if you took math in school. I did take math in school, and probabilities is part of doing math. You can calculate the probability based on priors. That's how we do probabilities. So if something has a high probability based on priors, that means it's likely to happen. And again, you keep confusing something that's likely with something that's guaranteed. Knowledge is not something that's a guarantee. It's something that you believe is likely.
Right, but the system of likely versus not likely, that's going to rely on some rules, like Bayesian reasoning, right? Maybe you've heard of that, for example. So how do we know that Bayesian
You could use Bayesian reasoning, yes.
Right. So my question is, once again, it's more fundamental, and I think you're still question begging, because I'm saying, how do we know Bayesian reasoning
I can't question beg if I haven't made an argument.
Can I finish?
The question begging is when you give an argument and your conclusion is part of your supporting premises. Right. I haven't done that.
You have, though, because
what's my argument?
Finish, I'm trying to. The argument is that you're using Bayesian reasoning, and the thing I'm calling into question is more fundamental than I'm saying. How do we know Bayesian reasoning itself is going to be a consistently operant principle within the universe? What if tomorrow Bayesian reasoning no longer applies? It only applied to the 20th century, right?
Bayesian reasoning has nothing to do with what ifs. What if there's a unicorn tomorrow that accidentally runs its horn into the earth and knocks it off orbit? Listen, if we're just saying what if, that's a nonsensical thing. We're not dealing, reasoning and probabilities has nothing to do with what if. It has to do with what do we know so far? And based on what we do know, how can we make predictions? Can we make predictions for tomorrow? And if they come true in all of our tests, can we say that these predictions are likely going to be the case next time we do it as well? Yes, that is the case.
Well, no, actually, that's the thing Hume calls into question. That's exactly right there. That's the exact thing that is just assumed.
Well, it's not assumed. It's based on priors.
A bunch of pasts.
So it's based on data. That's all you have.
Right.
All you have is data, and if data points aren't enough to give you a justified belief in something, then your data points aren't going to do it either. Your belief system, I assume, is based on data points. I know it is because you believe in the Bible God.
No, I'm not. I'm not going to appeal to. That's how. That's actually why I would disprove.
But your religion suffers from everything you're saying is going to apply to your position as well. That's why this is stupid. This is like people come up and want to argue hard solipsism. Hard solipsism ruins your position just as well as it ruins my position. Induction or the supposed induction problem is going to ruin your position as well, because you have no certainty at all. Like your God, whatever you think your God provides for you in certainty, he could just be fooling you for reasons that are beyond your capability of understanding. So you don't have knowledge. You have an assumption that your God grants you knowledge in some way. You can't prove it. You can only turn to maybe arguments and data points, which is the same thing I'm pointing to, except my data points actually exist.
Right. Well, I can actually address some of those, like the evil God hypothesis.
I
Was that
didn't say anything
Descartes? I
about
think it might have been Descartes. But
I
it's hard to answer if you keep like filibustering and talking over me. So I can
I
answer
didn't
like why, and
I didn't filibuster.
I can answer
literally
why
just gave you the reason why I don't think you have knowledge. You only
we
believe
made
you
a bunch
have
of points.
knowledge.
But I can't. I'm trying to address some of those points, and you keep cutting me off midway through answering your
Sure.
question.
Give me an argument for why you have absolute knowledge, or do you only have general knowledge?
Well, that's so. I kind of talked about this earlier, where the debate is not about degrees of certainty or certitude. We're talking about, do we have any account? I'm really talking about account for a thing within the worldview. That's really what the debate hinges on,
Well,
which is
listen, Ian. Interesting. One of my good buddies is named Ian. Our timer is done. So do you want to try another argument, or do you want to like come back another time and rehash the same argument for another 15 minutes?
That's fine. No, I kind of made all the points I could make. I feel it's unfortunate we didn't get farther, but you handled it well, so I think we're good. But thank you.
Yeah. Well, thanks for coming up and being cordial. Again, I don't mind a syllogistic argument. I just know that it's boring for my audience in particular. Not everyone gets bored by these arguments, but I respect my audience enough not to do it for an hour at a time.
You're right on. Take care.
All right. Cheers. Tell you what, I will never understand why people think that these arguments are going to in any way support their religious views. They don't even support the God worldview, much less their particular religious worldview. All right, friends, I'm going to grab a couple of super chats. I'm going to remind everyone, too, we're doing a fundraiser tonight for my friend Reverend Chad and his husband Jerry. And there's a GoFundMe page that is linked in the description and also in the comments. It's pinned of the YouTube streams. And we're trying to raise as much as possible. And for every $1,000 raised past what we started with $1,000. I'm fucking making my deep V deeper and deeper and deeper until this motherfucker is at my belly button. We'll see what happens. But friends, I think we're getting close. We're getting really close to the next cut. I loaded the page just now. We are at $2,600. So we're like just a couple $100 away from the next cut. By the time I get through our next debate, we need to be there. Let's make this thing happen, friends. And Randy, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, everyone get into the cheat sheets and study what is in this religion. Support this channel and all the channels that teach what this religion is about. Well, thank you, Randy. I appreciate that. And that's why one of the reasons why these like premise-based arguments from like induction are so boring, because we can just go into the religion and show that it's not true. Like all of these arguments are being had by people who already believe something and they just want a reason to keep believing it. Like, these are not convincing arguments to anyone who doesn't already believe the nonsense, which is why it's so boring to hear them over and over again. Like, not a single Christian was ever made because of Hume's discussion on induction. Theater and Sound says, if I were to make a bet, the amount of theists fumbling arguments is directly proportional to the depth of Justin's custom v-neck. Borat's swimsuit for Doug. Well, thank you, Theater and Sound. I appreciate that. Definitely. Let's make it happen, y'all. And Klein, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, jumping in super late on this live. Unfortunately, been looking forward to it. I will never get enough. The truth will prevail. And to me, you are the best person for it. Rock hard for Doug. Any update on the book? Well, I had kind of hiatus on the book. I'm beginning back to it this month, friends. So I'm trying. I need to get like a chapter out every week so we can get this thing done and published this year. So I'm working on it as fast as humanly possible, my friends. Also from Delilah, thank you so much for sending $49.99 to Reverend Chad. I really appreciate it. Give me 1 second and I'll write that down on my sheet. And I'll remind everybody, the best way to give, I will more than happy send, if you put for Reverend Chad in my Cash App or my PayPal or my Venmo or in a super chat, I'm more than happy to send it over to Reverend Chad. Just let you know that YouTube takes a huge cut of the product. And so the best way is to click the link in the description of the video and give directly to the GoFundMe page, and they don't take a cut. It'll go directly to where it needs to go without YouTube taking like 35% of it. So just a general announcement there. And still attacks a bit. Great to see you tonight, my friend. Says, my new hip is great. Got rid of the walker and cane. Great Glad to hear that. Treated like gold by the doctors and nurses, the bill came out to $0. I'm a broken record when it comes to supporting universal Medicare. Doug, rock hard for Doug, healed me. Indeed, he did. And you guys, you know, I'm a lib from way back. I believe in universal healthcare. I've used the Canadian system myself. The Canadian system is cheaper and faster. Me paying out of fucking pocket than to use the system here with actual insurance. It's insane that we still have this system. I'll never understand it. And John, thank you for sending out 50 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really, really appreciate that. That is huge, my friend. Big W. And Misha, thank you for the $20 Aussie chat. Says, welcome back. Hope you had a good spring break with the kiddo. I absolutely did. Thank you for that. I want to thank you for making Phil Bros palatable. Thanks to you, I know enough about their arguments to recognize and dismiss their nonsense. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Misha. And I try to take the arguments from the Phil Bros and boil them down so that they're at least accessible. Now, Ian, allegedly Ian is better at doing this probably because he knows all the jargon. I have to kind of figure out as I'm going, but that's the goal. I'm never going to jargon, dump on the audience. We're always going to go and walk through it and make sure that it's actually being laid out in like words that people know, so that you don't have to learn a whole new vocabulary just to walk through a syllogism. You shouldn't have to do that for logic. But that being said, friends, I have to use the restroom. I'm going to leave you quick with a word from our sponsor. I remind you again, our sponsor allows it so that I can play back these live streams and have no mid-rolls. So if you're watching one of these live streams and you didn't get to catch it live, there's no mid-rolls because we have a dope sponsor who is totally down with what we do here. So I'm going to send you over to them momentarily for a minute and 30 seconds. And I'm going to use the restroom and I'll be right back, friends. Friends, if you're an atheist or a non-believer like me, one thing you never have to worry about is a magic man in the sky looking down, worrying about what you're doing with your genitals, or perhaps looking at your search history. That being said, there are real people who exist who do actually have access to your computer and your search history. They can access your IP address, your browsing data, and that's stuff you need to keep private. In fact, I was once working out of a hotel without a VPN, and another guest was able to access my banking credentials merely being on the same Wi-Fi network as me. That's why I want to talk today about our sponsor, Private Internet Access. Private Internet Access keeps your personal data unexposed to would-be hackers and thieves. This is even more important for those of us that are terminally online in the streaming community, as our accounts are constantly under attack. All of us are using a VPN for security reasons. In fact, I'm using Private Internet Access as I record this video. Now, I know my audience is made up of critical thinkers, and you might be asking yourself right now, why would we pick Private Internet Access over any other VPN provider? Well, there are some really good reasons. One, it's headquartered in the USA, and it's got 24/7 live support. It also gives you split tunneling access for free. It's got customizable encryption, adware, malware blocking, and you can get a dedicated IP address. It also allows you to have multiple devices on just one account. You can also select locations outside of your country of origin if you want to get access to things that might otherwise be off limits. Not only that, it's got a 30-day money-back guarantee, so if you try it and don't like it, you can get your money back and cancel the service. And last but not least, it's still currently 83% off with 4 months free of charge when you sign up. So use the link on the screen, piavpn.com/DZ debates. Get a VPN so strong that even fictional entities can't access your data. And we're back, friends. Thank you for your patience and allowing me to use the restroom while we have a sponsor come in and help out the stream. I really appreciate that, friends. And we're going to get back to the live streams. I've got a couple people waiting in the YouTube queue, so we'll get to them. And currently, shockingly even, our YouTube queue is empty today. I have no idea why the YouTube stream has crashed today. It's basically in the basement. I have no idea what's happening. Did I say YouTube? TikTok. I have no idea why our TikTok audience is in the basement today, which probably accounts for why we don't have a lot of guests coming up on TikTok, but you never know. TikTok might perk up here in a minute, but we do have people waiting in the YouTube queue, so let me get to them, and we'll keep on rolling here. I said I'm going to bring in Jay Bandersnatch, and here they are. How you doing, Jay?
Hey, Justin. You're right. I am a friendly. However, I wanted to give you a heads up on a video that came on my feed, It's
Mhm.
titled "Who Owns the Deconstruction Zone?" And they actually mention you by name.
Oh fuck.
Well, they almost mention you by name. It says, and there's a guy, I'm going to forget his name. It starts with a J. It's like Jim or James or John or something like that.
Okay.
So, and they're actually challenging, I guess they're challenging your channel on who actually owns the deconstruction zone. It's the channel is called Deconstruction Zone, and it's run by Pastor Danny and Maggie. And that's their latest video.
Oh, you mean the podcast?
Yeah, I guess it is a podcast. It showed up on my YouTube video.
Oh. Yeah, I mean the podcast exists. Yeah. If you just go to Google and go to the Deconstruction Zone, there's a Deconstruction Zone. There's a channel called The Deconstruction Zone, or at least it's a podcast. But they typically don't.
Yeah, it's a YouTube channel too.
What's that?
I just thought it was interesting. It's a YouTube channel as well.
Okay. I guess I don't understand the problem. I do know about the Deconstruction Zone. I know that they didn't have like a proper business or copyright or LLC or nothing formed under that name. Nothing. So that's why I have it.
Okay. I just know that their latest video is about, I guess, who owns the name and they mention you.
Oh, you mean the Deconstruction Zone podcast is complaining that they think they should have rights to the name?
Correct.
Oh, well, my channel's not the Deconstruction Zone. It's just Deconstruction Zone. And they didn't copyright it. They're welcome to have a lawyer send me a letter, and I'll be more than happy to show them that my business is actually registered under this name, and I actually hold the copyright to it.
I'm sure. Yeah, I just think it would need to have it would be neat to have them on your show, or maybe get them on and debate.
I actually don't know. I don't know anything about their channel. I don't know.
They're not deconstructing. They're actually reconstructing.
Yeah, they're Christians.
Yeah,
but nobody watches them.
Well, if you look on their last that video I told you about who owns the deconstruction zone, the overwhelming number of comments are rock hard for Justin. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, I'm looking at the video now, and the comments are, thanks for channeling more viewers to Justin's channel. Good work, guys. He doesn't need to rebuild. He's deconstructing beliefs that have no solid foundations. Yeah, they're all in favor of me, it looks like. That's fantastic. I'm a Duggite, and it's sad to see others brigading this random channel. Oh, yeah. Anyways, I'll check out the video. I haven't watched it. Maybe I'll do a response video to it. But thanks for letting me know. Now that I know, I can do a response video, and I'm more than happy to treat them as they deserve to be treated.
No worries. Hey, thanks for doing your part for helping other humans with Reverend Chad there. I donated on the other link so that nothing will get out.
Thank you.
Since I'm not a believer, I do not offer prayers up to a God anymore, but I will skip a rock for duck across the pond. Well,
I really, really appreciate that, friend. And we're going to try to raise as much money as we can here tonight.
Okay, mine shows over almost $4,000. Mine shows, it says $3,737.
Yep.
So
we're getting pretty close. Yep. We started with 1,000. So that means we've raised $2,700 so far. When we get to when we get to the 4,000 mark, I'll cut the next D in the shirt here. I'm sure we'll have it very soon.
I don't know if I actually want to see that, but I think it's funny. I think it's hilarious.
I mean, it's fine. I get it. Not everyone wants to see chest hair. I appreciate you putting up with it.
Yeah, no worries. Hey, have a good one. I'll get off so you can have some good arguments.
All right, cheers, friend.
All right, take care.
WJ. Yeah, listen, if they want to complain that my name sounds similar to theirs, a channel that they neither copyrighted nor actually have legal possession over, more than happy to have that discussion. I could literally change the name of my channel tomorrow, and I don't think it would matter. I could just change it to who I actually am. Although I try not to do that. I try not to use my full name anywhere on the internet for security reasons. Nevertheless, Yeah, I don't really care. Let them cry about it. Let's bring in Good Boy, and we'll get another discussion going, hopefully. Good Boy, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Hi, how are you? Yes, I'm 18 and I believe in God.
Sure, and which God do you believe in?
So you don't know the God which I believe in?
Not until you tell me. I assume it's fake like the rest of them.
Okay, so how can you make a claim then your God is imaginary when you don't even know the God that the audience believe in? You are making a claim. Is it a blind claim?
No, it's actually not a blind claim. So my claim is actually pretty easy. I'm surprised it went over your head. My claim is that the God that you believe in is imaginary. Now, I know that because...
Okay, so which God do I believe in?
Well, you tell me. I'll tell you why he's imaginary.
So you don't know the God that I believe in and you are making a claim.
Well, I can tell you why your God's imaginary if you tell me which God you believe in. Sounds like you're scared.
But you do not even know the God that I believe in. How can you make a claim without even knowing the God that the other person believe in?
It sounds like you're scared.
But you are making a claim, and what I'm here to prove is that you are making a blind claim when you do not even know the God that the other person believes in.
A generic argument for why your God isn't real. Then no God can exist because existing outside of space
main
and
thing
time
is
is impossible, and almost
no,
every definition
just
of God
don't go on
includes
with your
existing
cram
outside
lines.
of space and time. So what that means is that in a God that exists outside of space and time is just not possible. So which God do you believe in, or do you want to be a coward?
See, just give me a sec. You cannot just go on with your cram lines when you are making a claim that is blind. You do not even know the God.
So again, I just gave you an argument. Do you define God as existing outside of space and time?
Just give me a sec. When you make a claim, you cannot ask the other person to prove you wrong. You cannot ask.
I didn't ask you to prove anything wrong. My claim is about the God that you believe in, and it sounds like you're too much of a fucking coward to tell me what God you believe in. So I'll give you a generic argument for a God. My generic argument applies to your God because it's a generic argument for God. My generic argument for God is that it's impossible to exist outside of space and time, which is typically part of the description of God. Now, if your God doesn't exist outside of space and time, you can tell me so and we can address it. But it sounds like you're too much of a fucking pussy to tell me who your God is.
How do you know that something cannot exist outside the barriers of time and space? How do you know that?
Because it defies logic. So if something exists outside of time and space, if something
exists, which kind of logic are you talking about?
If something exists outside of time and space, it can't do anything. It can't create anything. Time is required for a sequence of events to occur. Creation is a sequence of events, which means your God can't do anything outside of time. Now, you can have a God that's inside of time. That's fine. Plato believed in gods that were inside of time. But a God that's outside of time is incoherent.
From which principles or theories of science have you come up with the idea that something cannot exist outside the fabric of time and space when time and space itself had a start?
Oh, prove that. The time and space had a start. That's crazy.
That you have to prove because you are saying that nothing can exist outside the barriers of time.
Actually, I don't have to prove it, but there actually is good evidence. There actually is good evidence.
How can you make a claim?
So the evidence goes like this. Premise number 1, you can't get something from nothing. Premise number 2, we have something. Conclusion, there was never nothing. That was easy, wasn't even difficult. Now the question is, what is the something? Now we know from physics that there are some things that are in our universe that we would consider like eternal, like fucking electrons, right? They can transform, they could, the energy can be converted, but they can't just disappear. They can't stop existing. So we have no reason to believe that we have like these fundamental particles that can't be created or destroyed, but yet also at one point they didn't exist. And I would point to the scientific consensus. The scientific consensus concerning the Big Bang is not that the Big Bang was the beginning of time and space itself. It's just a general claim about the expansion of the universe that started from a hot, dense state. So I'm more than happy to just tell you what science says. Science isn't saying that the universe began to exist.
Did you just say that electrons are eternal?
What I'm saying is that electrons don't decay.
Electrons don't decay. Oh, and do you mean to say that they are eternal? They have always been there.
What I'm saying is, if they can't be created or destroyed,
which scientific law
what that
says
means,
it? Which scientific law says it?
Do you know anything about electrons?
I know a lot about electrons, but you have to show me a proof, a scientific law, or a fact that says that electrons are eternal.
Oh, a scientific law isn't quite what you're going to be looking for.
A
right?
scientific fact, man. Come on, man.
So
you are making a statement. You are saying that electrons are eternal. Just prove it to me.
So again, do you know anything about electrons? Because like
I know a lot about electrons, much more than you. For someone who says that electrons are eternal, this is your knowledge of science. This is your level.
Okay, maybe I'll have to shut you up to get a word in. So if you know a lot about electrons, I'd love to hear your source that says electrons can decay or be created from nothing. I'd be quite interested to hear that. In fact, I've got a guy here who's doing his PhD in physics that might have something to add to this conversation. What do you think, Quantum?
Yeah, so I will say that electrons can be created, but as far as we know, they have to be created from something else.
There we go. That's what I said.
From something else. From something else.
That's what I said, you dumb motherfucker. Right. I said they change, they transform. They don't get created from nothing.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just don't run up. Just
go ahead, Quantum. I'm listening.
And currently, we don't have any evidence that suggests that the universe had a beginning. So science does not get you to that point.
Yeah, that's
that
something
electrons are eternal.
That he's
be man enough to say that you were wrong. Be man enough to say that you were wrong.
I'm not wrong.
He did not say that electrons are eternal.
I legitimately told you.
He said that.
I legitimately told you the clarification of my position. When I said that they were eternal, I then immediately fucking clarified that they don't just come from nothing. They get transformed. Meaning whatever energy that they're coming from or whatever change that they're experiencing isn't out of nothing.
More accurately, they come from a field.
Mockery that you have made.
There we go.
You just said that the electrons are eternal. This is a statement. This is a fact that you were
I clarified.
And now when you are corrected, you are saying that.
I clarified, you dummy that wasn't listening, that when I say they're eternal, I mean that they don't decay. Am I wrong, Quanta? Do they decay?
Yeah, they do not decay.
Okay, so I clarified that. After I told you, which you're not a good boy, by the way, after I told you that they're eternal, I clarified what I meant by that. So this isn't difficult. Yeah, nervous laughter isn't going to help you here.
What is that something? What is that something? Now that you have been proven wrong that electrons are not eternal.
I haven't been proven wrong. You just weren't listening, and that's okay. It's okay if you weren't listening. I'm used to it. It sounds like other people in your life probably used to you not shutting up either, because you sound insufferable in real life. I can already tell. Nevertheless,
for a person who makes a.
Nevertheless, there's zero evidence ever that the universe once didn't exist. I can easily just make a deductive case based on the science that we know so far, and based on like what we would grant from even like metaphysics, that it's reasonable to conclude that the universe has always existed. If it can't come into an existence, and in fact we have no evidence that it ever did come into an existence, then it would just be logical to assume that it always existed. And I'm not the first person to think this. This has been traditionally accepted in the philosophy world for a long time.
Which scientific theory or fact says that the universe in which we are living created its own self?
I didn't say that. If it's eternal, it didn't create itself.
You are saying that it is eternal.
This is like asking, why did God create itself? So something that has existed forever, the universe, doesn't come into creation. It doesn't have a start.
Even in the models of cosmology where the universe has a finite past, there is no creation point.
Right.
So now you are saying that the universe in which we are has always been like this.
No, what I'm saying is we have no evidence that the universe never existed. So what you're trying to do every time we have a discussion about a new point, you try to rephrase what I said so that you don't have to defend your position. So I'm going to continue to hold your feet to the fire, right? Your claim is that the universe was created. We have no evidence of that, right? We would need evidence that the universe came into existence. What would be the evidence for that?
You mean to say that the universe has always been like this? It is eternal. Is that what you are saying?
What I'm saying is you have no evidence that it came into existence.
Not that the universe is always.
Okay, so
it's not that it's always been like this. It's just that it might have always existed.
It might have always been existed like this.
Well, it doesn't matter if it was like this.
Not like this.
No one said that.
What is your point of view? Just be clear with your
Certainly
point
can
of view.
change over time.
Yeah, imagine the fucking guy who refuses to tell me who his God is, asking me to clarify or to be forthcoming with my point of view. You are the worst type of individual in the world because you can't look in a fucking mirror. So my view has been very clear, which is there's no good reason to believe that the universe came into existence. And with no reason to believe that it came into existence, I'm not going to believe that it did come into existence, especially not by some magic fairy in the fucking sky.
Are you living in a universe?
Science would agree with this stance.
Are you living in a universe? According to science, everything has a cause.
According to science,
and nothing can exist without a cause.
Well, then your God doesn't exist because your God doesn't have a cause. So you just invalidated your own position.
It is science deals with the physical realities.
So again, I never said that there's an uncaused cause. So this is the problem you have. So there's no such time. There's no such time as an uncaused cause in my worldview. Now, if there was, it would still be compatible with my worldview. I can believe in a naturalistic uncaused cause because if we just get to invent an uncaused cause, which is what you've done. You've invented an uncaused cause and you call it God. But if we're just inventing uncaused cause, then I'm just going to invent a naturalistic one. There's a naturalistic uncaused cause. It's not sentient. It has the only property of being the initial cause. That's all it does. It's just the initial cause. I just defined it into existence. That doesn't actually make it real. So again, I don't have a reason to believe that there's a first cause or that there's an uncaused cause. Why would somebody believe that?
You cannot compare the physical with the metaphysical reality. Science deals with the physical things.
There is no metaphysical reality.
According to science, everything has a cause. So you cannot say
according to science,
in which we are living.
No, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say that everything has a cause.
Yeah, no.
Just let me complete.
So on the quantum level, things are not deterministic. Go ahead, bud.
Yeah, we know of specific events that do not have a cause, like radioactive decay.
Right. So you can't say that everything has a cause. You can say most things have a cause. You can say all the things I know about have a cause. But saying all
science,
things,
everything has a cause.
Well, the science guy just fucking disagreed with you. So just repeating your claim doesn't make it true.
That fucking guy debunked you when he said that electrons are not eternal. Well, that fucking guy debunked you when you said that.
He didn't debunk me. He literally agreed with me, and you were too dumb to hear it.
So you also mean to say that electrons are eternal?
I clarified what I meant by eternal, and you weren't listening. Do you want me to clarify it again?
Ask the scientist guy that you have in your panel, the so-called science guy, that are electrons eternal? Yes or no?
I did. I clarified what I meant by eternal, and he agreed with me. You weren't listening because you're a dumb motherfucker who doesn't listen to people.
According to science, don't abuse because you have been a fuck.
You're not being abused.
You can't just say according to science to make something scientific.
Oh, you can't just say that? I thought you could just say it. Oh,
yeah, could you imagine?
That's where these debates have gone wrong.
A lot easier.
I didn't realize that. I thought you could. I thought you can just say it. Actually,
I just said radioactive decay. Radioactive decay
does not have a cause.
He just told you.
It does not. What's the cause?
Does not have a cause.
He just heard you.
It does not have a cause.
He just gave it to you.
This is your level of science. Level of science.
You can just look it up in a book.
PhD in nuclear physics.
Oh, so that does not mean that you really have the sound and the adequate knowledge, because you are saying on one moment you are saying that electrons are eternal, and then you are saying that they are not. You people yourself are not clear.
So again, can you demonstrate that radioactive decay does have a cause? Because he's just telling you, he's telling you based on his education, which he actually has a science education. I'm sure you don't. He's saying that there is
not just education, experience.
Yeah. He's saying there is no cause that triggers a radioactive decay.
According to science, everything that we have in this universe, even the universe itself, has a cause.
And you'd be fucking wrong.
At a particular moment.
Support it.
Where do you get that claim from?
From science.
Show me the textbook that says that.
You can find the textbook that does not say that.
Yeah, we just told you the guy with the PhD.
Every textbook.
Yeah.
You can look in any physics textbook you want. You'll never find that claim in any modern physics textbook, at least.
Which physics book
I'm
says
saying find one.
Literally crazy, saying science teaches this, and then now, rather than supporting his claim, because he's a burden shifting dummy, rather than actually supporting his claim that science teaches it, he's saying, well, if you can't produce me a book that says otherwise, it's a true claim. That's not how claims work. You're a burden shifting coward, which is why you won't quote a source and you won't tell us who your God is.
According to science, no.
I mean, pick a book, and then we'll go through the entire book to see if it has that claim.
Let me have a sec.
Any physics textbook here.
Why I'm not telling you who my God is, because you are making a categorical claim that your God is imaginary.
No one heard you. So you were talking over
statistical.
You were talking over quantum, so no one heard
circuits.
When earlier you were saying that electrons are eternal, now you have switched to the fact that the radioactive materials are eternal. Is that what you are saying now?
I didn't say that at all, and you weren't listening. Again, I didn't say that they were eternal the way that you're using the word eternal. That they're eternal in that they don't decay. That's literally what I said. Now you can use whatever word you want for that. I used the word eternal, so it doesn't matter. Do they decay? Yes or no?
Do things end
him
or
or
not?
me?
Everything that ends,
do they decay, good boy?
Anything that decays.
Do they decay? Yes or no?
Do
they decay? Yes or no?
What, radioactive material?
Yeah. No.
Yes,
electrons. I said electrons. Do electrons decay?
Electrons. Oh God, I'm tearing my hair out.
Are electrons eternal?
Do they decay? That's the question.
In the sense that
are electrons eternal? I've already answered your question.
No, you didn't. We're still waiting for the answer. Do they decay?
You did not.
The people can rewind the video in which
you decay?
That electrons are eternal.
And then I clarified by eternal, I mean they don't decay. Do you want me to rewind the video for you?
And the other blunder that you made was that
I'll rewind
that in which we are.
I'll rewind the tape for you since you weren't listening and you're unable to give a defense for your position. In fact, not only are you unable to give a defense for your position, you won't even tell us what it is because you're a fucking coward. Imagine debating somebody and not even telling them what your position is. I refuse to tell you my position. What a bit of nonsense. All right, let me get right to the point where I clarify.
I believe in God.
Let's see. I got captions on it, so that's why I have it.
Okay.
So we're getting pretty close. Yep. We started with 1,000. Actually turned the audio. So that means we've raised $2,700 so far. When we get to these fucking clowns.
To prove you wrong, you cannot ask
I didn't ask you to prove anything wrong. My claim is about the God that you believe in, and it sounds like you're too much of a fucking coward.
Principles or theories of science have you come up with the idea that something cannot exist outside the fabric of time and space when time and space itself had a start?
Oh, prove that the time and space had a start. That's crazy.
That you have to prove because you are saying that nothing can exist outside the barriers of time.
Actually, I don't have to prove it, but there actually is good. There actually is good evidence. There actually is good evidence.
How can you make a claim?
So the evidence goes like this. Premise number 1, you can't get something from nothing. Freezing? Premise number 2, we have something. Conclusion, there was never nothing. That was easy. Wasn't even difficult. Now the question is, what is the something? Now we know from physics that there are some things that are in our universe that we would consider like eternal, like fucking electrons, right? They can transform. They could, the energy can be converted. The energy can be converted, but they can't just disappear. They can't stop existing. So we have no reason to believe that we have like these fundamental particles that can't be created or destroyed, but yet also at one point they didn't exist. So literally at the fucking beginning of it, I told you that they can't just stop existing. That's what I meant by eternal. And then I clarified a second fucking time because you weren't listening. And I would point to the scientific consensus. The scientific consensus concerning the Big Bang is not that the Big Bang was the beginning of time and space itself. It's just a general claim about the expansion of the universe that started from a hot, dense state. So I'm more than happy to just tell you what science says. Science isn't saying that the universe began to exist.
Did you just say that electrons are eternal?
What I'm saying is that electrons don't decay. Oh, there you go. I said it fucking twice and you weren't listening because you're a dumb idiot. So here's what we're going to do. Not good boy. You're going to tell me who your God is, or we're just going to move on from this conversation because nobody's interested in hearing you obfuscate for another half hour and not actually talk about like the points that I'm raising and ignoring everything that we're saying. It's not really that much fun for the audience. I mean, it's fun to watch you crash out because you're a piece of shit. But it's not really all that interesting for the audience. So again, what God do you believe in? Okay. And you won't be up here. You won't be up here for another 10 seconds if you don't tell me.
Yeah, you got people who cannot handle. That's why. And you are abusing.
Tell me your God, you fucking coward.
It. You are a fucking coward.
Tell me your God, you coward.
That's why you are abusing. That's why you are losing it.
He won't do it.
Why you be man enough to debate a guy who
won't do it.
Can really debunk your arguments?
So funny.
Why are you abusing?
Such an easy question.
Why are you?
He thinks as long as he doesn't take a position, he can't lose the argument. Yeah, you've already taken a position.
Do you think his God is proud of him for hiding?
You know what? Well, he could be Muslim. In the Muslim religion, like theoretically, you're allowed to hide what you are. But I don't know. He sounds like he could either be a Muslim or maybe Hindu. It's hard to tell. But hey, are you ready to tell us what your religion is or no?
I am going to tell you.
What is it?
I'm going to tell you. But the reason why I've not been telling you
was
the claim that you were making. How can you make a claim when you do not even know the other person's God?
I already told you. My claim is not about what's inside of. My claim's not what's inside of somebody's head. My claim is that the definition of God has problems.
The definition of God is different for different beings.
I know, and I just gave you a generalized definition of God, something that created all things and exists outside of time, and then I explained to you why that's not fucking possible, because you can't do anything outside of time, because time is necessary to take actions. And creation is an action. This is not difficult. That was my argument. Now, if you don't tell me what God you actually believe in, this discussion is done. This is boring. All you're doing is obfuscating and trying to burden shift. So what is it? What God do you believe in?
So that means that you make claims that are blind and you do not even know.
No, it means that you're too dumb to even understand what's happening. Like you walked into this room fucking concussed. You have no idea what you are. Where you are. You have no idea what argument you're trying to make. You have no idea what argument I'm fucking making. You're out of your goddamn mind right now, and you think that you're winning an argument while you're actually getting your head dunked under the water and literally fucking drowning. So I don't know what to do with you at this point. You're useless to me. You won't even tell me what religion you have. You won't actually listen to the arguments in favor of my position or against your position. So this is kind of useless. This is just really only good to clip as a crash out session. Did you want to get the last word before I move on?
Yeah, I would.
Oh, sorry. You're not going to fucking get it because you're a piece of shit. All right, let's move on to the next one. And hopefully we'll get somebody in here who can actually carry on a conversation.
Okay. Unfortunately, I have to come out right now, but I might be available later.
It's good to see you, buddy. Sorry he abused you.
It's fine. I'm used to it. I talk to flat earthers.
Good to see you. I hope you're doing well, man.
Yeah.
W quantum. Huge W for quantum. Okay. All right, friends. Let me grab a couple super chats. We're going to get TV in here and then Deuce Vault in here. I'm sure that's going to go really well. People who come in with like Crusader names typically they perform very well in these debates historically. Sure. Sand Sensibility, good to see you, friend. Thank you so much for the super chat. Says, while I disagree with your objectification, I do want to support a good cause. And now, hold on, give me a second. My fucking middle monitor just went black for a second. There we go. I'm going to assume, Sand Sensibility, that this is going to Reverend Chad, even though you didn't say it. It seems like that's what you're suggesting here. So let me write that down. We'll make sure. Oh, live is restricted for some audiences. Your live contains themes that some may find uncomfortable and has been restricted. Reasons: harassment and bullying. There we go. That's okay. I don't mind. I'm pretty used to that. My live stream gets restricted at least once a week. It just seems to be the standard, operating procedure. Singer Soul, thank you so much for the $9 super chat. Says, whenever these goofs want to say that this is a Christian country, the first amendment alone goes against 4/10 commandments or 4 out of the 10 commandments of the Bible book. Also, Where in the U.S. law is Deuteronomy 13, 6 through 11? You're not going to find it, actually. It's a great law, though, in Deuteronomy 13. But the idea that we're a Christian nation is preposterous. We're simply not. Now, I've got some good news. I'm going to read one or two more super chats, but I got some good news on our fundraising goal so far. Dusk, thank you for the 10 Aussie chat, says, for Chad, I'll consider buying the shirt only if you promise not to wash it first. You know what? That is my promise. I absolutely will not wash the shirt. I'll auction this shirt off as worn for the end of the live stream. Also, I'll warn you though, it smells like magic marker, and it also has a weird manufacturing smell. Like, this is a brand new shirt. I haven't worn it yet. That's why it's got wrinkles up in here. We just took it out of the bag. But it has a weird smell from the manufacturer. I'm not really sure why. So I was actually going to throw them away. This is the first one I pulled out of the bag, and I was like, this smells like shit. I was going to throw them away. But then I was like, no, we can fucking use this for the fundraiser. So that's what we're doing. Nevertheless, smells and all, I'm more than happy to send it to your friend. And also, from House70, thank you for the super chat, says, welcome back, Justin. I know the meaning of Lent now. We all missed the barbecue and are ready for the feast. Well, thank you, House70. I really appreciate that. And hopefully, we'll get some good conversations to feast on. All right, I'm going to grab TV in here from the YouTube queue, and then after that, we'll grab Dew's Fault, and hopefully we'll get some good conversations. Welcome in, TV.
Hey, it's crazy to be in here. Sorry. I've never done this before.
Sorry. Hey, TV, your connection's really kind of choppy. Give me a second to see if there's a way we can fix this.
Okay. I know my speed is good.
Yeah, it's interesting. The last guess was fine, but yours is really fuzzy. Maybe the right word. Maybe you got the wrong microphone. I'm showing right now that you're using your MacBook Air microphone when you have another one plugged in. I'm going to request it.
Oh, maybe that's it. You're able to request the other one.
Did you get the request to change microphones in Video Ninja?
No, I did not. Let me look. Oh, there it is.
There you go. Now you're clear.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, I just I didn't super chat or anything, but I am on the Patreon, so sorry if
thank you.
I'm not trying to freeload. I am I don't like to call myself an atheist or an agnostic because I just really don't like these labels. So so people know where I'm coming from. I really have just like dug into your videos. They're crazy. I think your biblical knowledge is like so awesome and helpful. And just
appreciate that.
Sorry, I don't know what to talk about, but I feel like I want to get to a specific point, but just to give a little picture of, I grew up very Christian, very religious, very into it, and then I deconstructed when I was like 18. That was forever ago now, and I'm never actually deconstructed. I just kind of stopped believing, and I kind of wanted to re-engage and figure out why I don't believe. And the fellow who is on here talking about the tag or the transcendental argument, the guy who's like really doing that is this Jay Dyer guy, I guess, who you've seen.
Yeah,
and
I know
I
about
think
Jay.
I think you did such an awesome job rebutting the guy who called in, but I think there's a specific articulation that could be used to rebut that claim that could be way more effective. And I just kind of like put it out there for anybody who might be interested. Because essentially what
we've got we've got a Q&A, a couple Q&As coming up, which is really that's kind of when we want to reserve these chats for. These live streams, typically Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, are for debates. If we do chit chat, then everyone leaves. Everyone's here for the barbecue,
Oh, sure. I didn't want to. I get that. I didn't want to stay on long. I just kind of wanted to put out this specific thing that would probably be too long for like a super chat question, but
sure. I mean, well, go ahead and give it to us. I just
no, I get it, but I just wanted to point out that what the transcendental argument really is it's a God of the gaps argument.
Yeah.
Because, and it's special pleading, it's all these things because there really is a genuine problem in epistemology with how can the nature of knowledge itself be justified.
Sure.
And so that creates a situation where, how do you use logic to justify logic, et cetera, without it being circular? And there's massive, massive debate in this. And so it's just like what came before the Big Bang. Of course, we don't really know what came before the Big Bang. So if you just want to make a faith proposition that it was God, that is like your right to do and totally reasonable if you're like a person of faith. But to expect other people to be obligated to assent to that position is crazy. Just like to solve the criterion problem in epistemology of like, how do we justify knowledge itself? Picking God is just as an arbitrary an assumption for that. It's just it's defining your way into winning the argument rather than like making a case. You can define God as the thing that solves the problem.
Almost all of the philosophical arguments I've heard are people trying to define God into existence, and it doesn't go very far, because like it's pretty easy to see that they're making definitive claims about things they actually don't have evidence for. Most of these arguments, all you have to do is just press them and say, what's the support for that premise? And they basically crumble. They have no support for these premises typically.
It just, I just want to kind of put out there that kind of like definition of terms, because I know I see people call into like Jay Dyer, talk to these other people and get bowled over by the rhetoric and the personality. I think it's helpful to just have like any tools,
Yeah, I definitely appreciate it. Well, we also have on our cheat sheet, we've got a bunch of a tab full of arguments and responses to arguments as well. This might be on them. I'm not sure how much tag we've done, because it's such a bad faith generic argument. It's almost like not worth addressing, but we do have some stuff on there.
It's almost effective because of how bad it is. Because it's so bad that you can't follow it. And when you can't follow it, it's very difficult to actually, make a cogent argument against it.
That's the goal.
That's the beauty of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I do
they don't want to be able to, they don't want the audience to actually follow it. They want them to accept the arguments and get to smuggle in ideas and concepts using vague wordings or definitions that people don't fully understand. And then, it's a big hand waving. It's just it's all a magician's show.
Hand. It's a Trojan horse. It's very disingenuous. And, ultimately my biggest problem with it is, if you can prove God through logic, then you can't have faith. So it's kind of a thing where the two are kind of mutually exclusive. If you can have, knowledge of things that you can see through logic, you don't have faith as it's defined in Hebrews anyway. So I don't think if you buy tag that you're going to make it into heaven under the biblical Christian terms anyway. So,
well, I suspect that's probably an argument for another time. Certainly an interesting argument.
Yeah, no, just putting it out there.
But yeah, come by when we do our Q&A. It sounds like you've probably got some good, thoughtful questions. I'd like to go through them.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Justin.
All right. Cheers, buddy. Thanks for being a member.
Bye.
All right, friends. I will get the debate running again, but also announcement. I checked the fundraiser total so far, and we have enough in here now to cut the next layer of the shirt, because even though right now the total is 3935, I've been keeping track of the totals from YouTube that couldn't send money to the GoFundMe page. I've got $299 from that, which means we're now over.
Cut the shirt.
What's that, buddy?
Cut the shirt.
Oh, hell yeah. That's what we need. Cut the shirt. All right, let's make it happen. I'm actually genuinely curious how much of this shirt is going to get removed today. Yeah, I'm here all night. You can get as many cuts on this shirt as you're willing to support, and it's all for a good cause. And remember, at the end of the stream, I'm going to auction this thing off. The highest bidder is going to get this shirt mailed to them. It's going to be the highest bidder on Cash App, Venmo, or on the donation page. But it's not going to be a blind offering. We'll auction it off in the comments, and then whoever is the highest bidder in the comments, we'll make sure that the donation gets sent. We'll do it that way rather than everybody just donating amounts and then possibly losing. I mean, we could do it that way, but nevertheless, friends, let's move on to our next conversation. It looks like it's going to be Due's fault. And, with a name like that, I can only assume they're going to have the best arguments. Also, David's with us tonight. Good to see you, David Burke. Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, virgins being stoned because God does not know anatomy is bad. I agree. That's why I bring up Deuteronomy 22 all the time. Isn't it as isn't it as bad that God would allow stoning of women who aren't virgins? What the actual fuck? Surprises me. No Christian is offended by that one alone. I know. It's weird because let's imagine that they did lie about their virginity. Why does that mean they should get stoned? And where's the law where you could test a man for his virginity and stone him if he's not? Right? Theoretically, they could do a Numbers chapter 5 test with him, make him drink a magic potion to determine if he's a virgin, and kill him if he's not. They didn't care about male virginity. They only cared about female virginity. And guess who's with us? Faraday. How you doing, honey? Well, Faraday's with us, and now we'll get Dew's Vault, and we'll have a party. Welcome in Dew's Vault. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm 27. I believe in God.
Sure. And is it the Christian variety?
Yeah, I'm Catholic.
Yeah, who could have guessed? All right. What do you think is the best evidence or argument for the God you believe in?
I would say argument from contingency.
Oh boy. Okay. Well, we're pretty familiar with this. So when we get proper philosophical arguments, but let me put your name in here before I forget. When we do proper philosophical arguments, we typically will have a timer for the syllogism. You can give multiple syllogisms, and more than happy to reset the timer. But we're not going to debate a single syllogism for like an hour because it's boring to maybe the entire audience, if not the audience and myself. So let me in fact, I'll reset the timer. I already know the argument of contingency doesn't take more than 10 minutes, and I'll get the timer on the board and we can start it. Do you want to give me the premises all at once, or did you want to step through them one at a time?
I'll try and give them to you as fast as I can. I would say all contingent things, premise one, all contingent things have an explanation.
Okay. So I assume by explanation you actually mean cause?
You could use that, but it could be an explanation. But I would say all contingent things need or require an explanation.
Well, they have an explanation or they require one, like meaning you have to have one?
Let's just be fine with how it is. They have an explanation.
All right. Cool. What's P2?
The universe is a contingent existence.
Okay. P3?
P3, I would say the universe has an explanation. The universe has an explanation. P4, this explanation will probably be contingent.
The explanation is contingent?
If we can rewrite that. The explanation ultimately must be necessary, or else it's going to be contingent.
Although I'm not sure. I realize in philosophy people make a big distinction between necessary and contingent. I actually don't think that is the case. I think there probably are some things that are both contingent and necessary, but we can worry about that later. What's the next premise?
Well, premise 4, I would say the explanation must be necessary or else it's contingent.
Okay, so the explanation must be necessary or it is contingent. Okay, cool enough.
Right.
P5?
If it's contingent, then it has an explanation.
Okay. Seems redundant, but go ahead. If it is contingent, didn't spell that right, then it has an explanation. Good enough. What's the next?
Okay, and then P6, for the explanation to have any justification or any power to explain the contingent thing, it could not go on forever.
How about we just say the explanation it can't be an infinite regress?
Yeah, the explanation cannot be an infinite regress because we would not have justification for the contingent thing.
Anything else?
Conclusion, the explanation of the universe is a necessary existence.
I think what you mean to say the explanation of the universe is that it has a necessarily existing cause, right? Like the cause of the universe exists necessarily, whatever that thing is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Now, because of our timer, we already lost so much time on this. I'm not going to pound every one of these things and burn out the timer on silly stuff. I'm gonna go right to the conclusion because I don't think the conclusion actually follows. I think it's invalid. So the explanation cannot be an infinite regress. I don't see how the conclusion follows from that, or how premise 6 can be substantiated. The explanation of the universe is that it has a necessarily existing cause, and but I would agree that everything that is a cause, because it is a cause, exists necessarily. You can't have an effect without a cause, and if you can't have an effect without a cause, that means all causes are necessary.
You can't have an effect without a cause, so all causes are necessary.
Yeah. I mean, it depends. Quantum physics might change that. There's some people in quantum physics who are actually disagreeing with that. But as far as we can tell, you and I, normal human beings without a PhD in physics, it seems that would be true.
So what's the argument against this? Premise 6? I didn't hear it.
The argument against P6 is just that it's unsupported. The claim that the explanation for anything can't be an infinite regress is completely unfounded. There's no logical contradiction with an infinite regress. There's no physical contradiction with an infinite regress. And I think science actually points to this direction. And I think on a metaphysical framework, I think an infinite regress of time at a minimum is essential, being that it's impossible to create things outside of time because creation is an act. All acts are processes, and processes happen inside of time.
Right, but I would say it is an infinite regress is logically contradictory because I began to exist,
so what?
And I have a cause. So if I have a cause, then
you didn't begin to exist. So
I never
the
began
atoms,
to exist?
Yeah, the atoms that make up your body eventually came into that particular arrangement, but all the material in the universe, as far as we can tell, only transforms. It doesn't come into existence. We could say that the atoms in your body came into an arrangement, but I think that's different than saying it came into existence.
Okay. So I was born. Can I say that?
I think, yeah.
Okay, so I was born, and that had a cause, right?
Again, I don't think that things are uncaused. I mean, I could give the argument for why there is an uncaused cause, but I don't think we need to. I agree with you that there's causes. I don't see why we have to say that there's a first cause.
Well, like I just said, because if I was born and I had a cause, for that cause to have any explanatory power, it would have to be grounded in something necessary, because if it's just an infinite chain of causes, you're not really giving me an explanation for how I got here. If an infinite chain of causes are required to bring me into existence, I would have never been brought into existence.
Well, that's not true. That you're making an error now. You're saying if we have to traverse the beginning of infinity to now, we'd never get to now. But the reality is there is no beginning of infinity. You don't have to traverse.
I'm not saying you have to
infinite
traverse
time.
the beginning. I'm saying we have to traverse an infinite amount of causes to get to me.
No, you don't. All causes happen in time. All causes happen in time, and all things that happen in time have a finite amount of moments between them.
That doesn't really tell me anything. I'm saying that there's an infinite chain of causes that came before me.
Yep. What's the problem?
So how did I come to be if there's an infinite chain of causes before me?
You came to be because the cause that was before you caused you. That's how you came to be.
Yeah, but
the fact that there's an infinite number of them says nothing as to whether or not causation still happens.
Yeah, but that cause needed a cause In order for that cause to be caused, it needed another cause, and it's
Yeah,
infinite. So how
you
did
got
it
it.
become caused if there's an infinite amount of
It,
causes before the
you
cause?
you nailed it. It's an infinite amount of causes all the way back as turtles all the way down. And the reason why you don't need a prime mover for this is because, again, we have no evidence from physics that there was once nothing and then it came into being. And then also, like gravity. Gravity is the reason why a prime mover is never necessary. If you just have any bodies in space, no matter where they are, even if they're entirely static, they're going to eventually start moving because of gravity. That's just how gravity works. So there's no need for a prime mover. There's no need to envision a universe that once didn't exist, or time coming into being. I mean, let me give you an example. This is this is a circle. We agree this is a circle?
Yeah, sure.
Sure. Where's the starting point on this circle?
There is no starting point.
Yeah, you got it. Now, on this circle, let's imagine this is a globe. I'm going to, traverse it, right? Can I travel from this point to that point?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I travel an infinite amount of times around this in both directions?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So the fact that there's an infinite amount of travel here says nothing as to whether or not I can travel from one finite point to another. Same thing with time. The fact that there's an infinite number of events has nothing to do with whether or not we can traverse from one event to another, because all events are a finite moment on the timeline. That's it.
I get that. There's no contradiction with traversing a finite amount of time between 2 points. But we're talking about me being point A and point B being my cause, or being the causes prior to me, right?
I don't see the problem yet.
The causes prior to me are required to bring me here. But
Agreed,
if the causes prior to me are infinite, it would have to be an infinite amount of causes would have to occur in order for me to be here.
Agreed. And an infinite amount of causes have happened. That's my whole point.
Then it's not infinite. Then it's finite.
Yeah, no, an infinite amount of causes is like an infinite amount of numbers. It's infinite. That's what the word means.
How can an infinite amount of causes have occurred before me?
Again, there's no reason that they couldn't occur before you, right? So what you're suggesting is that we need to, for reasons you can't explain, we just need to assume that there was once nothing and that gave rise to something, when that goes in the face of what we know existence actually does. We don't have evidence. We don't have evidence that things come into existence. And from a logical standpoint, you can't say that infinite regresses aren't possible. You can't give me a single reason why there's a contradiction there, or why they're not possible, or why they, somehow are a problem for my worldview.
I mean, you're not really answering the critique. If there's a button, right, and I have to go press the button, but I have to cross an infinitely long bridge to get to the button, how am I going to get to the button?
You don't.
But the cause has to go through an infinite amount of
No,
causes.
it doesn't. Cause don't have to go infinitely anywhere. Causes happen in time, and all moments in time are traveling a finite distance in time. Nothing ever, no cause ever has to traverse infinity anything.
But I just told you.
Let me just do a really. You're not a domino. So how many numbers are there?
If I'm a domino.
How many numbers are there? Just focus up here. I know, like, you went to philosophy 101 and this was convincing to you. It's not convincing for anyone here. How many numbers are there?
There's an infinite amount of numbers.
Okay, can you count from 1 to 2?
Yeah, 1, 2.
Did you have to traverse every number to get to 2?
No.
All right, yeah, because you don't have to start at the beginning of infinity to get anywhere.
But nobody if you ask me to count every number,
Nobody here is saying that you have to start anything at the beginning of infinity. In fact, that would be a category error.
Okay, but if I had to count every number between 1 and 2, I would never get to 2.
There are no numbers. I mean, you can count decimal places, but that's irrelevant. If you are counting, if you're counting, no, you would get to 2s depending on how many decimal places you want to go. Like, you're talking about dividing time, right? If you're just counting whole numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, you can always get to the next number. Now, in order to get from 1 to 2, you're not traversing an infinite amount of numbers necessarily. You're just going 1 to 2. This problem with decimals is because you're saying, well, what if I just divide it an infinite number of times? Oh, that's preposterous. We have no reason. Like, that's not even what we're talking about. We're not talking about infinite divisions in something. Like, if I divide the space between me and my camera an infinite number of times, that doesn't mean that I've now traversed infinity because I can reach my camera. That's preposterous. That just means you're dividing it.
No, I see your point there, but I still see that there's an infinite space or an infinite chain of causes before me. I mean, honestly, we're going in circles at this point. I just don't see how an infinite chain of causes could have occurred to get to me. But
how does it have an infinite cause have any effect on me dropping this pen and causing it to fall right now?
Because I don't think it's infinite, bro. I think there's a necessary existence that grounds all things.
Well, I just think isn't an actual argument. I just think
like I just
that
said,
God is
God
is silly, but that's not an actual argument. I have to provide a real argument.
Okay, but this is actually perfect because that for you to drop that marker right there, an infinite amount of causes needed to occur prior to you doing that.
Yeah, you nailed it.
So
yes, there's an
possible?
infinite.
How
There's
is
an
that
infinite.
possible?
But again, find me the contradiction. Why is it not possible?
Because it's endless. So how
I know, and so are the amount of numbers. I agree, it's endless.
How can I arrive?
So what?
How can I arrive at the point if it's endless?
Because all points are finite on the timeline.
It's
of
a
them.
contradiction. Arrived and not arrived because it's endless.
No, it is not. You are arrived. You're at this specific moment on the timeline. It's finite.
Okay, but there's an infinite chain of causes required to get to this point.
I'm aware, and now we're here.
How? If it's infinite?
Because it's not infinite. Okay, it's not that time. Like the moment, the cause itself is infinite. Causes are moments in time, and between any two moments in time is a finite amount of time, which means it's never a problem. Anything that happens in time, you can traverse one moment to another, no matter how many moments were before it.
I understand that between two particular moments in time, it's finite. But we're talking about the fact that an infinite amount, I don't know how many times I said this, an infinite amount of causes are required.
You're going to say it until you can find me the contradiction. See, what you're attempting to do...
I've arrived here and I didn't arrive here.
So what you're attempting to do, this is no, that's not a contradiction. You're fucking here. You're arrived. No one said you didn't arrive. That's not my claim.
I can't arrive if it's endless.
Yes, you can. That's what you haven't demonstrated yet. So we're going to call this...
demonstrated it because it's
You didn't demonstrate it. You begged the question now. So just pay attention. We're going to call this an infinite timeline, even though it's not infinite. I got arrows demonstrating that it goes infinitely. What you're attempting to do, which is what everybody attempts to do, you're just not very articulate with it. You're trying to say, listen, if we have to go, let's just say we're here. If we have to traverse the infinite time from here to here, right? We're at the end of infinite time. Like every new moment is a new part in the infinite chain.
Where are we? Where are we on this timeline?
We're fucking here. I just told you we're at the end. Okay.
So that's the end.
So what you're saying, what you're trying to suggest, is that if we have to traverse from here to here, we can't do it because it's an infinite amount of time. But we're not traversing that. You've made a category error. You've confused the map for the place because this doesn't exist. You can't measure from something that does not exist. What you can do is measure from two things that do exist, which would be any moment, any two moments on the timeline exist and they're finite. This doesn't exist. There's no beginning of infinity. So you can't measure from the beginning of infinity to now. You're creating an error. That's why you're confused, is because you keep trying to say, if we start at the beginning of infinity, we'll never get to now, but infinity doesn't have a start.
I'm not even trying to say that.
Well, then you're not articulating your position at all.
The fact that I'm here, this is the point A, right? We're in this moment, right? There's this moment. You're trying to argue, right, that there was never a beginning, right? It's just endless, right?
That's my point, and you haven't found the problem with that yet. You're just saying there's a problem without actually demonstrating it.
Okay. Because I think if I'm trying to understand it right, you're saying that we are just the step in an infinite chain of steps?
Yeah.
And we've arrived here, or we're here, but we're just another step in the infinite chain of steps?
Yeah.
Okay. But if I measure from here,
From where?
right, from right now,
Mm-hmm.
right, this we are in a contingent existence,
I'm aware.
and like I just said, if there's information being passed along, I'm asking you for the source of this information.
There's no source. The universe is necessary. It's always existed. That's my point.
So, okay, you're saying the universe is a necessary existence.
Asking me the source of the universe is like me asking you the source of God. It's nonsensical.
No,
if something,
you're saying
if
the
something
universe
exists,
must exist.
if the universe exists necessarily and also eternally, then it doesn't have a source. It always existed.
Okay, but you haven't. Okay, can you justify why the universe must exist necessarily?
Yeah, because we know it exists and it can't not exist. In fact, physics would lead us to believe that it can't not exist. So,
what's the logical contradiction?
I didn't say anything about logical contradiction. I said physics. In physics.
Okay, but is it logically possible that the universe can stop existing tomorrow?
I didn't say anything about logic. Try to listen. I said in physics, right? Matter and energy can't just be destroyed. It can't just disappear. It can't just go anywhere. It can only be transformed. This is just a basic law in physics. And if that's the case, then I have no reason to believe that the universe can just pop out of existence. I also have no reason to believe that the universe can just pop into existence. So what would be a good reason to believe that the universe did pop into existence?
No, because I'm saying that I don't think the universe is necessary. I think it's contingent. So if it's logically possible that the universe
give me the support for that claim then.
Because it's logically possible the universe can stop existing tomorrow.
Prove it.
Because the laws of, what do you ground the laws of physics and science in?
So logically possible is not the same with like scientifically possible, right? So it's logically possible that there's a unicorn in my basement. That has nothing to do with whether or not it's possible according to what we know about science and physics. Like something being logically possible has nothing to do with whether or not it is possible.
Right, but I'm saying, what is the grounding for the laws of physics?
The grounding. I knew they were going to get to the grounding eventually. Explain why physics needs grounding.
Because then it's just subjective. It's no reason for me to ground it in an unchanging principle.
Physics is not subjective, and I don't know if you know this.
So what's it grounded in?
Again, you have to explain why it's grounded. Why does it need grounded? Asking me why physics has grounding or what the grounding for physics is like me asking you for what God is grounded in. Physics isn't like
I think God is a necessary existence.
Well, that's adorable that you think that, but he isn't necessary for anything. The universe is eternal and doesn't have
necessary for grounding.
He's not necessary for anything. So if the universe is eternal, it's always existed, then it's necessary just by definition. Like we have no reason to believe that the universe
you haven't justified
came into existence or that it could not exist. That's what you would have to demonstrate.
You haven't justified the grounding for physics.
Again, there is no grounding. There's no. You don't need a grounding. Demonstrate that you need one.
Okay. So can the laws of physics change?
The laws of physics aren't laws. The laws of physics are explanations for things in the universe as how to behave. So the laws of universe aren't things that exist like metaphysically that are prescribing the behavior of the universe. They're human descriptions of how the universe just happens to behave. That's it.
I didn't ask for any of that information. I'm asking you, can the laws or the physics change?
Well, I'm actually telling you why your question's stupid. So just listen to what I'm saying. Your question.
I understood what you're saying.
Your question doesn't work because what you're describing is a law, like a law being like a metaphysical principle of the universe. That's not what the laws of physics are. The laws of physics are not metaphysical principles that the universe has to abide by. The laws of physics are just our descriptions of how the universe behaves. Could the universe behave in a slightly different way that we didn't expect? Sure, but we have actual constants in our universe. We have predictability, which is why they're called laws. If they're not predictable, then they don't really become laws anymore. They become probabilities.
Can the constants change?
For all we know, the constants might be able to change. I don't think we have evidence that they do change. That's why they're considered laws. If we have evidence that if he's stuck on a script, he can't actually listen. If one of the constants of the universe changed, it would just mean that it wasn't actually a constant. That's the point, right? So a constant is just we're describing something that is consistent. If in fact it changed, it wouldn't actually be a constant. We would just redefine it. Just like in quantum physics, things are described in probabilities rather than in deterministic outcomes. And speaking of which, welcome back, Quanta.
Okay,
Yeah,
if it can't
sorry, I
change,
made
then
a
what's the
mistake.
grounding?
Again,
but the
tell me,
like the Hubble constant's not a constant, for example.
yeah. I
Okay,
don't
so
think
It
what's
was
the
called a
grounding?
constant before we
I don't
realized
think
that it changes over time.
I don't think our baby Philbro even knows what grounding is, which is usually how this goes. What do you think grounding means?
It means it's rooted in something that's unchanging.
No.
Okay, then what's grounding?
Being grounded is telling you what the source is. What's the cause and the source of
Yeah,
something.
and the source is unchanging.
So no, not at all. There
the
are
source has to be unchanging or it's not grounded.
No, you'd be wrong.
If it's changing, it's not grounded.
You'd be wrong.
That's 100% true, bro. If
It's
changing,
it's 100% not true.
Okay, can you know something if it's always changing?
Here comes the tag precept. Yes, you can have justified true belief that something is something. So you can have justified true belief that gravity works because we've got trillions of data points demonstrating that gravity works.
Okay, and how did you come to that realization that gravity works besides using your sense data? If your sense data is subjective.
Scientific method.
Yeah, but that's all your subjective observation.
Bayesian inference.
Yeah, how do you have the ability to use inference?
Because we're using our actual senses. We're taking in data the same way you're taking in data. Now, you're going to say that your data is actually grounded in something when it's not. You're just going to claim, without demonstrating it, that somehow knowledge is grounded in your God, but knowledge is not grounded in your God. In fact, in your worldview, especially if you're a Christian and you're a Catholic, God could literally be lying to your face for reasons that are beyond your ability to understand, and you just have to accept it as true, whereas we don't do that. So you don't actually have grounding for your knowledge either. You only think that you have grounding.
No, because like I just said, God is the unchanging principle. And if your knowledge, whatever you think knowledge is, if you don't have the ability,
how do you know that? How do you know that?
It's out of necessity.
How do you know? You don't have necessity. How do you know that God is the grounding?
Because it's out of necessity. If I can
you
use
don't
logic,
have necessity.
Logic is unchanging.
That's what you need to demonstrate. That's what you have to demonstrate. You have to demonstrate that God is necessary. You haven't done it yet.
Yeah, I have, because you haven't really addressed the infinite regress.
And again, no, I have. You just didn't understand it. So again, even if God was necessary, it wouldn't have anything to do with the grounding of knowledge. Can you?
Yes, because he's the grounding for logic.
No, he's not. Just pay attention. Can God be deceiving you through your senses and your mind for reasons that are beyond your capability of understanding?
I would say no.
So God can't deceive you. So in the book of Kings, when he sent a deceiving spirit to go lie in the mouth of the prophet, he wasn't deceiving people. He couldn't do that.
Yeah, I don't know what you think that means, but it wasn't mean necessarily he was lying. You don't have to lie to be deceiving.
He actually did say that. Do you want me to read you the passage?
No, I'm saying you don't have to lie to be deceiving.
He did lie and he deceived. Do you want me to show you the passage?
Yeah, show me where it says he lied.
Sure, I'll do it for you. It's going to be 1 Kings 22, I believe. I love it when Philbros demonstrate that they've never read the Bible. It's my favorite thing. I love this. This is the thing that brings me the most amount of joy in life. Yeah. Definitely we should do, yeah. Then Micaiah said, "Therefore hear the word of the Lord. I saw the Lord sitting on his throne with all the hosts of heaven standing beside him, to the right and to the left of him. And the Lord said, who will entice Ahab so that he may go up and fall at Ramoth Gilead? Then one said one thing and one said another thing, until a certain spirit came forward and stood before the Lord, saying, I will entice him. How? The Lord asked him. He replied, I will go out and be a lying spirit in the mouth of all of his prophets. Then the Lord said, you are to entice him, and you shall succeed. Go and do it. So he instructs a lying spirit to go and lie and deceive somebody. So God can definitely deceive people.
I'm saying that you don't have to necessarily lie in order to entice somebody.
But this is a lie.
Okay, what was the lie?
It doesn't matter. God says, go and
Does
lie
matter.
to him. No, it actually doesn't
What's the
matter. I mean,
lie?
we can read you the passage if you're really concerned. The specific lie isn't relevant. This is what
That's what I'm
happened. This
asking.
is
What's the lie?
but again, we'll read it to you since you haven't read the book. It's okay. Listen to what it says. A certain spirit came to the Lord and said, I will entice him. And God asked him, how? How are you going to entice him? And then the spirit said that he's going to be a lying spirit in the mouth of his prophets. So the spirit said, I'm going to go and tell lies in the mouth of the prophets. And God said, yeah, go do it. What that means is that the spirit was lying. The specific lie is kind of irrelevant here. The text just makes a blanket statement. It says he's going to go lie.
Okay,
You want to see the lie?
What's the lie? Yes, I want
It's
to know what's
right
the
here
lie.
in the next paragraph. Then Zedekiah, son of Chenanah, came up to Micaiah, slapped him on the cheek, and said, which way did the Spirit of the Lord pass from me to speak to you? And Micaiah replied, you will find out on the day when you go to hide in an inner chamber. The king of Israel then ordered, take Micaiah, return him to Ammon, the governor of the city, and to Joash, the king's son, and say thus to the king, put this fellow in prison and feed him on reduced rations of bread and water until I come in peace. Micaiah said, if you return in peace, the Lord has not spoken by me. And he said to hear you peoples, all of you. And then we get the lying spirit sent to Ahab. So the king of Israel and the king of Jehoshaphat of Judah went to Ramoth Gilead. The king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, I will disguise myself and go into battle, but you wear your robe. So the king of Israel disguised himself and went into battle. Now the king of Aram had commanded 32 captains of his chariots to fight. Let me just fast forward. Give me a second. Going to be right here. Let's see. Should be here when the spirit comes and lies. When the captains of the chariot saw Jehoshaphat, they said, it is surely the king of Israel. So they turned to fight against him, and Jehoshaphat cried out. When the captains of the chariot saw that it was not the king of Israel, they turned back pursuing him. But a certain man drew his bow and unknowingly struck the king of Israel between the scale armor and the breastplate, and he said, blah, 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 turn around, blah, 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 blah. Every man, king of guide. Let's see. Well, give me a second. Now I actually have to look through the chapter to see what the specific lie was. It does show where it happens. Give me a second. I love it that the Bible literally says, I'm going to, like, that this is going to happen. And he's like, well, it didn't happen if you don't show me where it happened twice. Then one said another thing, another said another thing. All right. Which way did the Spirit of the Lord, blah, 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 blah. Might actually be in the next chapter. Well, let me see. The Spirit was lying to specifically Ahab. So give me a second. But I will go out and be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets. His should be Ahab. That's the guy that God didn't like. So if you go back in the passage, they're talking about that specific king. Come to the king and said to him, blah, 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 Ramoth Gilead. Yeah, you know,
Dalton
you have to.
found it.
What's that?
Dalton says he found it.
Oh, which verse is the actual event play out in? Is it the next chapter?
He hasn't messaged it.
Oh, hold on. I think he's in the guest box.
Yeah, the lie is go up to Ramoth Gilead and triumph. The Lord will give it into the hand of the king.
Gotcha.
Which is not true. It doesn't. It wouldn't. The victory was not going to be in the hand of the king. It's in verse 6. Then the king of Israel gathered the prophets together, about 400 of them, and said to them, shall I go to battle against Ramoth Gilead, or shall I refrain? They said, go up, for the Lord will give it into the hand of the king. And that's the lie.
What's the chapter in the verse?
1 Kings 22.
1 Kings 20. No, I'm saying where you guys are reading right now.
That's 1 Kings 22. It's just a prior paragraph in the same chapter.
So chapter 5 or verse 5?
1 Kings 22. You should read the whole chapter.
For 3 years, Aram and Israel continued without war, but in the third year, King Joseph of Judah came to the king of Israel. King of Israel said to his servants, do you know Ramoth Gilead belongs to us? Yet we are doing nothing to take it out of the hand of the king. of Aram. He said to Josaphat, "Will you go with me to battle at Ramoth Gilead?" Josaphat replied to the king of Israel, "I am as you are, and my people are your people, and my horses are your horses." But Josaphat also said to the king of Israel, "Inquire first for the word of the Lord." And the king of Israel gathered the prophets together, about 400 and said to him, "Shall I go to battle against Ramoth Gilead, or shall I refrain?" They said, "Go up, for the Lord will give it into the hand of the king." But Josaphat said, "There is no other prophet of the Lord here of whom we may inquire." The king of Israel said to Josaphat, "There is still one other by whom we may inquire of the Lord, Micah, son of Imah. But I hate him, for he never prophesies anything favorable about me, only a disaster." Josaphat said, "Let the king not say such a thing."
Just to clarify, you don't have to read the whole passage. The lie is actually prior to the vision. So he's told by the prophet that you should go up into battle because you'll be successful. That's what he's told. And then another prophet comes along and said, "No, that's a lie. Here's what actually happened. God sent a lying spirit to deceive you. And that deception was that you would be successful in battle." And then when you read the latter part of the chapter, it's clear that he's not successful in battle because he dies.
Yeah. As it says in verse 23, "So you see, the Lord has put a lying spirit in the mouth of all these your
There it
prophets.
is.
The Lord has decreed disaster for you."
Yeah, I see it.
God told him he was going to win the battle, and it wasn't true.
Yeah.
It's
It
a
happens
lie.
again in 1 Kings chapter 3 with the Battle of Moab.
Yeah, sure, fair enough.
Right. So to answer the question then, could God be deceiving you for reasons you don't understand?
Yeah, sure.
Sure. So God doesn't ground you knowledge or your knowledge at all.
Well, I still think that God is the only reason why we have the ability to use logic and reason in the first
Well,
place.
you can think that all you want. I have no reason to believe that. Give me the argument
Because
for
if
that.
logic is objective, or if logic is objective and not subjective, and we're able to make universal claims about the universe and about things, then it would have to be objective and not subjective, because then
No, I don't think so.
it'd be all be arbitrary.
Nope,
So
I don't
is
think.
logic subjective?
I don't think the laws of logic are objective. I don't think they exist independent of minds. I think the laws of logic are a language that describes the way the universe behaves. And again, as we've already discovered, it typically only works on like our particular scale. Once you get into quantum physics, things get really hairy. In fact, as we've said multiple times, quantum physics isn't necessarily deterministic, it's probabilistic. And so we've got probabilities for things happening, not like actual known things. That's why people are in quantum. You can stop me anytime. That's why people are actually legitimately discussing things like virtual particles that can exist and not exist, or cause itself to come in and out of existence, or like retrocausality.
That gets a little bit more hairy, but
I
that's a
know
topic for
retrocausality is questionable, but my point
Blake made a video on
remains.
that. It's really good. I recommend it, actually.
Right, but my point remains: things get weird on the quantum level.
But I don't think the laws of logic only exist in my mind. I think they are real in the present and the world, whether or not I am here or not.
Well, you can believe it all
Because
you want. What's the explanation for why the laws of logic would actually exist as opposed to just be a language?
Right, because let's say if every human stopped existing, but the laws of logic stopped existing with humans, I could theoretically exist and not exist at the same time.
But the laws of logic are not descriptive or not prescriptive, they're descriptive. They're describing the way the universe behaves. But the universe isn't behaving this way because there's something causing it. Like they're not obeying a cosmic speed limit. These laws aren't laws that are being followed by the universe. They're laws that are just merely describing how the universe works.
Okay, yeah, but the description of the universe is objective. It doesn't change. Just like the laws of physics.
I mean, our description of the universe is constantly updating as we get knowledge.
So is the law of non-contradiction up for debate?
I mean, like, again, in quantum mechanics, you can have particles that are both at a location and not at that location.
What do you mean?
Like a superposition.
But wouldn't that just be a probability?
Yeah, that's how you would describe it.
Okay, that's not a contradiction, because I'm talking about at the same time, not probably, really.
No, like the electron is like both 50% at this location and 50% at a different location.
Well, yeah,
so it's technically like at one location and not at the other location.
But isn't when you observe it, then it collapses into a certain location?
Yeah, that's one interpretation of the model, but like until you make that observation, it truly is behaving as if it is both there and not there.
But I wouldn't see that as a contradiction because it's still probability. It's not we don't know if it's there or here yet. We have to observe it, and then
It depends like how you frame the question, as I said. Like there are ways to frame the description of where the electron is that is not a contradiction, but if you frame it like is the electron at this location, then you get a yes and no.
Well, yeah, because I still don't see that as a problem because it's still probability. But I'm saying that if
You could
it actually
disprove the
existed,
law of non-contradiction by, if you had evidence against it, because again, at the end of the day, the laws of logic, it's not like there's like a big giant stone tablet out there saying, with the laws of logic on it and the universe must obey, rather than just that the universe functions in a way, we see the way it functions and we use our language to describe the way it functions, and that language is the laws of logic.
okay, but I think the universe must act in accordance with the laws of logic, or else we live in a nonsensical universe.
But again, no, they don't act in accordance with the laws. Like they're not following the laws. The laws are there to describe just the way the universe seems to function on most occasions.
It's a model.
Okay, but the universe must function in that way.
No,
it must function some way, but it functions the way that the universe functions.
Okay, can the universe function in a way where that doesn't make any sense?
Must is smuggling in ideas. When you say must, you're saying that the universe must obey some kind of a rule, and it doesn't actually have to obey the rule because the rule doesn't exist.
Okay, so can the universe just not obey any rules?
Again, there are no rules.
Okay, so can I be you and me at the same time?
This is the problem. This is the problem that you keep running into. The universe isn't following any rules. The rules that we describe in physics or in logic are describing the universe. They're not prescriptive. They're descriptive. They're describing the universe.
That doesn't really answer any questions. So if it's just describing the universe, and it doesn't really have any bearing on what's right. It's the universe's properties. Right, so the universe's properties.
The universe has properties, and our laws that we come up with are ways to describe those properties. If those properties were different, we would have something different to describe them.
Can the properties of the universe completely change?
We don't know.
We don't know. I mean, a lot of them do, actually. Like the Hubble constant.
Okay, so could the universe be created?
We have no reason to believe.
I don't see how that could be possible. We have no evidence.
Okay, so it's not possible the universe can be created, and that can't change.
So again, nobody said it's not possible. What we're saying is we don't have a reason to believe that. Well,
you just contradict yourself.
Or would you actually want to hear the answer or not? No one here is saying that it's impossible for the world to have been created, depending on what you mean by creation. That being said, something like we're not claiming that like all notions of creation are impossible. I would say that your notion of creation is impossible because you've got a God that is outside of space and time. But we don't have evidence that the universe once didn't exist. That's what we need demonstrated. Everything we know from science so far, I believe, would lead us to the conclusion that something has always existed in this universe.
Yeah, but those properties can change. If the universe's property is that it cannot be created, that property can change, so the universe could be created.
That's not a property. The idea that something can't be created is not necessarily a property.
What are the properties of the universe? Can you give me the properties of the universe?
The laws of physics describes how the universe behaves. You can say that these laws of physics are qualified as properties. We can say typically on most scales, energy and mass are conserved. That's a property that the universe seems to have, although, again, it doesn't apply universally. Most of our laws of physics, and Quanta will probably have a lot of examples, most of our laws of physics work almost all the time. Only some of them work all the time. Like there's lots of laws I learned in school that I'm learning now as an adult don't apply in 100% of situations. Can you, Quanta, what are your thoughts?
None of the laws that we have work all of the time. Otherwise, that would be a theory of everything, which we do not yet have.
Right.
I think a big point of confusion here is that the laws of physics, or whatever our description of reality is, that can change. But one condition that is required is that they have to be well formed. So that's probably, I think, what you're trying to get at, that we require the description to be a well formed model, but that's not the laws themselves.
Yeah, but in order to have a well-formed position, I'm saying that requires logic. And if logic is subjective, then how do we arrive at truth?
So
logic is like part of the model itself, though. That's the whole
Right.
thing.
But that's no, but it's saying you need logic in order
again,
to make that model make sense.
Something being subjective has nothing to do with whether or not it's describing something truthfully. Something being true just means that you've made a proposition, and we've looked at the proposition, and we've determined that it matches reality. That's what it means to be true.
Okay,
So,
but you don't have access to reality because it's subjective.
Well, no, something being subjective has nothing to do with reality existing. So, for example, if I said that like language is subjective, that doesn't mean that language doesn't exist. Now, I could say that language describes the world. The language that I'm using in English can describe this thing as a marker. That doesn't mean just because language is subjective that this marker doesn't exist.
Well, I think that there's an objective reality, and we can describe that because we have objective transcendental properties like logic, and that allows us to form words that make sense.
Not a transcendental property.
Yeah,
Jesus,
so like I just
Jesus
said,
Christ. Okay, the objective universe exists, and then sometime later, biological organisms with brains arose through natural processes, and because of those brains and because of our sense organs, we're able to take in sense data. And because of our computing power of our brain, we're able to make sense and see and notice patterns in the world. And then we developed what are called the laws of logic in order to describe those patterns. I don't know why this is so difficult for Phil.
Okay, so are the laws of logic objective or subjective?
Again,
they're describing objective reality.
Okay,
they're describing.
I'm answering my question directly. Is it objective or subjective?
Again, I've already told you that the laws of logic are subjective in that we've used words to define what we think the objective world is doing. Just like the English language is subjective, but it's describing something that we believe is in the objective world. The English language being subjective, the English language being subjective has nothing to do with whether or not it's accurate.
Right. So if logic is
another alien species trying to come up with the laws of physics, they might come up with a completely different axiomatic system that does accurately describe reality. And it might be mathematically identical to ours, but the actual like formulation, what statements they choose as the axioms and which ones are the conclusions, might be completely different from us. And it's equally as valid because it's just a different a description of the same thing.
But even they are subject to the laws of logic. Without logic, then nothing will make sense.
My
logic
point
is
is
universal.
The axioms of their laws of logic can be different from ours. They can be equivalent, but differently formed.
It's not possible. The law of non-contradiction must be universal. If the law of non-contradiction is not universal,
I'll give you an example in physics. There are three constants. There's three constants in our universe. There's the speed of light, the permittivity of free space, and the permeability of free space. And these three constants have a relationship with each other. So 1 over the square root of the permittivity times the permeability has to equal the speed of light.
Wait, what's the permittivity in the...
You can say that... Wait, let me finish. Now, you can say that 2 of these constants are fundamental, and then the third one is derived from the first 2. But which of the 2 that you choose as fundamental is completely arbitrary.
Okay, so can you explain? I didn't really hear any answer to my question there. You just described to me constants and said that if we choose any 2 that are fundamental, arbitrary. But I don't see
because which one you pick as your axioms, which determines like what your laws of logic are, can be arbitrary. You can show that they are mathematically equivalent to another system, but that doesn't mean that they are the exact same system.
I would probably I think I want to disagree with you because even though they may use a different way of describing the same thing, it's still governed universally by logic.
No, but again, they're different laws.
You have demonstrated that. Well, just hold on a second. Because Duzval, listen, you keep saying something that you refuse to actually support. You keep saying that the universe must abide by the laws of logic as though they're prescribed. What's the evidence for that?
Okay, what's the evidence that they aren't prescribed?
I didn't ask you for the evidence in the contrary. I asked you
Because
for your evidence for your. I asked you for your evidence for your position. Like your position
okay, what's
is that the
evidence
laws
that
of
they're
logic
descriptive?
exist transcendentally. I'm asking you to support that claim.
I don't know. So what's the evidence they're descriptive?
Because they come from our minds. We developed the laws of logic with our own minds, just like we developed English, which is why we say that they're subjective.
So we just made up logic?
Nope. We observed the world around us and we developed a system of language to describe it.
So we discovered logic.
We call that, no, we didn't discover logic. Nope. Try again.
So we made it up.
We made up logic to describe a behavior.
Bro, but the behaviors of the universe follow the laws of logic.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Okay, so that means the behaviors of the universe can be illogical.
Logic is like the map is being like written to describe the terrain.
Okay, but can the observable universe defy our description of it with logic?
Again, there's no singular laws of logic. You can choose what those laws are and get a description of reality, and you might be able to choose different bases of what those laws are to get another description.
Okay, give me a different set of the laws of logic.
Maybe. Well, there's quite a few actually different sets. In fact, even like one of the Christian apologist gods in the space, inspiring philosophy, says that he doesn't hold to the classical three laws of logic. He holds to Quine's logic, which explains the Trinity. And that guy's got a master's degree in philosophy, so I assume. I could be wrong.
Not really giving me the laws of logic.
I
Give me a different set of laws of logic.
Just hold on. There's too many cooks in the kitchen. We don't want to talk over each other. So what I'm saying is that there are actual philosophers in the field that accept other laws of logic. Now, I can't tell you whether or not I agree with them. All I'm saying is that just because you don't know about them has nothing to do with whether or not the laws exist. And none of this is going to support your position. That's what I'm still looking for. Your position is that everything is obeying these laws, when we're saying, no, the laws are just describing the behavior. The reason why the universe seems to universally coincide with these laws of logic is because we used language to accurately describe the behavior of the universe. Now, if one of these laws was violated, then we would change one. It wouldn't be a universal law of logic anymore. It would be, a law of logic that applies most times or 99% of the time. It wouldn't be a universal law. So yes, if something about the universe that we know about changes that affects the laws of logic, we would change the laws of logic because they're descriptive. That's it.
All right. I think I'm going to call it. Appreciate it.
Okay.
I'm going to get out of
thanks
here.
for coming by. Cheers.
Yep.
Also, the Trinity is illogical. We didn't even get there. It disagrees with the three laws of logic. Come back next time and we'll talk about the Trinity.
Yeah, sure, for sure.
It's a shame we wasted so much time on those garbage arguments and didn't actually get around to the Trinity. Sorry, what did you say?
I talked to them yesterday. It drove me insane. Phil Bros, I'm so glad I started a 5-minute timer for them because I cannot.
When their argument doesn't work, they just retreat into nuh-uh or show me the contradiction. That's not you can't support your position just by saying nuh-uh.
Also, what's with the shirt? I have to know.
Good. Hey, good cue in. Friends, we're doing a fundraiser tonight for our friends Jerry and Reverend Chad. Reverend Chad is actually with us here. And I've got a link to a GoFundMe page in the description and comments, pinned in the comments of the YouTube streams. We're trying to raise enough money to make me cut my shirt to make the deepest V-neck shirt possible. We've got a little over $4,000, actually a little over $3,000 because we started with $1,000 raised right now. And for every $1,000 raised, I'm cutting this fucking V-neck even deeper because there's people in the community that really want to see chest hair. So I said, you know what? We'll fucking we'll entice them. We'll make them pay. So I don't have an OnlyFans. This is the closest you'll get to seeing my chest, y'all. But in order to do it, y'all have to pay up, and it's for a good cause. Please help our friends Reverend Chad and Jerry. The full details on what's happening, you'll be able to find on the page, on the GoFundMe page. Please locate it. If you can't access the GoFundMe page because you're on TikTok or something, I've got Cash App and Venmo and stuff like that in my profile. Send me something over Cash App and Venmo and say this is for Chad, and I'll forward it over to Chad and Jerry to let me know as well. I'll get a notification on my phone, and I'll mark it down on my spreadsheet so we can keep track during the live stream. So we're a little bit less than 1,000 or like $800 away right now from getting this down like another 9 to 10 millimeters. So friends, let's make this happen. It's for a good cause. Let's support our friend Reverend Chad. He's been an OG supporting the community for a long time. So definitely let's do what we can to help him out when he needs help. Remember my motto, friends: when a friend needs help, you help them.
You forgot that you're gonna auction off the shirt.
Yes, thank you. At the end of the live stream, I will be auctioning off the shirt. We'll do a comments auction. The highest bidder will then have to send in the donation, and I'll send you the shirt. I'll mail it at my dime to whatever your address is, and we'll make sure you get it. And I've already promised I won't even wash it. Whatever weird stuff you need to do with it it's on you, friends. I'm going to grab a couple super chats, and we're going to get Vosh in here. Vosh has been waiting in our YouTube queue. So we'll get a guest loaded up momentarily. Dylan, thank you for the super chat. Says, hey, Justin, do you know why the Ephraimites several times in the Bible are angry for not going to kill people? It reoccurs enough to be weird. 2 Chronicles 25, Judges 8, 1 through 3, and Judges 12, 1 through 4. So are you saying the Ephraimites are mad because other people didn't go to battle, or they were mad that they weren't included? Let me pop open those Bible verses because they might explain your question a little bit better. So we'll do 1 Chronicles 25:10, and we'll see what it says real quick. And then what was it? Also Judges 8, 1 through 3. Judges 8, 1 through 3, and then also 12, 1 through 4. Cool. 12. Well, let me get the super chat out of the way and see what we have here. It says Amaziah discharged the army that had come to him from Ephraim, letting them go home again. But they became angry with Judah and returned home fierce in anger. The Ephraimites wanted to fight in 2 Chronicles for sure. Let me see what the lead up to. I want to see who the enemy was. It says Amaziah was 25 years old and began his reign, and he reigned 29 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Jehoiadin of Jerusalem. What a beautiful name. He did what was right in the sight of the Lord, yet did not with a true heart. As soon as the royal power, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Parents shall not slaughter of the Edomites. Amaziah assembled the people of Judah and set them by the ancestral houses under the commanders of the thousands, blah, 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 blah. So they're going to go to war with the Edomites, which would be expected. They didn't like the Edomites. And then they hired some people, and then they ended up getting sent away. Okay. So here's what I would say. These ancient wars were really good for the individual kingdoms because you can get booty, you can get slaves, you can get war brides, and you can get tribute. And so most of these ancient war cultures, what they really wanted is some tribute money. They wanted to subdue a nation without wasting all of their armies as casualties and make them pay tribute. In fact, you'll find that in the ancient Near East, a lot of these armies that did the conquering, they didn't actually destroy everybody. A lot of times people just agreed to not fight with them and pay them tribute. We see this echoed in Deuteronomy 20, talking about Israel doing the same thing. So my suspicion here is that what's happening is these are people who want to go to war so that they can benefit from the genocide war system. And they were just a little bit upset that they didn't actually get out and go take their war booty. And if they were in a good position to win, certainly you would see why one of the members of the tribal allotment would be interested to actually go. But Dalton might actually have another opinion on this. What do you think, Dalton?
All right, but I was not listening because I was reading something on grounding. Anyways.
Oh, shit. I don't do that.
What was the question?
So there's a couple of verses in the Hebrew Bible where the Ephraimites are mad that they don't get to join the other Israelites in going to war. And my thought was it probably because they actually want the territory and the war booty, and to them that was worth going to fight with the other Israelites. And also probably because it probably feels like being excommunicated from the 12 tribes. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, that makes the most sense to me. I agree. I mean, these are primitive peoples. And that's a pretty straightforward explanation for why they would want to go to war, for the booty.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the Bible tells you straight up that in Deuteronomy 20 that when you go to war, you can just take the booty. So, and I mean, listen, can you blame them? Have you seen butts? Listen, not everyone's into butts, but I'm just saying, I've seen them. Nevertheless, friends, I think that's how I would answer it. Maybe during our Q&A, we can dig a little bit deeper into that. Misha, my friend, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, hope the cats have the claws trimmed. They actually just got trimmed this last week because as a cat owner, ouch, if not. Rock hard for Doug, and please add all of my supers to the stream to the GoFundMe already donated here too. Love to see a community stepping up to help one of ours. I agree. I believe community, like I don't want to use the word required, but I do think that communities, if you think that somebody in the community should ever help you, you should be the first one to offer help. Never expect something from the community that you wouldn't be willing to give back. So I'm always quick to help out a friend. If a friend needs help, you help them. And this is what we do as a community, friends. Collapsalism, speaking of someone who gives back to the community pro bono, check out his organization. Collapsalism says, ha ha ha, Trump's Solicitor General arguing the 14th Amendment using literal Confederate generals as arguments against 14th Amendment during Reconstruction. They are vile creatures. 3 more days and I'm home. Well, I'm happy you'll be home soon. And yes, the administration is vile. And I hate that Christian nationalism is being used to push these wars. This is why religion is fucking dangerous when you get rid of it. And Tally, my friend, great to see you. Thank you for the $50 super chat. Says again this year, what so good about Friday? Said Jesus crossly for Reverend Chad. Thank you. I'll mark you down again, or I'll mark this down again for Reverend Chad. And Tally Beck, did you change your name slightly? I could be wrong, but I got you logged down. We've now got on our side quest away from the GoFundMe page about $300 or so, about $389 to be exact. So thank you for that. And Rod below Alres, I apologize. I know way I pronounced that correctly, but it says the laws of nature and science are like people's names. Nobody is a Justin. People are called like that, but nobody is that. I agree. Yeah, the languages describing things are quite subjective. Like theoretically, there is no pen. Pens don't actually exist. Like a pen is our subjective definition for a particular arrangement of atoms. And Chris, thank you for sending out 5 DZ debate memberships. I really, really appreciate that. Huge, huge W. And also, Zach in the house tonight. Good to see you. It says, rumor is it at a certain point your clothes will be cut so low you will end up hanging Deong. And we shall all be rock hard for Doug, gay for Justin. Let's all be gapping for Peggy as well. Gaping for Peggy. Definitely big W for that.
I'm still struggling to find a way to, like you, create a physical representation of Peggy for my background. The problem is that she's the holy strap-on, and finding a way to represent her on TikTok is difficult. I didn't anticipate this problem.
Yeah, you're gonna get. I get my live stream banned almost every live stream, so it is what it is. I'm gonna grab 2 more super chats, and then we're gonna get Vash in here. Pat says, Justin, I want to let you know I'm currently in the book of Judges, and it makes taken me 6 months to get to this point. I mean, it's a slog. Need more time. Anyway, the cheat sheet has been a real blessing, brother. Thanks, Homan. I'm really glad, Pat, that you're using the cheat sheet. Mark up your Bible. Use a cheat sheet to mark your Bible with contradictions, errors, nonsense, genocides. It's really good. Setsunwa says, you recommended a Bible for study a few months ago, and I've been digging in. I've made it all the way to Genesis 3 so far. Crazy fucking book. Looking forward to meeting you on the 18th at the CA meetup. Thank you, Sets. I appreciate that, and I'm looking forward to it as well. If you haven't already, go to the Discord. We're where in the Discord? It might be in April's. Somebody, when you get to the Discord, ask somebody in the main chat where it's at. But there's a vote somewhere that Crystal put up for, or not a vote, but like a RSVP that was put up so you can tell who's going. We're only taking 24 people at the California meetup. Once we get past 24, the restaurant has a whole different set of rules for us, and I don't think we're wanting to do that. If we go past 24 people, we basically have to rent the entire venue. So
we're going to I don't know about this. I might be able to, depending on where in California it is.
You should definitely check it out. Yeah, the information's in the Discord. Just tag Crystal in the Discord if you can't find what you need, and she'll make sure you get to it, friends.
When you coming to Georgia?
I don't know, but probably in the near future. I'm planning on going to Rocket City Reason, which is in Huntsville, Alabama. So that's not terribly far, but I need to get to Georgia. There's a handful of people I got to visit down there. I'm more than happy to put you on the visit list when I get down.
One of my dreams is to one day, maybe 10 years down the line or something like that. You know how on The Wire they did that really cringy thing where they had a round table with all the experts and they were talking about the Bible, but they weren't, none of them. We needed to do a round table, but with actual competent people sitting around, deconstructionists talking about the Bible one day in person. That's going to be fun.
We'll make it happen. More on it to come. All right, I'm going to bring in Vash. I hope I'm saying his name correctly, and we'll get some conversation rolling. We'll maybe get some clarification on the name. Now, is it Vash or Bosch?
Vash.
Okay, and Vash.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear an echo though, because it sounds like you're playing it through a speaker.
Yeah, hang on. Let me turn my volume down. Is that any better?
We'll find out. So generally speaking, yeah, playing it through a speaker means it's going to feedback right into your microphone. You probably actually have to get like a pair of headphones or something.
Let me just do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thanks for your patience. I'll just do that.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, it's an easy enough fix,
My
right?
first time doing something quite like this.
Mm-hmm. No worries. We get some first timers up here.
All right, is that better?
Let me see. Testing. Yeah, we should be good.
Better now? All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, so Vash, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
I'm an old dude. Yeah, I'm post 18, and I'm a Christian.
Okay. What do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God?
That's a good question. For me, it's been highly experiential. I have kind of there's a lot to like my personal story, but I've kind of seen some miraculous stuff. I've seen like both positive and negative, and I actually had a dream of Jesus that like totally rocked my world, changed my life. And there's a lot of that, but there's a lot of there's a lot of understanding, and I've read through the Bible. I'm actually reading through it again. I'm almost all the way done for the second time. I'm just reading it slowly for the past like almost decade, just really trying to study it, understand it, cross-reference it against itself, pray about it. If I don't understand something, I just like I'll stop and pray, be like, "Hey God, help me understand what I'm reading," because you're smart, I'm not. So just doing a lot of that kind of stuff. Yeah, for me, my kind of like first like really concrete moments when I was a teenager and I was in church and I was just praying by myself and actually like spoke in another language. I wasn't like trying to do that. I wasn't like even thinking about it. I was actually praying repentant prayer because I felt like I needed to. I felt like conviction about it. So I prayed. I was just like,
Which
"Hey God,
language
I'm
was it?
sick of being." I actually don't know. It was something like, and it wasn't for other people. I know there's a distinction in the Bible. It sounds like you're well versed in the Bible, and Paul has a lot of really good, necessary delineations as to what we should be doing with that gift. But I actually don't know what language it was. I said something like, if I remember kind of vaguely, it was like Bada Shah. And then I kind of like stopped because I was like not expecting that. I like was like, what the heck? And that was like the first time that happened, and that was kind of like end of argument for me because
But
I was like, I can't like
how do you know
not
it's a
unsee
language?
this because I was speaking. I was like literally, so I'm like in my seat. No one's around. It's sort of like a kind of a down moment in the service, and like I'm by myself, just praying. And I said, "Hey God, I'm sick of being a boy for myself. I want to be a man for you." And I was like really just being really honest. I was like, "Hey, I'm kind of sick of just messing around with girls and stuff. I'm like, I'm kind of being an idiot, and I know it." And So I just kind of laid it out there, and I was just trying to be genuine. And the next thing I knew, I was praying in English, and the next thing I knew, I was like speaking words that I didn't understand. I didn't
Hmm.
recognize them. And that that was kind of like that was a big moment. I had felt the Holy Spirit before. I had like felt that, but like it was I thought tongues, like I thought it was real because I'd seen it, but I thought it was like for special people. I thought it was like for, whatever. And then when it happened, I was just like completely taken back, and I was like, dude, there's like no going back in my mind after that. And then it
So
happened again. Yeah, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't know if these are special events for a couple reasons. There have been some studies on speaking in tongues. First of all, it's just from a logical standpoint. Just because some words left your mouth that you don't understand doesn't mean you're speaking in tongues. It just means that your brain said some stuff that you don't comprehend. There's a lot of reasons why that could happen subconsciously, especially if you go to a church that believes in speaking in tongues. Nevertheless, it does happen in other religions too. In fact, even prior to the Bible, we saw it prominently in the Greek religions. So they had these. I don't know. We're going to call them oracles. You might call them prophets
Sure.
if you're Christian, but there are these
Sure.
oracles. Like there was one at Pythia,
Mhm.
and we got lots of examples of people in the Greek religion speaking in tongues, and we also know in some of the Eastern religions they practice speaking in tongues. So it seems to me that this is just something that people invent out of their mind, which is the last thing I was going to say. The studies that we've done demonstrates that like 99% of the words that people use, the phrases, rather the syllables and the sounds, coincide with a speech pattern that would have been relatively native to the individual. So, for example, an English speaker speaking in tongues has never started speaking in a style of tongues that involved like Arabic syllables, you know, because your brain is just stringing these syllables together.
Well, maybe. I mean, there are anecdotes that would not agree with that, or at least kind of point to, hey, I didn't have this knowledge before. Now I'm speaking a language. Uh,
What
I
knowledge?
for like, well, what I mean is like you're saying that like there's a precedent in someone's mind, and they're drawing from that. So there's almost like there's like a knowledge bias. Like I'm only going to draw from these phonemes because I know them. They're similar to what I know. But I think even beyond that, I think there's been people that have spoken a language. When it's a type of tongue that is supposed to be shared in terms of like, hey, I have, I'm bridging a language gap, and maybe I don't speak Spanish, but I want to share the gospel with me because I feel like the Lord is leading me to, share with somebody. I've not had that experience. That would be really cool. I invite, Jesus, let it happen if it happens. I would like love to just share God's heart, in whatever language. But for me, it was more of like a personal thing, and I understand what you're saying about uh, other cultures. You're saying that the sort of the timelessness or the history of these things happening points to that it can't be a significant thing. It can't be relevant to Christianity. It can't be necessarily an important thing to me, that I need to examine that because other people have experienced that. I would say the difference is I think that tongues, speaking in other languages and things like that. I do believe that there's such thing as like demonic tongue or speaking from a spiritual place. I think spirituality is a motivating thing for people. Um, but For me, what I think the big thing was the nature of the logic as a like what I was saying before that point. And I had never done this, like it wasn't like a thing that I was even expecting. It wasn't like I was amping myself up. I've absolutely seen that, and that's not something, that I'm for or whatever, but this was more just like I'm praying by myself. Like I'm literally just praying a prayer, and I'm just being as honest as possible, and I'm trying to continue my prayer, and I speak something else, and it stopped me. That's not something that was happening or whatever in my life. So
Right, but these types
that's
of
I know you're looking for a logic
Mhm.
to sort of like invalidate the framework of what I'm saying, but I'm just sharing like this happened,
Sure, I
and
believe it did.
yeah,
So my
and
point though isn't that it didn't happen, right? My point is, why did it happen, right? So you're going to
right,
say,
okay,
Mhm.
no,
Right,
go ahead. I want you to
you're going to
land.
say it's from God, right? Now I'm going to say, well, listen, it's not convincing because other people can do it in other religions. Now, your response to that, because I already know all these conversations, your response is, but yeah, but those are, the power of demons is enabling that to happen. But the reality is, from the other point of view, like they could literally just say, no, 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 the Bible God doesn't exist. The Greek gods exist, and one of the Greek gods is tricking you to believing that Yahweh or Jesus is real. So claiming that the other religions doing it is because of demonic activity can actually cut your position as well, because they can just reverse it.
I don't think so. I think it's the nature, like I said, this is the nature of the prayer. Like I'm not, my repentance to God is like really central to what I'm saying, because in other religions it's really the heart of a lot of motivation is meritocracy. Like, what can I do to build myself up or make my reality better? And my prayer wasn't about that at all. It was just like I know you're God, and I'm coming before you, and I'm gonna like say I'm sorry. Um, and so when you're looking at other religions, what they're doing is they're trying to enter into like maybe a trance state, or they're trying to, they're sleeping with prostitutes at their altars, and they're doing all kinds of things because it's me, me, me. And that's a whole different
No,
motivation. And I believe that
nope,
demonic
that's not how
force, the
sacred
reason why
prostitution
I can,
works.
well, there were temple, go ahead, can you explain that?
Sacred prostitution has nothing to do with self, wanting to fulfill the desires of the flesh. Sacred
Well,
prostitution
then
has
why
to
was it
do.
no, then why
Sacred
was it sex? I mean,
prostitution
that's like,
has sacred prostitution. If you read the literature from the ancient world, was one. It was for fertility, meaning there's typically a deity that they believe is like manifesting through the sacred prostitute who desires this sexual contact. In fact, the ancient Babylonians had a yearly ritual where the king would sleep with theoretically Inanna or Ishtar, depending on what time period you're in, that was being embodied by a woman, and this was like a fertility rite. So it wasn't like you can say that it was just about fulfilling the pleasures of the flesh, but in reality, that's not what they thought was happening. They thought that they were doing what they need to do to fulfill the needs for their fertility of the land.
uh, I, I would still say that in my position, I would still say that those motivations were selfish and evil.
Who?
Like there's, I said me.
No,
I'm
whose
saying that
motivations?
like, so if you are, because we're kind of getting into the weeds of the prostitution thing. I hope to get
Mm-hmm.
back on track, but I think my point in saying that, the even bringing that into it, was that I believe that there are demonic forces that can motivate people in through sadness, through confusion, and all kinds of things. And I'm certainly not like arguing it from a place of like I'm morally, like I'm better than, or like I have some sort of worth that is asserted over them. So it's not like that. I just think there is a right and a wrong.
Well,
And
they
I
do
certainly
too.
have been motivated by things. Yeah, but but what I'm saying is the central thing there is we're looking at a motivation of, is this pleasuring, is this for me? You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
you're
And
allowed
my
to.
prayer,
There's nothing evil about taking pleasure. You know that, right? Like, for example, if I want to go to a baseball game and have fun, it brings pleasure to me. It's not evil. There's nothing wrong with that.
no, I'm not saying pleasure. I'm not connecting a direct line between pleasure and evil, but
Is worship
the
pleasurable?
type,
Like when you go to church
no,
and you
well,
worship God, did you derive any pleasure from that?
uh, I don't think that yeah, I'll answer that in a second. I want to finish my point. I don't think that, because I wanted to answer your earlier comment. You're saying, you're kind of thinking that I was kind of saying, alluding to like, hey, pleasure equals immoral or bad, or that I felt like that's what you were getting from what I'm saying. I'm saying there's a type of pleasure that can be sin, and I think that even Jesus says, I come to bring life, and give life abundantly. He's he is higher and better. And
Right,
so
but
the things that the things
not to
that
interrupt
people
you,
were
but
trying to
my point, and maybe I didn't make it clear. My point was, it's only a sin in
Sure.
your framework. If you're an ancient Greek, it's not a sin, right? So you would have to demonstrate why your framework is true and theirs is not, for you to then judge them on what you think is sinful.
Okay, I see where you're coming from. I believe Romans addresses this to some degree. I want to
But
say it's chapter 3, 5, or 8.
well, the
That
Bible
there is
clearly
a
says that sacred prostitution is wrong, but you'd have to justify the Bible being true and the Bible God being real.
yeah, and well, so I would say to that, I so God is real, and I've experienced him. I mean, this is kind of the hard part. I wish I wish there was a way for me to directly translate this to you, like incept it in your mind, so you'd be like, oh, boom, light bulb. Because that's how it was for me, and there's just like no going back for me now. And that's not even the only thing. I've seen demonic things. Like I've seen, like I said, I had a dream of Jesus, and that was like a total like John 3 Nicodemus, I feel reborn by the Spirit sort of moment. Woke up with hope. Woke up out of anxiety. Like it
These
was
sounds
the
like
most amazing
feelings, my
thing.
man. Like, so I've got a
It's not
good
just
friend who's on TikTok with me. He makes some really fun videos, Morgan Lee. He used to experience these religious experiences too, and then he realized that he was actually having like psychotic breaks, and he started taking medication, and it turns out all of his religious experiences disappeared. It's not uncommon for people to have religious experiences that are not actually reality. Like 100 people a year, and people have heard me say this before, 100 people a year are hospitalized in Jerusalem with what's classified as Jerusalem syndrome, where they go to Jerusalem, they're so overwhelmed with the majesty and the history and the religion of the city that they begin believing that they are the reincarnated or the resurrected Jesus, and they have to get hospitalized for their madness. So like, I get it that these are convincing to you, but from anyone looking on the outside, we would just say maybe you should, I don't know, take an anti-psych.
Then specifically
but
me, I
what would
grew up
necessitate an anti-psych?
charismatic as well, and
I'm sorry,
and
I didn't
I
make it
had
far.
dreams of. I grew up charismatic as well, and I had dreams about Jesus. I thought I experienced like the demonic, and I also engaged in glossolalia, speaking in tongues. But now I understand that most of these are like psychological in nature. Not meaning, and by psychological, I do not mean that you are like crazy or anything like that, but that the human brain has the ability to trick itself into believing all kinds of unsubstantiated claims.
Well, I mean that could go for any position we're holding here. I mean that's a really tricky argument.
I have a way of phrasing this. Why do you think that we are not allowed to cite dreams in science? Like, if I'm publishing a scientific paper, why cannot I not cite one of my dreams as evidence?
Why can you not cite a dream?
Yeah, if I have a theory about how the world works and I want to provide evidence for that, why can I not cite one of my dreams as evidence for that theory being true?
You should tell me. You should describe that to me. Why would you believe that? That you couldn't
because, for one, everybody has different dreams. Just because you have a dream doesn't necessarily mean it correlates to something true. You need to find some actual verifiable, repeatable evidence.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I would say, like, again, it's
and the bigger the claim, kind of like the more robust it should be, not the less.
Yeah, so I'll actually, so this dream was on the heels of months of prayer. I was struggling with a sin. I know that you guys probably don't feel like it's that way, so I'm not asking you to like necessarily like,
but that
believe
potentially
that.
makes it even more biased. You're priming yourself.
I don't think so.
Exactly.
I
yeah,
don't think so.
This is religious priming.
Well, here's why I don't think that is because when I was asking for forgiveness, I wasn't asking for anything like that. And I know it sounds like you're saying that I'm setting myself up to have inevitably
you don't have
come
to think
this.
explicitly the experience that you had. You just have to be thinking about that subject a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And then your brain will fill in the gaps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would actually be more convincing if a completely non-religious person who never thinks about this had that dream. I mean, it still wouldn't be very convincing to me, but it would be more convincing than what you're describing.
Yeah, but I mean, this happens to like, honestly, it happens to people all around the world all the time, especially like Muslims are like kind of like famous for this when they're turning from, they're highly
Exactly. That's why
motivated
it's
to
not
not
convincing
leave
evidence.
Islam.
Muslims
what
are
I'm saying
primed
is they're
for this,
highly,
by the way. Jesus is a
but
figure
they're
within
primed
Islam,
to
and
never leave Islam. And here's the deal: they leave it for Christianity under the threat of death. So they're
Christians
constantly kind of like upending
we
this
delete
argument.
Christianity
What
for
you're
Islam as
presenting.
well. I mean, that's nothing.
Hey,
Yeah,
Vash,
but
let me
I would say,
ask you
yeah,
a
sir, go ahead.
question, because personal experience, to be fair, like we're entertaining it because you're like a super nice guy, but you have to understand from our perspective, personal experiences are not evidence of anything. There's evidence that people believe things, right? But they're not really evidence for anything.
Yeah, I was hoping you guys would hear my
Mhm.
heart in it, and like that it would. I know this like really hard to convince because you guys are looking for something that is like a transferable piece of logic that I know that you're not going to be. You're already kind of decided, really, but I was hoping you would hear my heart in that, and
I think we
and
have
then
heard your heart,
eventually, yeah.
which is, and again, typically we don't even entertain people's stories because they're so irrelevant to the discussion. But we did it because you seem like a genuine nice guy. We want to give you the opportunity to explain your point of view, but you have to understand, like, I've got a friend who believes in Hermeticism and the gods of both the Greek and the Egyptian pantheon, and has told me that she was visited by two of the deities from ancient Egypt. And I have another friend who's Hindu who was visited by two of the three primary gods of the Hindu religion. So, like, the religious phenomenon exists. We have tons and tons of evidence that people have these perceived experiences, but there's no good reason to accept them as valid unless you're just going to say they're all valid. But in that case, you've got contradictions because they can't all be valid. Somebody has to be wrong, or they can all be wrong.
Well, I agree that I bet they did have those visions. This is kind of where I'm going to probably differ from the, what we're thinking. I bet they did have these. Again, this is where I would say that it would be like a demon, a demonic spirit that wants to keep misleading somebody away from Christ. They don't so that they don't have that relationship with God. They do not have that hope with Christ, and that these spirits that people have been dealing with forever, the ones that you kind of cited in like ancient times and have been manifesting and stuff, they're ancient. Like we're new on the scene compared to them. So I would not be
Vash,
surprised if someone had that kind of experience and
what
it would
what
keep leading
what
them further
what's
down
to
sin.
stop like a Jewish person, for example, from believing that an evil spirit has influenced you to become a Christian and thus draw you further away from a true and authentic worship of the God of Israel, since now you worship a man?
Yeah, I would say that they would just need to read all the text,
boy.
like read Isaiah.
Well,
I mean this is like actually
Jews,
the mission of one for
Jews
Israel
do.
is like
We
really
know
big
about
on
one
this.
for Israel. The Jews have read the text. That's why they rejected Jesus. That's the
Well,
point that Dalton's getting at is in, I assume, Deuteronomy 13. Am I correct, Dalton, in assuming that's where you're going?
I got my Bible
You
right
know
here.
what? You and me,
Let's
we're
go.
synced up, bud.
But
100%.
we're always on the same page, yeah. Vash, turn to Deuteronomy 13 for us. I think this is really good evidence that just having an experience isn't evidence for Christianity. So,
And by the way,
in fact,
There's another thing I wanted to talk about as well. I just wanted to start with that.
Yeah, we got
if
plenty of
that's okay.
time. No, not a problem.
By the way, Vash, this is why I left Christianity for Judaism before I left Judaism for atheism.
Deuteronomy 13, I love because, like, it's funny. Deuteronomy 13 is so powerful. I could even grant that Jesus resurrected, and it still wouldn't mean that Christianity is true. It says, if prophets or those who divine by dreams appear among you and show you omens or portents, and the omens or the portents declared by them take place, and they say, let us follow other gods whom you have not known, let us serve them, you must not heed the words of those prophets or those who divine by dreams, for the Lord your God is testing you to know whether indeed you love the Lord your God with all your heart, all your soul. The Lord your God you shall follow. Him alone you shall fear, and his commandments you shall keep. His voice you shall obey, and him you shall serve, and to him you shall hold fast. So anyone who comes along that says you don't have to follow the commandments, or there's a different name that you have to serve, I'm agreeing with Dalton. I think that this is a false prophet. This is a demon sent by God to trick people.
I was flipping there. I totally missed what you were saying. Where did you start? I'm sorry.
It's Deuteronomy 13, and it's going to just read
13.
verses 1 all the way through 5.
As a prophet, when foretells dreams, appears among you and announces signs and wonders, takes place. And the prophet says, "Let us follow their gods you have not known. Let's worship them."
I mean, Justin, how many times did the people of Israel get into trouble for worshiping like a human as if they were God, and also from walking away from the commandments of the Lord?
Over and over again.
Christianity's biggest thing is a man is God, and you no longer have to keep the laws of God.
Yep.
Yeah, so Jesus is I really love John chapter 1 for this. This is kind of like beautifully worded, but also there's a deep sense of logic in it as well. Like you can really like dig your brain in here and not just have to think like not use your brain. The fact that it says that, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The reason why that's really cool is because you're seeing God the Father manifests himself in reality, and it calls him the Word of God, right? Like just as you speak, your words are out there, they're to be understood because it's transactional, right? To interact with me, to
Are my
get your
words
thoughts,
identical to me?
are your words identical to you? Your words communicate you. So if we look at like John
But are they
1:18,
identical to
John,
me? Because
they're
what you're trying to
identical
say
to.
is that the Word is God. The Word is identical to God. But
Well,
if
this is an awesome distinction.
if
Yes,
words are identical to their source, then that means my words would be identical to me.
Well, in this case, yeah, I do think that's what the Bible is equating here, is that as God manifests himself into reality, his word, which is like a perfect promise, it's so perfect it's a living person.
Oh, it
It's
can't
in
be perfect.
action.
It
There's no
fails all the time.
well, it go ahead.
Also, there's no need for that There's no need for that. God already reveals himself physically to the people of Israel in the Hebrew Bible. No need for this
Sure, yeah.
other person.
Well, it's not another person. If you look through if you read
Well,
the
by
whole
definition,
Bible,
it is. That's what the Trinity teaches: 3 persons, 1 God.
there's a shared will, but if you look at
Nope,
the
it's not
No, the text has
shared.
a
Jesus
different
says, "Your will
will.
be done, not mine," in the garden.
yeah, but if you keep like I just read this today, or it was yesterday, when he says that that the Father doesn't judge, he will judge, but he only judges what the Father tells him to. And then he says that he's not going to glorify himself, but the Father's going to glorify him.
Yeah,
And you see this through
but he has
line
a
between
separate
their
will.
character. Okay, so that's a great question, actually. I love that we're getting to this. This is a demonstration of him showing his humanity in subjection to God by his own human, like saying, hey, I'm going to
No,
show
God can't be
humans an
human.
example.
God is not
Well,
a
this is
man,
where
as it says in the book of Numbers, and it also says in Malachi 3:6, "I, the Lord, do not change." If that's true, and that God is not a man and he does not change, then God cannot become a man. I'm putting on my Jewish hat, my yarmulke, for this one.
Yeah, I understand what you're trying to get at. The manifestations. Okay, so who do you think? Think of it like this: if God the Father is in heaven and He is spirit, right? The Bible says He is spirit. Your Jewish side should know that, right?
Well, the New
So,
Testament says that God is spirit. The Old Testament doesn't say God is spirit, it says he has a spirit. And the Hebrew Bible often depicts God as traveling from heaven to earth. Like he comes down to
Yeah.
confuse the languages at the Tower of Babel, or he
well,
tells
it's
Abraham that he is traveling to Sodom and Gomorrah to see if it is as bad as he has heard. So also, if God is omnipresent, as a lot of theists believe, then he's not just in heaven.
Yeah. So to answer quickly, kind of go to the spirit part. We look at like Genesis chapter 1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and now the earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering above the water. So he does identify it. We do start from like the very beginning.
God
God
isn't.
is a spirit.
This isn't. Oh, no. There's you're missing something here. It doesn't say God the Spirit hovered over the surface of the waters. It says the Spirit of God. I also have, according to the Hebrew
What does that
Bible, a
nomination
spirit.
mean, though?
It's
Like
just a spirit from God. It's a separate being. Or
So
you could even
God's
understand it
spirit,
as you could even just simply understand it possibly as Ruach Elohim, as a breath of God. You could even understand it as that, or a wind from God, as the New Jewish Publication Society translates it. But it doesn't say God is spirit. It says that there's the Spirit of God.
But we're not saying here that couldn't mean that. You're saying that you believe that it doesn't mean that, correct?
Vash, can you help me out and help me
Sure.
refocus? What is this talking point in reference to?
I don't know. We kind of got like
we got lost in the sauce here. Maybe
totally.
This is a fun
I'm
conversation,
having a lot of
but
fun.
I think we should try to stay on track. I think we left off on Deuteronomy 13. I think the question that Dalton and I are both going to have is, if the God of the Old Testament says that, hey, I'm going to send false prophets to you to test you, why should we believe that Jesus was the Messiah as opposed to a false prophet?
Yeah, he fulfilled he didn't abolish, he fulfilled the law. We can see it in his life. He's constantly pointing to Yahweh. He's never trying to say, leave him. He says, my Father, and he's constantly trying to refocus even the religious leaders who are supposed to know God. He was taking
Does he want worship?
Conversation and saying, does Jesus want worship?
Yeah.
He allows it from the he lets himself be anointed for burial. He does. I believe during the transfiguration. Correct me if I'm wrong. The transfiguration. Do the three disciples that are with him there? Do they bow down? I'm trying to remember if they do.
No,
but yeah, he accepts.
So my point is,
he does accept worship. Yes.
He does accept worship. Do you think he desires to be worshipped? Because the New Testament says that every knee will bow to Jesus. In the parable in Luke 19 that Jesus tells about his second coming, is that, hey, those who didn't want me to be king over them, bring them before me and slaughter me. So he's like, listen, you're going to worship me as king, it seems like.
You just have to understand that from a Jewish perspective, the Jewish people over and over and over again got in trouble for bowing down and worshiping objects, whether that be golden calves or people. And then you're telling them now, you have to worship this man as if he's God. And then Jewish people over and over again get told, you keep, like, they walk away from the commandments of God, and they get in trouble for it. And what is Christianity telling them? You don't have to observe the law of Moses anymore. What should a Jewish person think about that? You're literally telling, it's literally red flags.
Yeah, no, the law of Moses, this is actually I'm glad you brought that up. This is actually something I have questions about as well, as even being a believer. But I think that, like, I started keeping the Sabbath because I felt convicted about it. I was like, how can I can't, like, not. So, like, even right now, like, I've set aside this time to, like, do spiritual things, to, like, either help somebody else, because that's what Jesus did on the Sabbath, to, like, feed somebody, or to, like, have spiritual conversations and read my Bible, pray for other people. Like, there's so I understand what you're saying there. And I do think that
the feast days.
The feast days.
So because the prophet Zechariah says that in the last
Zechariah
days,
14,
everyone's going to be observing the feast of Sukkot at Jerusalem.
I am not familiar with that. Can you educate me on that one?
Yeah, we'll pull it up. It's in Zechariah 14, near the end of the chapter, actually. In Zechariah 14, you've got the battle, what you might call Armageddon, like the end times battle, where all the world comes against Jerusalem and God grants victory to them. And then listen to what happens after the victory. It says, all who survive of the nations that have come against Jerusalem shall go up year after year to worship the King, the Lord of hosts, and to keep the festival of booths. All the families of the earth that do not go up to Jerusalem to worship the King, the Lord of hosts, there will be no rain upon them. So according to Zechariah, when this final kingdom arrives, you're still going to be following the laws of Moses. And if you keep reading, he talks about the sacrifices according to Moses too.
I have a note to look at Revelation 20 in my Bible. Oh, let me see. This feels like a tie-in.
Revelation 20 just says that the Lord that the Lord will be their tabernacle, and it's has nothing to do with what's actually been written in Zechariah.
So survivors of the nations that have attacked Jerusalem will go up here to worship the King, the Lord God Almighty, celebrate the festival of tabernacles. Okay, so what you're saying is, like, am I practicing every single law? And if not, how can I be doing right by God if Jesus is a continuation of that, but also could be a trick sent by God? And how do I know that I'm on the right path?
Right? Yeah, because if I heard a religion that was an offspring from Judaism, and the main guy was basically the teachings that people are seen to be deriving from this religion is, you don't need to observe the 613 commandments of the Lord anymore. That, if you're Jewish, that's like a red flag for, oh, this is a false prophet, because God has said repeatedly throughout the Tanakh, the Hebrew Bible, that the law of the Lord is perfect, it is eternal, that in the last days people will keep the tabernacles, that the priests will always serve to offer sacrifices before God. Yeah, it would, a Jewish person could very easily make the argument that the fact that you have had seen these visions of Jesus and that you are speaking in tongues, that these are all signs of demonic influence.
Yeah, but again, I would like to redirect. This to me is heavy enough to consider. I'd want to redirect to what Jesus points back to Yahweh. He's never saying, when he says, don't commit adultery, he actually takes it to the next level. Like the religious practices were actually here, and he says, actually, don't even look at a woman.
Well, let's make some distinctions here, because you might actually be partially agreeing with us. So, Dalton and I both agree that the Jesus that's depicted in the New Testament, in the Gospels, is a believer in following Moses' law. He was a Judaizer. He believed that you needed to follow these laws. The Jesus depicted in the book of Acts, or rather, not the Jesus, the Holy Spirit as depicted in the book of Acts and also in the Pauline epistles, disagrees. So Jesus says to follow the laws forever. Paul says, no, you don't need to follow those laws at all. They were temporary until Jesus came. In fact, he says, if you take the marks of circumcision, Christ will be of no use to you. So Paul says, don't follow the law. They've been absolutely abolished. That's Ephesians chapter 2, 14 and 15. So we agree with your reading of Jesus. Your reading of Jesus says that you should be following these laws. I think the problem we have is Paul. So if you're going to take the position that the law should not be followed, then you're taking a Pauline position. And if that's your position, this is a direct contradiction of what God says in Deuteronomy 13 and elsewhere. So maybe help us understand, do you think the law should be followed or not?
Yeah, I think there's a distinction between there was a distinction between like morality and ceremonial. And if we look at if we want to go past like God has he has dictated to us before even the Mosaic law, right? And we aren't even we haven't even gotten there yet. Like when he looks at Adam and Eve and he says, in a command, firstly, he commands them out of the ground, so they're a living command. But then beyond that, he says, be fruitful and multiply. Well, where is that in the Mosaic law? So there's things that were ceremonial that we get to this point in history. The point that I'm making is we get to this point in history and Jesus has fulfilled all of the law, but there's still a morality that he calls us to. And that's why he says he's not, like we're looking at the seventh commandment, right, for like adultery, and he says, don't even look at a woman,
Right.
with lust. He actually narrows that further and makes it about who am
But that
I to
doesn't.
God and who am
But that
I to
doesn't answer my
others,
question.
rather
My
than I'm
question is about.
practicing
Right.
whether
I
I'm
just
eating
need to.
shrimp or not.
I'm just trying to get your
Or
viewpoint, right?
pork. Yeah,
Do
yeah,
you
yeah.
think that Christians should follow the laws of Moses?
I think we should follow. I think definitely we should follow the Ten Commandments, and I believe that I think ceremonial law. There are some laws that were put into place at a certain time for Israel in a certain context where they were at in the land, as they were surrounded by the Canaanites, surrounded by the the different peoples that were practicing all kinds of. Again, I'm going to point to something I talked about in the beginning of this conversation, which were selfish motivations. They were burning their children and doing all this crazy stuff. They were having, lots of immorality that even you and I would agree that was like horrible things.
The main
But
problem
the
here,
reason why I'm
Vash, is
yeah,
that
go ahead.
this trifold division of the law that you're speaking of, where it's the moral, ceremonial, and civil law, is a post-biblical philosophical innovation. The Jewish people do not categorize the law into this tripartite division, and the Bible itself never gives us such a division. And moreover, there are laws in the Torah which cannot be clearly delineated amongst the tripartite division. Like the Sabbath laws, are they moral? I mean, they appear in the Ten Commandments. Are they ceremonial? Because there's ritual observances tied to it. Are they civil? Because not observing it can get you the death penalty, which is a civil punishment. Like the dietary laws are also moral and ceremonial in nature, and it's just there's no way of cleanly marking out and delineating the laws of Moses in this fashion, and Jesus never makes a distinction between them.
Well, I guess my point is I probably could get a better direct, like I could probably do more research and more thinking and praying about this to understand this better myself. But I think my point was I don't have like a really I wish I did. I don't have an awesome answer for you, but I think what I was saying is if Israel, like if God had created a people for himself before the nation of Israel even existed, and he had given them commands and he had given them a purpose, and then you have a nation, you have nations that spring out of spiritual nations. We have Israel, the people group, or Jews, the people group. But then you have people that come out of that who believe in Yahweh, who are not necessarily of that particular like DNA or whatever you want to say, but come out of that. So you have people before and after that are trying to follow the Lord there, and that he has a command and he has a morality and he's a personal relationship with those people that is driving that. And to me, it's not like the craziest idea to say like, hey, these were directives meant for certain people at a certain time, and this is what they needed to stay pure, to have a pure bloodline, to not,
But it
have
says the Passover
like adopt practices.
But it says the Passover is forever, le'olam. Exodus 12, you shall practice this forever throughout your generations, not until the Messiah comes.
Can you share that with me again? That was Exodus
Chapter 12, when in the laws pertaining to the observation of the Passover, God says they are forever.
Yeah. He says the same thing in Leviticus 16 about the laws of the Day of Atonement. Also, I keep hearing like a Windows bloom bloom noise. Is that
Me.
picking
Just
up
ignore
audio
that.
from your okay? Let's make sure that's not me. Okay. So I guess the point that Dalton and I are going to make here, Vash, and I don't want to belabor the point, is
Sure.
that we've got all these references in the Hebrew Bible where God says you're going to do this stuff forever, and he doesn't say only some of it. He specifically describes things that the New Testament says you're not going to do. So in Exodus 12, when give me a second, when we get the laws, my keyboard wasn't working. There we go. When we get the laws,
verse 16.
There's going to be a couple references. So let's grab first. I grabbed Exodus and Leviticus. Leviticus says,
14.
"This shall be a statute to you forever in the 7th month of the 10th day of the month." And then in Exodus, you said it was in 14, buddy?
Yeah, 14.
This day shall be a day of remembrance for you. You shall celebrate it as a festival to the Lord throughout your generations. You shall observe it as a perpetual ordinance. And then, we get, we get more verses in the Bible that just point to this idea that the law code's never going to go away. And Dalton, I don't know if you and I got to talk about this, but I think this is my new favorite one. You can tell me how much you like this or dislike this one. But Deuteronomy 30 has two pieces in it that I really like that I think are problematic for Christians. God says, Moses saying for God, moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. Now, Vash, you're a Christian. You believe that when you believe in Jesus, that's the circumcision of the heart. In fact, that's what Paul says, that Christians are circumcised in the heart and not the flesh. So we probably would agree that in Deuteronomy, when it talks about this future time period of being circumcised in the heart, this is supposed to be like the Messianic age, right?
Let me read this first. The Lord your God will circumcise your hearts and your hearts, the hearts of your descendants, so that you may love him with all your heart, with all your soul, and live. Okay.
So we'll read more in a second. But my point is this: from a time standpoint, verse 6 is talking about a future time period where God's going to do something. Now, in your worldview, this something happened either when Jesus came, or it will happen at the very end of time when the kingdom of God comes down to earth in Revelation 21. I think we agree on that, right?
Yeah, I would say I actually have this underlined in my Bible as well. And
what's interesting is what he
me,
says in
to me
verse
that
8.
I'm sorry, what were you saying, Bash?
Oh, verse 8. You said,
well, we're
you
not there
will
yet.
again.
Oh, no, don't read it yet.
Okay.
Don't read it yet because it's going to muddy the waters. Sorry, Dalton. We're going to verse 8 specifically. I just wanted to get the concession up front that this is the Messianic age or sometime after. So, according to
I think this is Jesus. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, according to your worldview, we would suggest that the period where God circumcises the hearts of the people so that then they truly worship God the way he intended, that happens either when Jesus came or at the very end, right?
Yeah, and I think this is pointing to the notion that God wants to be loved, not just like followed. Like it's a completely different thing. It's like it doesn't want it to be about obligation because he's almighty. Like he could make that, but I think he wants us to like actually like know him and be known by him and love him, and that's a different motivation. I think that's where circumcise the heart, the notion comes from, why it's so important. And they are pointing to where Jesus, and because I think Jesus reveals that. I think there's a lot of confusion from the Jews, and like you said, everybody, ancient people, my ancestors who were pagans, like a lot, we had all these views about how to try to follow whatever we were doing, and the Jews had confusion, and they even had Moses' law. They had the teachers. They had a class of teachers that was supposed to, help them, and they were looking at God manifest.
I think
still didn't understand.
I think some of these explanations they start out nice, but then they veer off into something that doesn't address the question. So I promise, if you ask me a question, I'll be as concise as possible. And you're a really kind individual. I know you're doing your best, but in order to keep the conversation on the tracks, the train on the tracks, we kind of have to give concise answers to when they're short questions. So my question, I think, is easy. Do we agree?
I'm like really excited.
No, it's okay. Listen, these are fun. Do we agree then that the time period that is depicted in verse 6 is during the Messianic age? This is where God finally circumcises the hearts of the people?
I'm just gonna say yes, because I will probably need to reread this to get the context and kind of like in my mind. But what you're saying makes sense. So if you want to keep going with that, we can
well, Paul says in Galatians and elsewhere that the Christians are circumcised in the heart. So in the Christian worldview, this time period where God circumcises the hearts of the people has to be either during the Messianic age or at the end, because it either hasn't happened yet or it happened in some spiritual format. Neither one is, prohibitory to what we're talking about now. So the question is, when is this time period? We agree it's either when Jesus came or it's going to be at the end of all things. And the reason why this is important is because if you keep reading, God says something very specific in verse 8 when this happens. He says, "Then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all of his commandments that I'm commanding you today." Now, if you've read Deuteronomy, you know that all of the commandments in Deuteronomy were delivered in one day. It was Moses' final speech. And so what this seems to suggest is that when the Messiah comes, or at the very end of time, when the Messiah comes back, I guess the second time, it means that at a minimum, all the laws that Moses spoke in Deuteronomy are going to be followed.
It could be, unless this is pointing to a different time.
Well, when?
Yeah, I mean that's a good question. I wish I had a great answer for you. I wish I could
Paul indicates in his own epistles, like the epistles to the Romans, that Christians are circumcised in their heart.
Right.
Yeah.
I forget where that falls in.
So
Is that Romans 8?
Romans 3.
3, damn it.
Or
the half an 8.
You were almost there. Pretty good memory.
Sometimes I nail it. I'm pretty good at it. Dalton's probably better. Dalton's got a sharp memory. He's like an autodidact from way back.
I can't do math very well, though. It's just the Bible.
So the basic... So the reason why we're doing it, we've kind of got long-winded on this. The reason why we're walking down this path, Dalton and I, is because, listen, if the Old Testament says repeatedly that these laws are forever, then what that means is that everybody in the New Testament that's saying that these laws are not forever, they're just simply wrong. So it seems more likely, if we're going to suggest that people are doing miraculous things based on the power of demons or something, it seems perfectly charitable to suggest that that's actually what Jesus was doing. Jesus was a demonic entity sent by Yahweh to test the faith of his people and whether or not they would actually continue to follow him and obey his orders. Because, and this is the last thing I'll say, I don't want to overdo it, but God was very serious about like having nobody beside him. In fact, he says in Isaiah 42, "Turn to me and be saved, all the ends of the earth, for I am God and there is no other. By myself I have sworn, from my mouth has gone forth righteousness, a word that shall not be returned. To me every knee shall bow and every tongue shall swear." And then he says the same thing in Isaiah this is actually Isaiah 45. So he's saying, listen, every tongue is going to confess and every knee is going to bow to me specifically, to Yahweh. And he says he won't share his glory with another. That's, I don't know why, I thought I typed it in. That's going to be Isaiah 42, verse 8, I thought. Maybe I didn't hit the enter button and it just didn't pull it up. There's a, "I am Yahweh, that is my name. My glory I shall give to no other." And that has to include Jesus, because Jesus says that the glory was given to him. John 5:23 says, "So that all may honor the Son, just as they honor the Father." He wants to be honored the same way the Father's honored. And then in John 17:22, says, "The glory that you have given me, I have given them, so that they may be one as we are one." So he's saying that God's glory has been given to him. But that can't be true. If the glory's been given to him and God says he doesn't share his glory with another, I can only assume that Jesus is a false prophet.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I could see how you would see that's a conflation or a contradiction. The reason why I don't think that is because I do think that Jesus is the manifestation of God. So if he has a level of oneness, maybe we can't articulate it, but if there's a oneness with him, then and what we're seeing the human manifestation of God, and we're seeing God honor him. Like, okay, here's an example. When he's baptized and the Spirit comes down and God says, "I am pleased." Why would God say that if this is some sort of hypocritical spirit? Like
Well,
if this is some sort of contradiction.
That's what I'm saying. I don't believe. So if God is sending a false prophet to deceive people, you're going to see that. You're going to see these manifestations, and that's God purposely deceiving you and testing you. That's the point.
Well, I think the reason why
had previously, just real quick, Bash. Previously, before we had you on, we had another guest on earlier where we see that God is able and willing to send spirits. He has sent a spirit from God, so it's the spirit of God, to go and deceive prophets. So God will say things that are not true in order to lead people astray.
Yeah, I would actually, let's get back to that because that was the Ahaz thing. Or Ahab. I was
Yeah.
listening. That was really interesting. I want to put a pin in that for just a second. I want to kind of address the there's sort of like a problem of Jesus here, right? Like how could he, be from God if God's not going to share his glory, and if how we have multiple people, that's pluralism, and that God obviously says God is one. That's in the Shema. It's what we're missing here is for humans who are unrighteous and who have sinned and broken the law and who actually can't keep the impossibility of the law anyways.
No. They can.
These.
Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy 30:11.
To...
Deuteronomy 30:11 says that they can. In fact, I'm not lying to you. I promise. I'm just quoting the Bible.
Well, what I'm saying is, so God puts the provision in the law to have a sacrifice because he knows they can't keep it, right?
No, he can.
And
he says in Deuteronomy 30:11, surely this commandment, referring to the commands, is not, this commandment that I'm commanding you today is not too hard for you, nor is it too far away. He specifically says that you can do it.
But I'm sorry, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how that factors in.
Well, you said that it was impossible to follow the law, but
not impossible for everybody but Jesus, and that's kind of where I'm getting. That's kind of the point I'm getting.
No, that can't be true either. Because
either God was lying. Was God lying when he told the people of Israel that this law which I give you today is not too difficult for you?
I want to say that, and then can I say what I was going to say really quick, and then
sorry, go ahead.
Deep on that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I just kind of wanted to point to sort of the deity of Jesus being like the fact that we have to have a sacrificial lamb, right? We're looking at Judaism. They can't keep the law. Like practically speaking, they just can't do it. And
I mean, it's hard.
Then it's so hard they've never done it. Like not a single one.
No, it says in the New Testament that they did. So that's just patently not true. Luke chapter 1.
3:23.
Well, Romans 3:23 isn't saying what you think it is, but we'll get there in a second. Luke says, according to his testimony about Zechariah and Elizabeth, he says both of them were righteous before God, living blamelessly according to all the commandments and regulations of the Lord. So there's one couple even in the New Testament.
Yeah, but I understand what you're saying. That does not mean they were like spiritually perfect, like they'd never lied or.
I didn't say anything about spiritual perfection. Yeah, so in the law code, you could sin and then repent of your sin. Like following the law of Moses doesn't necessitate that you'll never break a commandment. Just when you do, even if it's accidental, here's how to go about rectifying it. So you can break the laws of Moses, and as long as you repent and seek forgiveness for breaking those sins, you could maintain a righteous standing.
Well, but I guess my question for you would be like, what is the point? What is the point of even doing that? Like, what's the point of? You said righteous standing.
Because God has morals. So the Bible God wants you to behave. But the Bible God wants you to behave in a particular way to please himself. That's why he says in Leviticus 18, do not defile yourselves in any of these ways. He's talking about the Canaanites, some of their practices. For by all these practices, the nations that I'm casting out before you have defiled themselves. So he's like, listen, follow this law code so you'll be better than all these people, which is why he says in Deuteronomy 12:28, I'll double check. He says that you have to follow these laws forever and your children so that you'll be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. So God has a moral code, and it includes all of these laws.
Yeah, I think this is my person. This is like not representative of like I don't know if it was representative of like Christianity, but the way I digest that information, that he created laws for them to follow at that time in that place, but some of those laws were not really like they weren't moral. Like, how is eating a certain food this way or that way? It doesn't really.
But God specifically says that the Passover is forever, not for just a period of time.
Right. That's the
Sure,
problem.
maybe that one, but there like are
No, all
other
of them.
things that
If the Passover is forever, then you don't need Jesus as your Passover lamb, because we have a Passover lamb already.
Well, I love that we got here, because this is exactly what I was wanting to say, is that we have this kind of notion that, okay, you're familiar with the Jewish, because you were Jewish, that we have this notion that, as a religious person, that we have fallen short of God's glory. We're falling short of knowing Him in the way that He wants to be known. We're falling short of loving Him with all of our being,
Mm-hmm.
and likewise loving our neighbors ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
And because we fall short of that, there is this atonement through the sacrifice. But what happens with us as humans, we as humans trying to atone for ourselves through like a lamb, is we have to keep doing it over and over again. We keep failing over and over again. But
Not
Jesus comes
always.
not only as
There are some sacrifices, some sins that you cannot offer animal sacrifices for, and the only thing you can do is do teshuva, repentance. And like, for example, what sacrifice did David offer when his sin for Bathsheba was found out?
He didn't. In the 12th chapter
there's
of
not a recorded there's not a
nope.
recorded
Before the words even leave his mouth, the prophet tells him that God has already forgiven you, because for sins which are committed intentionally, there is no sacrifice you can offer. The only thing you can do is do teshuva, repentance, and you are forgiven.
Okay, but I think, again, this kind of still proves my point. I think the point
Maybe
is the point
restate
of
the
this
point,
the
because
point of
I might have lost track of
yeah,
it,
yeah.
and that's my fault.
Yeah. No, it's okay. This is like, I'm like so pumped. Like, this is great. I'm like loving this conversation with you guys. So thanks for having me on here.
We
But
enjoy a genuine conversation. It's just it's hard to get them because people get really bent out of shape when you talk about their religion.
Yeah, no, I think it's really cool of you guys to offer a space for someone to be able to share their thoughts, and you guys are like genuinely listening, which is really cool. I really appreciate that. I think the point of like the sacrifice, like it's not just to do the act, it needs to change the person. And what we see is we see repentance in David in that moment. But when we look at Jesus, we do see that he pays atonement for all sin, for all people, to make a way for those who choose him, to make a way to the Father, right?
Wait,
And
what do you mean
the
a way to
reason
the
why I
Father?
bring what
I would say from a Jewish
well,
perspective, Jewish people already have the way to the Father.
yeah, but here's where I was wanting to get, is basically every sense of this is how I've rationed in my mind. This is how I'm seeing it, is if I remove Jesus from my factoring of how I do things, I my whole practice in my world becomes merit. And if I look at the Muslim religion, uh, if I was to be an atheist, I feel like I'm looking at this. I do so I get, or there's this causality between me and righteousness, or me and goodness, or me and whatever. And where goes beyond that is that he offers the heart of God. He is the heart of God. John 1:8 says it really well in the New King James, or the King James version. He comes from the bosom of God. He's the meaning of God. He's the expression of God's love. And he comes to, when I say make a way, it's not just about uh being a sacrifice, but he was God unto God. Like God, like our problem of sin necessitated that God. My problem of sin, the problem of sin was that God
Maybe
it necessitated that.
what needs to be done is, maybe this question needs to be posed to you. if I were Jewish, what thing would I gain from Christianity that I couldn't get from Judaism?
Yeah, so God is God. So Jesus is God unto God. So he stands before God as a perfect sacrifice. That's the thing that no one can do.
But why do
God
we
has to
need
do it
that?
for himself. Yeah, so he covered us with his own blood. Think about it like this: the Father offered
But I already have
offers
repentance,
himself.
which covers me.
I'm sorry.
But repentance
Okay.
already covers that. In Judaism, all you have to do is do repentance, and God will forgive you of sin.
Yeah, but it doesn't take. Okay, so repenting changes your way from where you are right now, but it doesn't change the thing that you have done. You've committed that into existence. So if you've done a wrong,
No, God
and
says
even
that
Jesus
He
says if
takes
you've
it.
done.
God says in the Psalms that He bears our iniquities. In the Psalms already. That's already a concept in Judaism. That's not something new that Christianity provides.
Okay, so how, I'm not sure how that's not like describing all, like
So
comprehensively
I want
all
to
of like
make sure that
belief.
we're not talking past each other, because I know what Dalton's saying, but I don't know if you've caught it. And it's
I might be
because
missing it.
Dalton and I we've done a lot of these conversations. So the thing of it is, if you're an ancient Jewish person and you're like, listen, my God already gives me forgiveness. He's not going to send me to burn for hell in eternity. That's not a Jewish thought. That just because you are less than perfect, he's got to light you on fire forever. So the question that we're asking is like, listen, if you're an ancient Jew, what does the sacrifice of Jesus get you that you couldn't already get according to your own religion?
Okay. I would say, okay, I think Jesus actually, and I'd hate to misrepresent this, but I think he addresses this when he's talking to the Pharisees, and he says, "You're guilty because you know now." There's a certain level of knowledge that because Jesus hadn't been revealed yet fully to the world and hadn't died on the cross for everybody, the gospel of that, the fulfillment of the gospel had not been done yet. So
What do you
I think
mean?
there's a different my how I'm reading it and how I'm understanding is there's a different way or expectation of how God may look at various people. I don't know exactly how that works. Again, I wish I had a better answer,
It
but
sounds like he only ever possibly doomed people by, sending Jesus.
Yes, precisely.
no. Okay, so well, no, that doesn't make sense because if sin is a problem from the beginning, like even before the Mosaic Law, even before Israel was a people group, before any of it, if we have Jesus created, we see the Elohim, the us who created in the beginning, um, then you see sin basically immediately on in the first progeny of humans.
Mhm.
You have a sin problem, you have an existential crisis in that's happening against God, and if God let that go on, he would be the greatest existential liar because he wouldn't maintain his own holiness. And
Do
that's where I'm
people not
drawing
sin
this back
anymore?
to. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Do people not sin anymore?
Do people not sin anymore?
Like right
Yeah,
now.
since Jesus.
Oh, right
Yeah,
now.
did Jesus fix that?
Jesus, yeah, so Jesus, I believe, I can only describe it like this, is like after knowing like how bad I was off in sin and how good God's heart is and how righteous he is, it just brings me to like a sweetness. Like there's just a sweetness about his presence, about who he is, like knowing that he
But
is
But what
the
problem did
Almighty.
he
He can't
solve?
but
judge.
Right. So
Jewish people
let
already had
me
this blood though.
Well, I
I'll
guess
keep
they weren't all they were
I'll
not
keep
all
I just want to keep everyone on track. Sorry to interrupt. I think Dalton and Quanta and I are all talking about the same thing. So we've got before Jesus Christ and after Jesus Christ. Before Jesus, you've got forgiveness and you've got repentance. After Jesus, you've got forgiveness and you've got repentance. What does JC get you? What can we put in this column that wasn't already in this column?
Yeah, knowing God and being known by God. And there's
So
a distinction that he makes in Matthew chapter 7. I think it's around verse 21, and he's going to separate the sheep from the goats. Well,
Matthew
that's actually a
25.
different verse, I think. Um,
Were people
but
before
but
Jesus
7:21 is what I'm
doomed to
referring
not
to.
ever know God?
Yeah, so there's a more personal and deeper revelation of who he
So
is. He's wanting to show his heart
but did
to
people not know
mankind.
God prior to Jesus?
Well, if the view, how I see it is that they had a reverence and they had a familiarity and they had some exposure to God. But here's the big distinction
Right, but did they
is you
know
have the
God?
whole. Yep. Yeah, not in the way they should, because
Well,
the New
what's the
Testament tells
difference
us that we're supposed to be the.
between what's the
Yeah,
difference
I'll tell
between
you.
Elijah knowing God and say John the Apostle knowing God? What would be the difference?
Okay, so it's the veil being torn, and we
What's that mean?
we go from God is in the Holy of Holies in the tabernacle, and only the Jewish priests who do all of these things to clean themselves can go before the Lord. And now we have Jesus representing us going before the Lord and making a way. And
But you
then
don't
what
need that.
happens subsequently,
Have you read
we
have you
become the
read the
temples of the
Psalms,
Holy
Jeff?
we become the temples of the Holy Spirit. So the
Does
difference
does not
is
do not the Psalms already say, "Where can I go to escape from your spirit? If I go down to Sheol, you are there. If I go up to the high heavens, you are there." Apparently, God's spirit is already present with people in the Psalms.
And if it wasn't already present, then it would seem unfair to the people who were before Jesus who never even got the chance.
Yeah.
Like, why not just do the whole Jesus thing at the very start and get it out of the way instead of dividing up the population?
Yeah,
And
that's a great question.
certain
I
people
think
have
some
the
of that
Spirit of
might have
God
to
living
do.
right in them. In the Hebrew Bible, you know that, right?
Yeah, but not on Matt. Like, not like I think the difference is we're not all like. I think Hebrews makes this distinction that we're now in Christ. In Christ, we're now all a royal priesthood and such. And that wasn't what
The Jewish
we were
people,
That was
seeing
Romans, I
before.
thought.
the Jewish
Is that
people are
Romans?
already that. It says in Exodus chapter 19 verse 6, "You are a kingdom, a priest, and a holy nation." So they were already that.
So
And
this
again,
is
if they weren't, then it seems unfair.
right. So the thing that for
Well,
me
we were
and
already
Dalton,
standing. Sorry.
Mhm.
Yeah, we were already standing condemned, I think, is the problem as humanity, and
but not in the Hebrew
like.
Bible.
Yeah, if you
Well,
read
I
the
know.
Psalms,
So
bless the
not
Lord,
the.
O my
Mhm.
soul, and do not forget all his benefits, who forgives all your iniquity and who heals all your disease, who redeems your life from the pit, who satisfies you with the good as long as you live. That doesn't sound like someone who stands condemned.
Yeah, well, he also refers to Jesus in the Psalms. We look at Psalm like 30, and he's
No,
talking about the Son,
I
and
love
we actually see the
Love
Lord
Psalm
says unto my
30.
Lord. The Lord
That well,
says unto my Lord as well.
that's Psalm 110, and that's not about Jesus either. But
Yeah, I was referring to
those
two
are
I
different
think he
ones. Yeah.
meant Proverbs 30 verse 4.
Proverbs 30. Yep, and then
Is it
also
30?
Psalm. The Lord said, "My Lord" is Psalm 110. But listen, I actually love both of those two passages, so we're definitely going to talk about both of them. However, the point that Dalton and I are trying to raise here is that these claims that you're bringing up, they're basically making claims about the old Jewish system. The problem is the claims aren't true. So, like Hebrews 9:22 says that without the shedding of blood, there's no forgiveness of sins. Well, that's just not true. If you go into the Old Testament, lots of people get forgiven without the shedding of blood. Like these claims that the New Testament makes about the Hebrew Bible, to me, only demonstrate that they haven't read it. And one of the reasons why Dalton and I left Christianity is because we both studied the Hebrew Bible. That's why he became Jewish for some time. I studied the Hebrew Bible myself because I was a Christian for 20 years, and it was reading the Hebrew Bible that made me say, huh, these people in the New Testament didn't actually read this thing. They knew some of it, but they didn't know enough of it to realize they were heretics. So I get that the New Testament makes some of these claims. My point is, no matter which claim the New Testament makes, the reality is, like Dalton and I, we can show you in the Old Testament where the claim is false, where they did have forgiveness, they did know God. You know what I mean? Like that's why the Jesus thing doesn't get you anywhere.
Well, okay, so when you're saying that there was a provision for the forgiveness of sin based on repentance and not a sacrifice, where can you give me that again so I can, like, even aside from this conversation, like I can go kind of research that more and learn more myself?
Yeah, in fact, I've got a whole list. Give me a second. I've been writing down a list in my Google Drive of instances where people, their sins are atoned for, or they're forgiven, or it says that like, their sins have been put away. And here are some of my favorite examples. Isaiah 27 verses 8 through 9, and I got to zoom in because my old man eyes can't read this. Where they're talking about the Assyrians coming down and wiping out the northern Israelites. And it says, by expulsion and exile, you struggled against them. With his fierce blast, he removed them in the day of the east wind. Therefore, by this, the guilt of Jacob will be expiated. So one of the ways that God will deal with sins is sometimes he'll forgive or atone for your sins just by giving you a punishment. That's one particular method, and that happens quite a bit in the Hebrew Bible. That's why Isaiah 40, verse 2, says of the Babylonian captives that her iniquity has been removed, and she's received double from the Lord's hand for all of her sins. So that's one method, is God can just say, you know what? I'm just going to send you a punishment, and it's going to atone for your sins. Another method is you can just turn to the Lord and pray for forgiveness, which we see David doing in the Psalms. We see David doing in the book of Samuel, and God is more than happy to forgive sins. And then when Solomon dedicates the temple, the prayer is that when the people turn from you and stray, hear us in heaven when they turn back and pray for forgiveness, forgive our sins and heal our land. And we actually see that happening in the Hebrew Bible. So my point is like this idea that like there's like the forgiveness in the Old Testament wasn't kind of there, that you needed to have these sacrifices or something. It's not necessarily the case.
I mean, unless Jesus died for all time, and then we still and we know, so we can choose, and maybe there's a different, I don't know how God decides these things for before the revelation, but if Jesus's death was this thing that spans all of existence, then it could be seen as he can say that honestly, like we can say that in the Bible, and he still went to the cross, and his blood was spilled for even that.
But it wasn't necessary, is the point, right? So if you
look
at
God can only be God unto God.
I don't
That's
I
kind
don't
of
know what
that's
I don't know what that means, because if Jesus is
okay.
God, he
Yeah, let me
can't
explain
be
that.
God to himself. But my point is pretty clear. Is like based on the text of the Hebrew Bible, right? There's nothing like if you take the Old Testament, rip it out of your book. If you just have the Hebrew Bible in front of you, all this forgiveness, all the stuff that you like about Jesus is basically already there in the Hebrew Bible. You don't need the Jesus part.
Well,
I'll say
I see
this.
that's where I go ahead.
As it is written in the book of the prophet Amos, the Lord does nothing without first revealing it to his servant, the prophets. So if there was going to come about this change of this change of program where the Levitical priesthood would no longer be necessary, we should expect to see that in the mouth of the prophets. But we see the exact opposite, where it says that it's forever.
Okay, so when we look at that time period, we actually do have the forerunner of John, who is distinct from the priests who were basically corrupt in their heart, as Jesus showed, because every time he healed somebody, they wanted to kill him, and in their pride, they're constantly chasing him around and jealous. But man, there was something I wanted to say and I lost it. It's somewhere out there, but Yeah, so I wanted to answer you kind of say separating the books. As I've read from front to back, it really feels like one story and one Lord and one idea. And
That can't be
because
the
I
case.
basically my whole Bible is like
Well,
I
I
have kind
believe
of like
you,
a joyful
but
habit of like cross-referencing this thing to like sort of like
mhm.
understand it. And I mean, my margins are just like, I don't know if you can, I don't know if you can really see
Listen,
that, but like my
we
margins are like
we share
filled with
this
cross references.
we share this love for Bible study with you, but let me ask you a question. What about the
Sure.
Old Testament could ever point towards Jesus? Because it talks specifically about a Messiah that's going to come, be a physical king in a physical land, bring all the Israelites back home, and is going to defeat all of Israel's enemies, and then is going to reinstitute the sacrificial laws of Moses, and then also create world peace. That's Isaiah 11 and Micah chapter 4. So this is the actual expectation from the Hebrew Bible. Then we get the New Testament and they're like, well, this Jesus guy who didn't do anything, he didn't fulfill a single prophecy, is actually the Messiah. But like, why would we believe that he's Messiah? He didn't do anything.
So the one thing that you said about coming and kind of being like, because my best friend grew up Jewish, and I'd heard this argument before, and from his dad, had brought this up, and we see this sort of like the stronger figure, the lion and the lamb. We see the the lion come out in Revelation, especially around like chapter 19, 11.
Mm-hmm.
Like we really, really through 19, we see him post giving his all to make sure that we could decide if we want to be with him.
But
After laying down his life, then he comes and he judges after that fact. And
but he doesn't need any of that. We could have done that without Jesus.
I don't. The reason why I don't think so, how I understand this is that, like, if we're trying to stand, one illustration that I think that might help communicate what's in my head, because I'm not always eloquent at this, is Muslims. They're very devout. Like we can see that they have a high regard for Allah, and they want to live devout before Him. Not everyone. I'm just saying the devout ones. And uh, but we have sort of an irony in their belief that they think that God is so high, and they have this view of them, being lower than God, right? Man being lower than God, but then they're also supposed to stand before Him in righteousness one day. And I think that Jesus allows us that standing. It actually brings it up, and I wish I had the
Right, but
reference in
my
my head about
my point
standing
is,
before God
why do
with
we need Jesus
boldness.
for this? All of this was already achievable without the New Testament, right? The New Testament doesn't do anything to get you closer to the goal. The goal was already there in the Hebrew Bible.
I mean, unless it wasn't, when like if we were in a problem, and we had a problem of sin, right? We have an existential level big problem, and God comes and is like, "Hey, you have a problem. I'm
But he didn't.
here not only to tell you, but I'm here to lay my life down
But
so
he
that
gave
you're
you the fix
covered
for
and
it.
you now have a choice."
No, he told you in Jeremiah 31 what the fix was. It was not through killing a human being. In Jeremiah 31, he says that also in Isaiah 34 and 36, he's going to put a new heart in people. He's going to physically give them a new heart, and it's going to change them so that once they get their new heart, then they can actually follow these laws. Just like in 1 Samuel chapter 10, verse 9, I believe, he gave Saul a new heart, and it changed Saul, it said. In fact, don't let me misquote it. I'll grab 1 Samuel 10:9. And it says here, as he turned away to leave Samuel, God gave him another heart, and all these signs were fulfilled that day. So Saul received a new heart. That's what God's going to do when the end comes to fix the problem of sin. He's not going to murder an innocent, weird entity that's God but also not God. He's just going to give him a new heart. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I still feel like because God has identified Himself as holy, and that He differentiates, it's very important to Him. He differentiates that. Um, and he calls us to be holy as he is holy, that is not possible without his help. And I believe Jesus is it is that help. It's not
It is
just can we
possible.
follow it, because we don't
He
follow
said so.
it.
He said in Deuteronomy 30:11 that this is not too hard for you. So, I mean, the question might remain how many people are going to follow it is another question. But is it possible? The answer must be yes, because he told you it's possible. But I would like to touch on one final subject before we get too long in the tooth on this conversation. And I think this goes to illustrate Dalton and I's point with the Christian doctrine as well. So in the Hebrew Bible, we've got all these explanations of what the Messiah is going to do, what the Messianic age is going to be like, what kind of practices are going to be in place. And Jesus doesn't match any of them. He didn't fulfill any Messianic expectations. And then you turn to the New Testament and see, hey, what did he actually fulfill? And they're nonsense quotations. They're just random out of context quotations from the Hebrew Bible most of the time.
I would say that him not fulfilling things, I think he fulfilled things
Like what?
quite a bit. I mean, even look at like Isaiah 53 and like
What about it?
It's pretty descriptive of what he went through and taking on our iniquity. And
it's descriptive of the righteous remnant of Israel. And God tells you in the book of Ezekiel, he tells you on 9 different occasions that it's the remnant of Israel that's the servant. Deutero-Isaiah typically is what we're referring to when we say Deutero-Isaiah. It's chapter 40 to chapter 55. This is the classic division in Isaiah between the 3 different authors. That being said, there's a case to be made that it actually started in chapter 39. That's a whole nother topic. Or chapter 35. My point is this: in Deutero-Isaiah, whoever wrote that section was very clear about who the servant is. So when we get to chapter 53 and it talks about the servant, I don't really have to guess like who is the servant. Like it's just, he already told me 9 times that the servant is the nation of Israel. And I'm more than happy to read you those references leading up to chapter 53 if you think that I'm lying to you.
No, but I believe that it's about Jesus. I mean, I feel like, well, because because the Old Testament points to Jesus. Like you
nothing
see
in the Old
Jeremiah
Testament does.
Yeah, you
that's
see
the assumption.
Jeremiah.
That's the presupposition, and that's the thing that's being called into question here.
Well, you see, right? Okay. Well, I'll just kind of explain some things that I think that I'm seeing in Jesus, and it's you see Jeremiah being lowered into a cistern and pulled out. That's obviously a symbol for Jesus going in the grave and coming out. You see Jonah in the whale.
Why would we think that these are like
Joseph in the cistern.
typological fulfillments? This is the same thing that the Book of Mormon does. The Book of Mormon has Joseph Smith fulfilling these typological prophecies, but like that's nonsense. Typologies aren't prophecies. They're just you saying, oh, here's something vaguely familiar to something that happened elsewhere. Let's just call it a prophecy. But like, listen, I can play that game. There's lots of stuff in the Hebrew Bible that parallels my life. Does that mean that I'm the Messiah?
In fact, Vash, I have a video I put out recently on my channel, the Bible Guy channel, called Typology Debunked, where I actually covered the...
Did you really?
Yeah.
Oh, really I got to see that.
I'll send it to you, yeah. But one of the points I make in that is that this is not something you can only do with the Bible, but we see this even in pop culture. So, for example, I don't know how much you know about like the Harry Potter series, but amongst fans of the Harry Potter series, there is an ongoing fan theory, that the trials and tribulations that the kids go through at the very end of the Philosopher's Stone actually predict perfectly the next 6 books. In fact, there's a video on YouTube from the Super Carlin brothers called "Did the Philosopher's Stone Predict Everything?" And fan theories have been able to look at the events of the trials in the Philosopher's Stone and have seen one by one. They go, oh, this one, the second trial that corroborates book 2, and the third one to book 3, and they're able to make a really good case for that. But in reality, it's very unlikely that the TERF who wrote the book meant for this prediction to happen. And what's more likely is that human beings are just very good at pattern seeking, because our brains are built for it, or they evolved to do this. And in other instances where it's not just coincidence, we have good reason to believe that authors of the New Testament are more than willing to make things up about the life of Jesus in order to make it correlate with types and shadows.
Okay, I see what you're saying. After reading it for myself, I'm pretty convinced. There's even examples with like Joseph. He's in prison. He has the baker and the cupbearer, and that's completely referencing Jesus's body being broken, and the baker dies, the cupbearer lives. The new wine is what pours out of Jesus, and so we're gifted
Yes,
that.
this is just pattern seeking, and also even if
I
it's
understand
not,
that's how you see it.
the authors of the New Testament are aware of these stories and could very easily fit these because they were also aware of types and shadows. That was part of Christian theology even before the Gospels were written. We see types and shadows mentioned in the works of Paul. And for example, like one of the most famous ones is like Jesus is a type and is the antitype for the type being the Passover lamb, correct?
Can you explain what you mean? You kind of went. I didn't
The
understand that.
Passover lamb is a type and a foreshadowing for Jesus's crucifixion, right? In Christian theology. And in the
Yes.
Gospel of John, they have Jesus, portrays Jesus as dying on the 14th of Nisan, called the preparation day of the Passover, in the afternoon. But when we look at the other Gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, they portray Jesus' death as taking place on the 15th of Nisan, on the Passover, at 9 in the morning. So the question is, why does the author of John change Jesus' death day and time? It's because he's trying to align Jesus' death with the Passover lambs. In other words, he knows about, because you read the very beginning of his gospel, Jesus is the Lamb of God who takes away the sins of the world. He is changing facts about Jesus' life in order to make types and the fulfillment of those types.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that argument. I wish I had a good rebuttal for you. But you're saying that you can read that there's just two different times, and that I could go and read that there's two different times, and that's problematic because we're trying to fit into types that were known. So we're trying to pigeonhole Jesus into this person.
Well, they weren't known. That's what he's saying, is the New Testament is creating a narrative that they feel is like mimicking or paralleling stuff that was already in the Hebrew Bible. But anyone can do that, right? So when you look at the criteria of the Messiah, if that criteria contradicts whatever you think these types and shadows are, then they're also meaningless, right? Like I've got a whole list of types and shadows in the Hebrew Bible that talk about me. I'm more than happy to share them with you. But the reality is, if those types and shadows contradict the actual claims that it makes about the Messiah, then the types and shadows are not only useless, they're just contradictory. So that's why you really want to stick to the actual prophecies, not things that you just like, oh, well, that sounds vaguely familiar.
Well, I mean, it's, to me, it's not about just I feel like it's intentional. Like the details are intentional, and they're like, you even see like the hyssop, when he's on the cross.
Isn't it suspicious that none of the explicit prophecies get fulfilled by him, but all of these like reading between the line ones? It's only the reading between the line ones that do.
Yeah.
Could you
that has
could
to
you
be
do me a
suspicious
favor
to
and
you, right?
could you do me a favor and give me like an example of like a hard one that would be like a solid argument for you?
You mean like a prophecy, like an actual direct prophecy?
Yeah, that he didn't seem to fulfill.
Oh yeah, a bunch. In fact, I'll do Ezekiel 36. I don't think we've done that in a minute. Ezekiel 36 is a very clear reference to the Messiah, and 37 actually. 36 leads into it. The renewal of Israel is what he's predicting, and then he talks in the next chapter about the Israel being revived and coming back to the land. And then I don't know why I didn't get 37 along with it. There we go. 37 gets you the final picture of the restoration, which includes the Messiah. There we go. 37.
Is this the I will put David over them and gather in the lost sheep and all?
Yeah, my servant David. So I'm in 37:24. My servant David shall be king over them, and they shall have one shepherd. They shall follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. So again, the statutes and ordinances during the Messianic age need to be observed, and they shall live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. They and their children's children shall live there forever, and my servant David shall be their prince forever. So we have a very clear messianic prophecy here that requires the people coming back to the land, the laws of Moses being obeyed, and the Messiah being a physical king.
Yeah, and he will do that. I mean, that's
well,
the first time he comes literally just to be the Passover, like to die for us.
But that's not there.
I mean, he could have just come and like finished it and been like, "Hey, I'm done. Like I'm going to execute the will of the Father, and we're done."
The prophecies only refer to one coming. There's not two comings in the prophecies. That's why you have to go to types and shadows, because if you go to the actual prophecies, he just clearly didn't do it. And in fact, I would say Ezekiel 37 and Jeremiah 33 directly contradict the New Testament in terms of what they think Jesus did, because they think that Jesus got rid of the Levitical priesthood. In the book of Hebrews, the Levitical priesthood was replaced by Jesus, and the laws of Moses were abolished. But in the Hebrew Bible, it literally says that they're going to follow the statutes and ordinances when the Son of David comes. And again, in Jeremiah, he doubles down on that. It says, the days are surely coming. I'm in Jeremiah 33:14. The days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and to the house of Judah. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety. And this is the name by which it will be called. The Lord is our righteousness. And then just two more verses. For thus saith the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time, or your Bible might say forever. So what we're saying here is, like, we have very clear passages about the Messiah that not only did Jesus not do, but it contradicts what the New Testament says about Jesus.
Yeah, how I read that is, how I understand that is, he embodies those things. Like, he is the sacrifice, he is the substitution for the people, he is the high priest, he is.
He's not a Levite.
He is all.
It says here that the Levitical priests, plural, Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. So it sounds like you're going to say, well, this is, it doesn't mean what it says.
Well, the priests never lack a man.
Wait, exactly. There's always going to be a man offering. A Levitical priest will always be offering something among the priests.
So you're okay. I see what you're okay. So you're saying that because you're saying he's not from the Levite line, correct?
No. What I'm saying is, Jesus, according to the book of Hebrews, replaced the Levitical priesthood. It doesn't exist anymore. Abolished, wiped out, right? And then Paul says he also wiped out the law. Ephesians chapter 2, 14 and 15 says he abolished the law and all of its commandments and ordinances and requirements.
Ephesians 2. Let's go. Hold on. You're making a point. I don't want to stop you. Keep going. I just want to turn there. Ephesians 2, you said?
Yeah, Ephesians 2, and you want 14 and 15. So if the New Testament...
you're making a point.
Fair enough. If the New Testament says that Jesus was the final sacrifice, but the Old Testament says that there will never be an end to the sacrifices, then there's a contradiction in the worldviews. They can't both be true. But the one I'm looking at in Ephesians says, "For he is our peace in his flesh. He has made both made both into one, and has broken down the dividing wall that is the hostility between us," meaning the Jews and the Gentiles, "abolishing the law with its commandments and ordinances, that he might create in himself one new humanity in place of two, thus making peace." And Paul himself says in 1 Corinthians 9:20 that even he's not under the law anymore. But this can't be true. If God says in the Hebrew Bible that when the Messiah comes, the law is going to continue to be followed forever.
unless he's not unless he's not talking about these superficial practices, and it's more about, again, like I'm kind of harking back to what I said before. How I would understand that would be, it's like we're not cheating on our wife, right? Like, but we're also not, we're not transgressing God or a person by what we're even thinking in our hearts. Like, don't even be angry with your brother and things like that. I feel like God is taking us to a deeper place of knowledge and love with him and with other people. And whether or not you do this act, I mean, I think you would agree with me that some of the laws are kind of like, why is this here, right? You read through the Old Testament. Do you ever think
Right, yeah,
like,
but this is a
why that?
deviation, my friend. The question is, if
Sure.
if the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible says to follow all these laws and you're going to do it forever. Deuteronomy 30, we already read it. He says when the Messianic age comes, the circumcision of the heart, you're going to follow all these commandments that I gave you today. So if that's true, that includes sacrificial laws, that includes religious laws, like for the temple, it requires all kinds of laws. So it can't be true that Jesus got rid of the Levitical law code, according to the book of Hebrews, and according to Paul, when the Old Testament says, no, 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 when the Messianic age comes, you'll still be giving sacrifices, you'll still have Levitical offerings, you'll still be following the festivals and the feast days and so like this is just a straight contradiction, right? So if the Hebrew Bible is true, Christianity can't be true.
In fact, there are actually several chapters at the end of the book of Ezekiel dedicated to a description of a temple that has not yet existed. It wasn't Solomon's temple, it's not Herod's temple, but there's a temple described as one day will be built. It gives you the exact dimensions of the temple. It talks you about all the different types of sacrifices, plural, that will be offered in this temple. In fact, it even says that the prince, whom Ezekiel has already said is David, so the Messiah, will offer up a bull as a burnt offering. Yeah, you knew exactly where I was going,
Yeah.
Justin. The burnt offering that the prince offers to the Lord on the Sabbath day shall be 6 lambs without blemish and a ram without blemish, and the grain offering with and it goes on and on. But the prince offers sacrifices in this temple.
Right. So
either this is a prophecy that God gave that will never come to pass, or
right.
it's one that has yet to come to pass, which means there will be a temple.
And so, because Vosh, to help you out a little bit too, the typical Christian apologetic is going to be, well, like this is like a metaphor, or these words don't mean what they mean. They have spiritual meanings, right? Because that's really the only way around these messianic failings, is to find a way to say, well, the words don't mean what you think they mean, right? But we don't. There's not a good reason to think that. Like to randomly read Ezekiel as literal, and then when you get to this part, you're like, oh, actually, none of this is literal. It's all somehow spiritually interpreted. But like, you can't just go to a text and randomly spiritual interpret the parts that are difficult for you. Like I could do that with Homer. I can read the Iliad and the Odyssey, give it a spiritual interpretation that means that I fulfilled some sort of weird prophecy in Homer's writings, right? So it just seems like the face value claims about the Messianic age in the Hebrew Bible were not met.
Well, how does any of this stack up to the we see like New Jerusalem? Like, is this comparable to looking forward to Revelation chapter
21?
21, 20,
Yep.
yeah, 21.
Yes, in Isaiah.
We actually see.
Isaiah
Yeah, go ahead.
65 is what Revelation 21 is trying to touch on. And it contradicts Isaiah 65 too, actually. But if you read down, there we go, in verse 17 about the new creation, it says, I'm about to create new heaven and a new earth. The former things shall not be remembered or come to mind, but be glad and rejoice forever in what I'm creating. For I'm about to create Jerusalem as a joy and its people as a delight. I will rejoice in Jerusalem and delight in my people. No more shall the sound of weeping be heard in it, or the cry of distress. No more shall there be in it an infant who lives but a few days, or an old person who does not live out a lifetime. For one who dies at 100 years will be considered a youth, and the one who falls short of 100 will be considered a curse. And then if you you read the rest of this vision of the New Jerusalem, it still includes priests and sacrifices.
Can we go to that?
Yeah, so
Where's that?
It continues into the next chapter. So the last chapter of the book, 66, is still talking about the New Jerusalem, and then even talks about how this is going to play with the foreigners, like how the foreigners are going to be included. And so when we get to the reign of God at the end of 66, let's go to like verse 20. It says, "They shall bring all your kindred from all the nations as an offering to the Lord on horses and chariots and in litters and on mules and on dromedaries to my holy mountain Jerusalem, says the Lord, just as the Israelites bring a grain offering in a clean vessel to the house of the Lord. And I will also take some of them as priests and Levites, says the Lord, for as the new heavens and the new earth which I will make shall remain before me, says the Lord, so shall your descendants and your name remain. From new moon to new moon, from Sabbath to Sabbath, all flesh shall come and worship before me, says the Lord." So this coincides with Isaiah 56, where he talks about the foreigners who are going to join in with Israel to worship Yahweh. They're going to be traveling to Zion periodically to worship the same way that the Jews do, which is echoed in Zechariah chapter 8, where he says 10 people from every nation and every tongue will grab hold of the cloak of a Jew and say, "Take us with you, because we have heard that God is with you." And again in Isaiah chapter 11 and Micah 4, it says that the nations of the world will stream to Zion and the law of the Lord will go forth out of Zion. This idea that there's going to be a religion that includes the Gentiles also always includes the Levitical sacrifices and the temple in Jerusalem. So, Vash, we covered
this particular trail that we've gone down. This is stuff that stuff I need to learn about.
It is tough. I want to do one more thing, not to overload you. Like, you're such a
no
nice person to talk to. Like, it's easy to talk for hours. But I would, and I
don't
think
want to absorb your whole stream either. So
it's okay. It's okay.
I get it.
Dalton and I think, are both in agreement on Psalm 110, and I want to bring this up a little bit because I think it demonstrates that the Jesus of the New Testament, I think, was more fictional than real, because he says things that no real Jew would say. Like, if you actually know like how to read Hebrew and you're actually familiar with the Hebrew Bible, nobody would make this mistake. So, for example, in Matthew 27, he talks, as you said, about Psalm 110, about the Lord said to my Lord, "Sit at my right hand until I make your enemies your footstool," so on and so forth. He claims that this is about himself, but that's because he couldn't read Hebrew and he didn't understand what the Greek Septuagint said. But in the actual Hebrew, it just says "Le Devi Mizmor," which means to David, a psalm, and then it says "Neum Yahweh le'adini." So what it says is an oracle of Yahweh to my master. So this is actually not David speaking. This is a prophecy that's being given to David. And the whole prophecy is about David. "Sit at my right hand until I make thine enemies thy footstool." Well, that's fulfilled in 1 Kings chapter 5. In 1 Kings chapter 5, it says, I'll pull it up so you know I'm not lying to you. Oops, that's an I. We need a 1. 1 Kings 5. His own son Solomon, when he takes over. Let's see. You know that, verse 3, "You know that my father David could not build a house for the name of the Lord his God because of the warfare with which his enemies surrounded him, until he put them under the soles of his feet." So this is promises, and this actually gets repeated in other Psalms. These are promises that were made to David, which is why the rest of the passage is just reading about David's reign. "The rod of thy strength the Lord will send out of Zion." That's what kings have. Kings have scepters, rods. "Rule thou in the midst of thine enemies." That's what David did. "Thy people offer themselves willingly in the day of warfare." Yeah, because David led the people in war. He was a warring king. Everything in here, this whole passage is just about the promises that were made to David. And so, like, if he was reading this in Hebrew, I think he would have figured that out.
Yeah, when I'm reading about David, you're saying the what is said is fulfilled in the occurrence of David's life, and then no more. You're saying that's the end of it. This was said, and David did it, or Solomon did it, and it was over.
No, what I'm saying is Jesus doesn't even know who's speaking. Jesus thinks that David is speaking in this passage, and he's not.
Yeah, David, despite what is commonly believed amongst Christians especially, David is not the author of the Psalms. Your English will say a Psalm of David, but this shouldn't be understood as a Psalm by David, but rather like when you say a Psalm of Lamentation, it means a Psalm about lamentation. And the Hebrew is very explicit. It is a Le David Mizmor, to or for or about David, a psalm. And it's the psalmist exalting and King David. And especially when it says, the Lord said unto my Lord, it doesn't say Neum Yahweh la Adonai, which Adonai would be the divine word for Lord, but rather what it says is Neum Yahweh la Adoni, thus saith the Lord unto my master. And the same word Adoni is used by Bathsheba when referring to King David elsewhere.
Does that mean that it can't mean that, or that you believe that it doesn't? You think it probably doesn't.
Well, because the
but
opening
you're not saying
words,
it absolutely can't.
Well, because of the opening words of the psalm, being that it's a psalm for David, the only person it could be about is King David.
Also, I would add one thing to strengthen that, which is the specific two-part construction, Neum Yahweh. This only occurs in the Hebrew Bible. I did check. This only occurs in the Hebrew Bible when a prophecy of Yahweh is being delivered, right? This is the beginning of a prophecy. So what that means is that what's happened here is that there's a prophecy being given, and it's being given to or about King David. It's not a prophecy from David. It's a prophecy of Yahweh to David. That's why it says a prophecy or an oracle of Yahweh to my master. So there's just based on the grammar and what we see in the Hebrew Bible, this is just an oracle from God about his king.
Yeah, I see how you would see it that way. When I'm reading through this, I'm seeing it as David is the kind of the forerunner of the family line of Jesus, right? And then that's actually specifically detailed. I think it's in the beginning of, is it Matthew, that kind of lays out the lineage.
Well,
it's
it
very
gives
on purpose.
It gives you Joseph's genealogy, but Joseph isn't Jesus' daddy.
That is
allegedly.
That is a different talking point,
but that's a yeah.
And I do love it. Before we move on to what will probably be our last talking point,
sure.
I want to make another announcement, friends. Go to the description of this video on YouTube or the pinned comment. We are doing a fundraiser tonight. If you're wondering about my shirt, I'm raising money for our friend Reverend Chad and his husband Jerry. There's a GoFundMe that is linked, and we're tracking the amount of money that has been sent to the GoFundMe and through other means, because, and we've made it to the next level, by the way, for every $1,000 sent for our fundraiser, my deep V is getting deeper. If this keeps going, friends, all night, will see a belly button and some nips. I don't really know. That being said, I'm going to let Dalton take this point with you, Vash, while I commence with losing more of my shirt.
Can you bring Reverend Chad back up?
Oh, he's in the box? Yeah. Coming.
Yeah, so go ahead, Vash.
Where were we? We were
Psalm
looking at
not being about David as opposed to Jesus.
I think he said. I think he said something after that, but I cut him off.
Yeah. No. It was. We were just having.
About the lineage of of
Yes,
Jesus.
the
Yeah.
lineage. Yes, yes.
So
I want to see this
yes.
one.
Yeah. So that I think that is, for whatever reason, that doesn't give me like a huge hang up. And the reason why I think is because Jesus is supposed to be from God as the second Adam. Like that totally makes sense to me, that God would need to come to us, be perfect, be the perfect sacrifice in lieu of us, so that we would have the freedom to live not in obligation but sinlessness before him by choice. And so the fact that he has a new father, like he is of the Father, that I have no problem with. And I think the line of David being described there is to point to, hey, these things were said about David in the Old Testament, said about the lion, said about the prophecies, and they're supposed to point to Jesus in terms of that's his earthly father.
The problem is that the Messiah is supposed to be a physical descendant of King David. He's supposed to be of the seed of David. That is what the prophecies say. And as far as we can tell, I mean, both Matthew's genealogy and Luke's genealogy are both problematic for Jesus. Matthew's because it tells us that Jesus is giving us Jesus' genealogy through David all the way down to Jeconiah. And according to the words of the prophet Jeremiah, no one who is a descendant of King David through Jeconiah can rule as king in Israel. And Luke is also just as bad for Jesus because it's David through his son Nathan, and it's only through Solomon that one is to be the king of Israel. So both genealogies from Matthew and Luke kind of disqualify Jesus from the role of king of Israel.
Can you point me to the Luke? I am not remembering that one.
Yeah, Luke chapter 3. Luke chapter 3 is where you'll find the genealogy, and it starts in verse 23. But if you go all the way down to the part where it mentions King David, you'll see. Let's see. It's in verse 31. Which was the son of Maleah, which was the son of Menon, which was the son of Methatha, which was the son of Nathan, which was the son of David. So it mentions that Jesus is the son of David through Nathan, but Nathan is not the kingly lineage.
Right. Though 1 Samuel chapter 7, verse 12 says, Samuel took... Oh, sorry, I want 2 Samuel. My bad. All right. I'll try this again. When your days are fulfilled and you lie down with your ancestors, I will raise up your offspring after you, who shall come forth from your body, or from your seed, it says, and I will establish his kingdom, which is, he's referring to the lineage going through Solomon. That's the one that comes next.
Now, was... Again, I don't find that... I might be missing a little bit of what you're saying there, but I don't find it problematic because the detailed line there is pointing to Jesus, and again, the point of Jesus is to be that sacrifice for us.
Well,
no, Jesus can't
follow the
be
passage
Messiah.
though.
Yeah, Jesus can't even be the Messiah. So in order to be the Messiah, there's a few criteria that you have to meet. First and foremost, obviously, you have to be a descendant of Abraham. You have to be Jewish. But more than that, you have to also be a descendant of King David. But more than that, you have to be a descendant of King David through Solomon. And according to Luke, Jesus is a descendant of David through Nathan and not Solomon.
So where's the Solomon part? Where is that at for me?
2 Samuel chapter 7. It's on the screen right now.
Oh, the one he's got up?
Yeah,
Okay.
if you read the next verse, it says, he shall build a house for my name, and I will establish his throne. I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever. The person who built a house for the name of Yahweh is Solomon. So he's saying, I will establish the throne of Solomon forever, which means the lineage comes from the body of David, from the actual seed of David, and it's specifically going through the Solomonic line.
Okay, and so, okay, I see what you're saying there.
And then the last problem with the lineages is that none of them actually end in Jesus. It ends in Joseph, and Joseph wasn't the daddy of Jesus, and so you can't actually establish a paternal lineage to the body of David if Joseph wasn't the dad.
Again, I don't find that problematic because of the significance of why it's not, and it's like it follows the line to Joseph as much as possible, and then Joseph can't be and should
Right.
not be like they can't be in terms of the spiritual significance is what I mean.
Yeah,
Like
that's why the New
it's
Testament
supposed to be
should be rejected.
overshadowing.
Because
No,
if it's not possible for Jesus to be from the actual lineage of David, from the loins of David, that's not possible. Well, that just means it's incompatible with the Hebrew Bible.
I guess what I'm saying is it's you follow the line up until Joseph, right? And then it can't be like it's supposed to be the Spirit of God overshadowing Mary, and causing her to be, pregnant. Again, I don't find that problematic.
Well, because it disagrees with the Hebrew Bible. That's the point we're making here. Like if the New Testament has a lineage for Jesus and it doesn't match what the Hebrew Bible says the lineage of the Messiah is going to be, well, it just means he's disqualified right out of the gate.
So, are you saying that both passages, either one of them, you're saying either one of them disqualify, in your eyes, disqualify Jesus, or just one of them?
Both of them would disqualify Jesus. It doesn't go through Nathan, and it shouldn't go through Jeconiah either. Jeconiah was cursed, and in Matthew, it goes through Jeconiah. It says that none of Jeconiah's descendants will sit on the throne of David ever again. That's Jeremiah 22:30, which means Jesus, if he came through Jeconiah, is disqualified. That being said, it's also true that like your lineage was paternal. It followed your father. Now you could say, well, adoption counts, and you know what? When it comes to inheritance and things like that, adoption would count. The problem is that the book of Samuel says that this lineage is going to be established through or from the actual seed of David, meaning it's this lineage, this kingship that lasts forever, is actually from his body. So I think that is precluding this adoptionist framework.
Maybe I'll give you my mind's being creative here, but I'll give you an idea that I'm having as we're speaking. When Israel wanted to be like the nations surrounding them, and they wanted to establish a kingship, like the original king of Israel was supposed to actually just be Yahweh. So when we fast forward to Jesus, all he's doing is echoing the original command before they were like, hey, we're going to take a major left turn here. We want to have an actual like human king. Well, what we actually see is Jesus hearkening back to the original idea where because you see how Yahweh like makes them hesitate in I believe it's Samuel that he speaks through before they
Samuel gives a warning.
Saul. Yeah, before they hire Saul for the job. But there's a hesitation given from Yahweh. And if we look at that initial, he wants to be king, like the Spirit of God wants to be king over Israel. He wants to lead them and not a man. What you have when you fast forward into the future is Jesus is actually reestablishing that original idea. He's not trying to say we're going to have more humans and things like that.
Is Jesus a king or not? Because in the New Testament, it says that he's actually a king. And the problem is the Old Testament says that the Messiah is going to be an actual king, not a spiritual king. Like spiritual kings are like a useless, it's a useless metric. Anyone can be a spiritual king.
Maybe. I guess I would disagree with that because my point of view would be that like when Jesus says the kingdom of God is at hand, right? Like when Jesus says that in the Testament, he's talking about not just a physical geographical kingdom, but the kingdom is, the church is one worldwide, whoever that is. The people are the church, not like a building or not like
it says there'll be a king in the land of Israel on the throne of David, right? So the only way to make Jesus a king is to say, well, it's some sort of spiritual kingship. It's not a real kingship, but like that's kind of nonsensical. Like I've got lots of people here who would claim me as king. It doesn't really make me a king.
So I mean, if they decided that you were their king, I guess that would be true. They could choose you to be that.
Here's a real world example for you. There are still lots of people within Judaism today who refer to the late Rebbe Menachem Mendel Schneerson as the Melech Mashiach,
Peace
the
be upon
King
him.
Messiah. Say what?
I said peace be upon him.
Peace be upon him. As the King Messiah. Like, he died, he didn't fulfill prophecies, but these Meshichists within Chabad make the claim that he is the Messiah, he will fulfill the rest of the prophecies when he returns, and that he spiritually fulfills many of them, and he is the Melech Mashiach, the King Messiah.
Okay, I want you to can you keep going with your point? Can you
How
speak a
is this
little more
different?
plainly for me?
How is Jesus more or less truly the Messiah than the Rebbe?
Yeah, because he
I
gives
think I'm gonna
actual
hop down
spiritual
now, but I'll see you
rebirth.
guys later.
I'm sorry, what's that, Quanta?
I'm gonna hop down now, but I'll see you guys
Oh,
later.
hey, good to see you, buddy.
Bye,
Thanks for
Juan.
coming by.
Yeah.
Cheers,
Nice to
buddy.
be up.
W Quantum. Sorry about that.
What was that, Mash?
So I think
I
Sorry, go
I
ahead.
missed kind of the cool. I heard some of the cool science stuff he was throwing around earlier, and it was like really interesting. Was that him?
Yeah, he's crazy smart with the science. I'm a dullard at best. So I think the point that Dalton and I are in agreement with here is that if you get to a point where you can spiritually interpret these things and ignore the plain reading of the text, a lot of people could become the Messiah. The Rebbe could be the Messiah. Joseph Smith could be a manifestation of the Messiah. In fact, I'm the Messiah. If you want me to demonstrate that, I'm more than happy to do it.
I mean, you could demonstrate it.
Well, yeah, through prophecies, right? So, for example, we can go Isaiah 65:9 says, "I will bring forth descendants." Huh? Talk about me. I will bring forth descendants out of Egypt. I will call my son. I have called my son. Hosea 11:1. My son's Egyptian. Boom, taken care of. Jeremiah 4:31. I heard the cry of a woman in labor. Well, that's obviously about me. I've been to multiple delivery rooms. Zechariah 9:9, riding the donkey. I've ridden a donkey. Clearly about me. Psalm 22, if you accept the reading, they pierced my hands and my feet. I've had my hands and feet pierced. It wasn't through crucifixion, but they were certainly pierced. I can just do it over and over again. Isaiah 16:3, hide the outcast and do not betray the fugitive. I've actually have done that before. So the reality is, if we're just going into the Bible and saying, listen, the context be damned, if it sounds like something in my life, we're going to make it a prophecy. Like, anyone can do that. It's not hard.
Okay. I see what you're doing, and it's again, I would just point to the fact that, like, if God, this is my genuine. I'm not trying to like work around this. I'm like gonna try to talk directly to that point. Is if God is holy, and He created existence, and He has a stance on what He has done. He has an authority on what He has done, and we have been given the choice to deviate from that. But He has created a way for us to come back to Him in a good relationship and to choose that and to know what forgiveness is like,
But
and
He
to
already
know the
did
dimensions of His love
before Jesus.
Yeah.
I'm
Repentance is all that's necessary in Judaism.
So that would be, I don't know how that would be true if, like, so to me, the significance of like we, like, so God is holy, we render ourselves not holy by sinning, and to be able to even stand before Him, to even be able to, I mean, even before getting to a loving relationship, we would
Satan
need
holy?
to have a reason. Is Satan holy?
Yeah.
Is it is he holy? Is he set apart in the way that God wants to be set apart? And is he
Yeah,
likened to God in that
because
holy? No, he's
if
not likened to
people
God and God's
if if
chosen
God
being of
can't
holiness.
allow non-holy beings to stand before his presence, well, Satan stands before the presence of God, and yet he is not holy.
What I mean is not standing before as in like I can come before and ask you a question. I mean like have the right to be there. Like I can't like Satan's not going to call. Satan can
Where's
stand before him
Elijah?
and ask. So Satan can stand
Where's
before.
Elijah the prophet at right now?
Well, hold on. I'm going to finish my thought because I think it actually kind of makes sense. I think it's actually a decent answer. But um, so if Satan can come before and he has to ask God permission in his sovereignty to be there, but heaven's not where Satan is going to live. That's not where Satan's home is. Um,
But
it's
could he?
different because God's inviting us into his family
Could
and to
God let
have
him
the
though?
right to be there. What's that?
Could he let him? Like, could God just say, "Okay, you can live here. You get this room over here, so you don't fuck everything up"? You know, like what's
Yeah, but
preventing God from allowing him there permanently? If he's allowed there temporarily, why can't he be there permanently?
if he's coming to ask for permission, right, to tempt or to accuse, and those are the kind of instances we see. There's not a whole lot of instances in the Bible we see of that, but that's the ones we normally see. He doesn't. Yeah, he's God is not going to share his existence. This is what is described in the Bible. We don't see God sharing his existence in terms of like a familial forever sort of loving relationship with Satan, right? So I'm not saying stand before as in
Right.
like
But
this
the
person
question
can
is,
come
if
before him.
Satan
I
can
mean,
be in
like, do we have
God's
the right to
presence
be
for
in his
5 minutes, what prevents him from being there for a million years?
Well, if you said, I think it's because God has created and he has set the way. We don't
Oh,
have a bunch of
so it's just God's decision then, isn't it?
well, it is because imagine
There you go.
I mean
So,
this is I think
well,
about but
we don't
imagine
we don't
a
need
bunch of
we
gods.
don't need the explainer. We just need the answer, right? So, if God decides who gets to be in his presence, he could just decide that people who are imperfect could be in his presence, just
Well,
like
and he
Satan
did
is.
that.
Elijah the prophet was taken up into heaven by a whirlwind, and he was living prior to the time of Jesus. He was not glorified. He was just a regular man who was brought into God's very presence. So clearly, I mean, if it's true what God says, that my ways are higher than your ways and my thoughts are higher than your thoughts, then it's more than acceptable for God to be willing and able to let these mortals stand before his presence. And also in the Hebrew Bible, there's already God, it talks about in the Psalms, blessed is the man whom the Lord does not hold his transgressions against him.
And I think God gives himself a reason by giving us a sacrifice in lieu of ourselves, because our death, our physical and spiritual death, means we're separated from him. So he gives himself an adequate reason by being his own reason and covering us with that reason. That's why Jesus is so beautiful to me.
But no, that's the point.
And
Is
all I do is I agree and I follow.
the Jesus wasn't necessary. Is that's the whole point? If God can just decide who he allows in his presence and who he doesn't, then the whole sacrifice is nonsense. It's just theater. Like he could just click his fingers and say, "Oh, I guess we don't need Jesus."
I have an answer for this because this goes back to John chapter 3 when we're being reborn in the Spirit. We're becoming a new person, making new choices voluntarily. Like,
But what did Jesus have to do with
it's
that?
not just it's not just about like you get to live here and you get a car, You know, it's not just about that. It's
But he
about
could.
So
Vash, I know you're trying to do
he
some theology
maintains
right
his
now, and
well he
you're doing your best, but I want you to focus on my question rather than doing theology, right? So I think my question is pretty simple, and just like yes or no answers would suffice to get us to the finish line, right? So
sure.
If God, and tell me if you disagree, does God have the power to just say, all y'all, you can come to heaven?
This requires more than a yes or no. Can I just give me like 30 seconds?
You can explain the yes or no, but I do need to know the answer to the question.
I believe no, because that would mean he would have to go against his own character. He would have to say, like, I'm going to, like, I set these standards up. Just kidding. Like,
But
I
but he
said
didn't
that
have to set
that
those
there's
standards up.
Also,
That's
the
my point.
standard
Is
of God.
these
The
standards
stand,
are not necessary. He could have just set different standards in place that didn't require people to be eternally separated.
Well, I mean,
also, God's
I don't know if
standard
this
in
is
the
gonna.
Hebrew Bible is not moral perfection. That's not God's standard in the Hebrew Bible. That's a standard that gets introduced in the New Testament. But in the Hebrew Bible, for a Jewish person, God never says that if you even sin once, you cannot stand before my presence. That's never been the standard in the Hebrew Bible.
Well, we see in Genesis, we see the walking in the cool of the day, in that there was this, things were different in the garden, and it looks like there was more of an intimacy, possibly,
Well,
between
no.
man.
Read
But
Genesis
Vash, hold on,
18.
I just want to make sure we're not getting off track. Like no one's
Well,
questioning.
I'm trying to answer it.
Well, but no one's questioning these stories. What I'm trying to ask is a very specific and easy question, which is, what does God have the power to do? Right? Because if God has the power to make all the rules, right? Let's say before he created anybody, any humans, any earth, anything, could he have just made it a rule that people who aren't perfect can chill in heaven with him?
So, could he make a rule? I would say he did in Christ, and we have the choice to choose that or
No,
not.
I don't. I'm not
So,
asking
like,
about Christ. I'm asking about his ability.
his ability was manifested in Christ. I'm trying to answer your question because I think we're kind of almost like
I don't
in the
know if you
same.
are. So I'm just asking about his capability. I'm not asking about his method yet.
Yeah, his capability, like he already did that. You're asking
But
if he could, and he made a way through
I'm
Christ.
asking you if he could. It's either yes or no, or I don't know.
You know, as a free will agent, I'm trying to answer your question. I feel like it's not hitting where you're wanting it to go, but I really
I'm just.
feel like my
This is a definitional question about what it means
yeah.
to be all powerful. If God is all powerful and he sets all the rules, that means it's within his power, so that when he kicked everything off, he could have just made it the rule that you don't have to be perfect to go to heaven. And then anyone,
Okay.
he could have done anything. He could have literally just said, hey, I'm going to create, here's my rule. Everybody gets to go to heaven. There's no limit to what rule he could have abided by. He's the maker of the
Yeah.
rules, right? So if
Yeah,
God has the ability,
yeah.
right? If God has the ability to do that, the next question is about methodology. What are the methods by which he could make that a reality? And God could do it by any means possible. He literally could just be the most merciful God ever and say, I don't care what sins you've committed, you can come to heaven and I'll put a new heart in you when you get here, which is what he does to other people in the Bible. So this idea that he has to be separated from you isn't really true unless you believe in a God that's somehow limited and isn't all powerful and doesn't actually make the rules.
Yeah, I love this argument because this is like the first time this was posed to me is about the rock. Can he lift the rock or not lift the rock? Kind of argument. This is the same kind of thing, and I've been thinking about it for like 25 years. Because my friend was an atheist and he posed this to me. But I think
I
what
I
we're
don't want this to be a proof against the all powerful definition. I think that's a separate conversation, whether or not all powerful even makes sense. I can grant you that the God of the Bible is all powerful for now. What I'm just saying is, if the God is all powerful, it's within his power to disallow anybody into heaven that he wants. Like he doesn't have to have a gatekeeper. He makes the rules.
Well, he didn't have to do anything at all, and he chose Jesus. Like he
But
made a way.
that's my
He had
point.
no.
If God is capable of just letting you into heaven, right? It's his decision. Then what that means is this whole talking point about how God can't let you into heaven because you're imperfect. Well, that whole talking point disappears because God can do anything he wants to. He sets those rules.
Well, he died. I mean, he died to prove that point. He died to prove his love.
But
I mean,
again, that's we're not asking about his proof of love. We're asking about his ability to allow people into heaven. Like this whole conversation we're having is not about methodology. It's really about, does God have the power? That's why Dalton asked you, if Satan was sinless, because God allows Satan into his presence, knowing that he's wicked. He could allow anybody in his presence, knowing that they're wicked. This nonsense idea that God has to not let certain people into his presence. It's not, first of all, that's not in the Hebrew Bible. But second of all, it would only mean that God's not omnipotent. He can't do everything he wants to.
That was a lot. Not saying that you said anything wrong. There was a lot. It's like, which one do I pick? So Satan going before God. I'd like to clarify that. That's more of like, I didn't mean standing as in like, can he come in the room? I mean, is he family? Like, is he going to be with God forever? Like, no. That's made pretty clear.
Well, the Jewish people are already family to God in the Old Testament. To quote the prophet Malachi, "Have we not one God? Have we not all one Father? Did not one God create us all?"
Yeah, but again, Jesus kind of reveals that in saying even to the Pharisees, like your father is the devil. They're just by family alone, if you're just ascribing ourselves to being the Hebrew nation or these practices, it doesn't seem like that's what God is getting at. He's not just trying to get us to like check a task list. It's
But again,
about knowing him
that's a separate
in this
conversation.
familial way.
The question that we're trying to figure out here is, could God allow you into heaven with or without Jesus?
Could he allow us? I would say he wouldn't allow that. I'd say the reason why I'd say no.
I didn't say would, I said could. Is he capable of doing it? I'm capable of committing atrocities, but that doesn't mean I would do it. I'm asking about his capabilities.
Yeah, I've actually thought about this. So I would say no, because it's not about capability. He would be transgressing his own word at that point, and then
He didn't have to.
untrustworthy.
He doesn't have to issue that word, and also he didn't issue that word in the Hebrew Bible. That's why I keep saying, if God wanted everyone to be in heaven and he had the power to let them be in heaven, he never had to issue any word saying that they couldn't be in heaven. He knows the future. He just wouldn't do that.
Yeah, but he ones up that because he gives us a choice to choose that or not.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't give you a choice. He threatens you with violence. He says, you'll either love me or I'll torture you forever in hell. That's not a free choice. That's coercion and a threat of violence. So that can't be what's happening here. So
it's
again,
totally a free choice.
It's not a free choice. It's never a free choice if the only alternative is violence. If Dalton comes to me and says, you will go on a date with me or I'll stick this knife in you, that's not a free choice. That's me trying to avoid having a knife stuck in me. So actually, maybe it might actually be Peggy. I might be exaggerating. The bottom line is, though, what I'm saying is, I don't even want to have this discussion about whether or not it's a real choice or not. That's not relevant to the question. The only question on the table right now is, does God possess the capability of deciding at the beginning of time that he'll just let anybody in heaven?
No, because what would that look like? That would be complete chaos. Could you imagine if everybody could create their own standard?
Why would it be chaos?
It would be, well, look at the earth. We can't.
No one said anything about a standard. In Revelation 21, when people are in heaven, there's no more tears, no more sorrow, no more suffering. They still have free will, don't they?
Yeah, but
whatever mechanism that God has in heaven that's going to prevent them from ever sinning again, he could just use the same mechanism from the very beginning. Problem solved.
No, because they didn't get to choose in the first place.
Oh, the choice is irrelevant. That's something you're putting on God. God doesn't care about this choice.
I think he died to give us a choice. I mean, that is how I understand it.
That's still begging the question, right? Until you could demonstrate that the New Testament agrees with the Old Testament, just keep quoting the New Testament is always going to be a dead end path for us, right? So my point is this: in the new heaven, there's no more sin, no more suffering, and you agree that they're going to have free will, right?
Well, let me say, when I tried to kind of used some examples from the Old Testament. I was told that it kind of wasn't good enough.
I get it, Vash.
Thing wasn't enough.
I get it, and maybe I'm being too critical, but it's 1 a.m. I just want to streamline this last topic.
Holy
so we
cow,
don't.
We've been on here forever.
So yeah. And so because my audience is quickly leaving at this point, it's been too long. But my point is, right? If we can have free will in heaven, right? And none of us are sin-free. No human being, according to your review, is sin-free, right? So just choosing Jesus doesn't mean that when you get to heaven, your free will is gonna being in heaven or something. Like you're not going to use your free will to do evil just because you chose Jesus. That's preposterous. People who have chosen Jesus now on the earth are sinning as we speak. So choosing Jesus has nothing to do with whether or not you're going to sin in heaven. There must be something else. What is in heaven in Revelation 21 that's preventing people from committing sin and causing suffering?
Let's flip there. Let's go to Revelation 22.
Now, the typical answer in Revelation to why people are going to be in heaven and not sinning is because they're going to be in the actual presence of the Lord. But if that's the case, if it's the presence of the Lord that's going to keep people from sinning, sounds to me like he could have just done that from the start.
Yeah. I mean, here's kind of where I would answer you from just a personal thing. It's, even after I was telling you I had the dream that was really important to me. I'm not even gonna. It was so significant that I still have a choice. Like I still have a choice if I'm gonna choose to be in a relationship with Jesus. I still have a choice if I'm gonna choose him as king. And he says to love me is to obey me, right?
But my question was, what mechanism, what's happening in heaven in Revelation 21 that's going to prevent people from sinning?
I'm not sure.
Right. So if there's something that's causing this to happen, maybe they get a new heart, which is what the Old Testament says they're going to receive a new heart, and God's going to write the law on their hearts so that they'll be obedient now. If that's the thing that is going to make them follow the law and not hurt each other again, well, he could have just done that from the beginning. He didn't have to do this whole charade.
Well, again, I just point back to the choice because again, we're born of a new spirit. We get to choose whether or not we're going to follow Jesus, and then we're born of the Spirit.
Relevant
we're reborn
to what we're talking about.
It is because if
you're not reborn, because
Christians, we have a different nature.
Christians still sin.
Different nature, we're going to act differently in heaven.
Christians still sin, is what I'm saying. So unless Christians stop sinning when they accept Jesus, there's no reason to believe that they're going to magically stop sinning when they get to heaven.
The best way I can, because I'm not all knowing. I don't exactly know how that's going to work. I believe that we're going to not want to. I believe that we're going to see. It's going to be like an equity thing. It's going to be like, am I going to choose this amazing person that is all powerful, but also
why would we not want to?
And why would we not want to?
Why would you're saying we're not going to want to choose sin? Why would we not want to choose sin?
No, I said we are going to. I misspoke. I think I meant to say we're going to want to choose him over not.
Why?
Because of being in a Why? Because we'll have had the opportunity to see a full spectrum of love.
But are Christians doing that now?
Doing what? I'm sorry.
Are Christians seeing the full spectrum of love now and not sinning?
No, we're in a fallen state.
So then why would we believe that when they get to heaven, all of a sudden we're just going to stop sinning, right? So the only explanation for this is, well, we're going to be in God's presence, and God's presence is going to be so overwhelming that we wouldn't want to sin. But that would be true even of people who don't believe in Jesus. Like, listen, I don't believe in Jesus. I don't think this religion is coherent. But if God transported me to heaven and demonstrated that he was real, I'm like, fuck, I'll follow this guy. But the reality is, like, it's incoherent to believe that somehow all the Christians that end up in heaven are just never going to sin again, even though they have free will, when we know whatever is being applied to them in heaven is also being applied to them now. But there's no real distinction.
No, that's actually a
Let me,
great point.
let me
Yeah.
put it like this, because I'm going to use the language of Christian theology to elaborate on this. The idea is that God is, you understand God to be, he is the good, right? And that if, and the only reason people don't choose him now is because they're not aware of the fact that he is the good. If they knew God was the good, they would choose him over everything else. But if that's true, as Justin has just pointed out, if a person is brought before the very presence of God, and whatever is impeding our current knowledge that he is the good is stripped away from us, and we are able to see God as he is and know that he is the good, then even without believing Jesus, we would just simply choose the good in heaven.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. I actually don't think that that's not what I think. I think people still have a choice. I think many people will, and I think the Bible demonstrates this as well. I think many people uh will see God in his nature and be like, yeah, you over stuff. You over whatever I was doing before your way. And there are going to be some people like that are just going to maintain like there's nothing you can do. Like they're not going to follow God. And that's their choice. They don't want to do it. They're not
Yeah,
going to let go of
but
whatever it is.
it doesn't matter because Christians are going to do the same thing again. Unless Christian and non-Christians, when it comes to sinning, we're all still sinning. Like, Christians don't sin at somehow a lesser rate typically than non-Christians. Maybe the types of sins that they commit might be different, but they're still sinning, right? So again, just assuming that Christians, when they get to heaven, aren't going to want to sin anymore, I don't think is supported by the evidence that we have. There would need to be an additional mechanism that caused them to not want to sin. And the only thing that we can pinpoint is, well, they're going to be in the presence of God. But if being in the presence of God changes you so that you don't want to sin, then it sounds like that could have happened to the non-believers too, because non-believers aren't non-believers because we want to sin. We're non-believers because the religion doesn't make sense and the Bible is contradictory. It has nothing to do with our desire to sin.
Well, I think those who are in heaven will want to obey, and it's described as a wedding. You know, there's a commitment. You know the symbolism of the bride and the groom, Jesus and the church, and you see that in Revelation. And I believe I believe that commitment is illustrated like that on purpose, because we're entering into this thing together forever, and I think that is a significant way of like looking at that situation. You're saying that it's possible for us to sin, but the people that will be there, um, it's
Do we have
as
free
it's
will?
saying there, they're not going to want to.
But again, if we're not going to want to because of something God's doing, like God is in our presence now, he could have done that already here. Like we don't need to be transported to another location just for that to be true. That same mechanism that God has the ability to use, he could use anytime, anywhere that he wants to. But that being said, Vash,
But that removes our free will from the factoring.
No, it doesn't.
That's just saying that like God is only dictating.
It doesn't remove our free will.
It does, because you're saying the mechanism will drive everything. But if the mechanism is a
he already
factor,
says he's going to do
get
that.
choose.
In the Hebrew Bible, he already says that I'm going to change your heart. Jeremiah 31 and Ezekiel 36. I'm changing your heart so that in the future you'll actually do what I need you to do. You'll do what I want you to do. Then you'll obey me when he changes your heart. So the God of the Hebrew Bible has already said, when this age comes, Deuteronomy 30 says the same thing. I'm changing your heart. I'm doing the thing. It has, and yes, is that a violation of free will? Yeah, but God violates people's free will all the time. I already told you 1 Samuel 10:9. He changes the heart of Saul. He gives Saul a new heart. That's a violation of free will. In the Abimelech story, he violates Abimelech's free will in his ability to sleep with Sarah. He says, I have prevented you from sinning against me by preventing her from doing it. God's not opposed to violating anyone's free will. This is not a thing.
Well, maybe not indefinitely. We still have, but okay. Even with that statement, we still have individual choices over the course of someone's life. Like if he stopped this guy from doing this one thing, doesn't mean he stopped him from everything. It was just that one thing for a purpose. Yeah, but that's kind of what I thought you were getting at. Was sort of like
No, my point
kind of
is
just all or nothing.
God isn't really concerned about free will. If God was really concerned about your free will, he wouldn't murder you and light you on fire for all of eternity if you didn't obey his singular command. Remember, you get to go to hell even if you've only committed 1 or 2 sins in your life. That's the whole point of the Pauline doctrine, is that all have fallen short, and you're only qualified if you're covered by the blood of Jesus and you believe Romans 10:9 and 10 that Jesus Christ died for your sins and the Lord raised him on the 3rd day, so on and so forth. If you don't believe in your heart and confess that with your mouth, you don't get to go to heaven. So if I die unconfessed and unrepentant with only 5 sins, I get to go to the hellfire. That's not a free will choice. That's just something God decided for me.
No, we still get to choose. People still do it.
No,
I mean, like the
it's
enemy,
not.
like lived in God's Satan lived in God's presence. He chose, and we,
But that's not
we get.
clear in the Bible. But
We could
we've
probably go
already,
on for a whole hour
yeah, we've
talking about
already
the non-existent free
we
will.
already covered this. I
Yeah,
don't know why
thank
we
you.
keep
Oh
going
yeah.
back in circles. Like if
Well,
you
this
have
is
2
this is
options
my
in
first
front of
time,
you,
so
it's so Vash. It's okay. It's okay. You're doing great. If you have 2 options in front of you, and one option is to, hey, come hang out with me, it'll be awesome, and the other option is, if you say no, I'll torture you forever. Not a choice. Not a choice. It's a threat.
I'll kind of answer this one last thing, and I'll let you guys kind of go. Thank you guys for having me on for so long. This is like this was cool.
It's fun. I appreciate you coming by and being cordial with us too. We see a lot of really difficult people to talk to around here.
Yeah, yeah. It's important that we can just have conversations. That's really good. Well, I'll yield my last point. Will you guys do me a favor and let
We'll
me
give you last
would you guys
word too.
Well, can my last word be would you guys let me entertain the idea of just doing like a prayer? Would that be okay?
Listen, buddy, if you want to pray, you're welcome. You're the only person I've ever let pray at the end of a debate.
I really appreciate that. That's mad respect for you, man. That's awesome. Thank you both or everybody that's on there. Yeah, let's just do it. Father God, I pray that you will show yourself to us, God, and I just thank you for your love for us. Do the impossible, do the powerful, move our hearts. Help us to know you and be known by you. And I just put my trust in you to help these men and women that are here, that are they're seeking truth with their being, and they're curious and they're really smart. And I pray that they would come to know you, God, the sweetness of your Spirit, to know the truth of you, Jesus. In your name, Amen.
Amen. Listen, Vash, you're a good kid. Just know that Dalton and I were once in your shoes doing the apologetics, and now we're on this side of it. So we understand where you're coming from. We understand your motivation. You seem like you're coming at this with a good motivation to want to help people, and we totally respect that. So come back again, think about some of the things we talked about, and maybe you can press us with some answers that you found.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me.
Cheers.
Two things, Justin. One, there's not a lot of things about myself that I'm proud of, but one thing I am proud of, that no matter if I see an opportunity to draw someone back into a conversation with the Bible, as soon as he said other religious demons, I was like, ooh, here's a perfect opportunity to draw someone back into the Bible topic. That's one thing I'm good.
And then it was kind of hard to end the conversation because he was being cordial, but he kept bringing up new topics, and every time a new topic came around, it's like, oh, we need to address that. That's another thing,
It'll be a good clip. And then secondly, it's kind of ironic how the way we depicted how God should do salvation actually aligns more with the parables of Jesus. Because if you think of, like, for example, the parable of the king who forgives the debt, no one else pays the debt. He just wipes off the debt, and that's supposed to be analogous to the kingdom of heaven. So I think Jesus would have agreed more with us than with Christian theology.
Well, friends.
But anyway.
Oh, sorry, buddy. Didn't mean to cut you off there.
I do have to go because it's bedtime for Dalton.
Fair enough.
And,
I get it.
I'm going to be debating AI Justin from Catholic Answers this Sunday.
Can't wait.
On the channel. Yeah. So,
well, thanks for stopping by, buddy.
Yeah.
Get some W's for Dalton in the house. Big W's for Dalton. I got one more guest in the queue. I'm gonna take the last guest. Before I do, though, guys, listen, we're not quite at our fundraising goal. Listen, this deep V is not nearly deep enough. We're not that far away. To be fair, we're right at $4,000 raised plus. Hold on, what do we got over here so far? Plus another 400. So like guys, if we can get like another $500 in here, we're basically at our next goal. And this thing is going to come down here. And remember, at the end of the live stream, I'm going to be auctioning this shirt off. Some people really wanted the shirt. I'll auction the shirt off and send it to whoever wins our auction. We're just going to do a comment auction. I'm just going to auction it off, and the highest bidder in the comments will have to, I'll let you know who it is, and then they'll have to send in to the GoFundMe page, and we'll take care of it that way. That being said, friends, we've got at least one more guest waiting to get in. And before we do that, I'm going to grab Eddie, and I'm going to grab my friend Cyber Deconstruction.
Hey, how are you doing, my friend?
Yeah, I can't complain. How you doing?
I am doing fantastic. I'm getting kind of tired of matzah, but got a few more days of it.
I get it. Actually, I bought some myself. I'll be partaking on Sunday during the Sunday live stream. But we got a guest in the guest box. Cyber, you want to take him with me, or did you have something else?
I'll stay up with this guest.
Nice. Okay. Well, we've got Eddie with us. Eddie, welcome in. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in God? Eddie?
Eddie, you are live and on the air.
He waited in the guest box for a while, too. I wonder if he put his phone down or something and walked away.
And sometimes you fall asleep.
That does happen. Well, it sounds like we'll have to do this, and he was our last guest. So I'm going to read through the super chats and make our totals. I've got a spreadsheet with all the totals, and also the Cash Apps and Venmos and whatnot for Reverend Chad. I'm going to make a total, and we'll be cutting this shirt as I'm reading if we reach our goals. And it should be a lot of fun. Thank you so much for being here tonight, friends, and thank you so much for supporting our community through these fundraisers. I know we just did one a couple weeks ago, but you can't really control sometimes when need arises, and this is one of those cases. You know, we went a couple months without doing one, and now we've got probably like a third and fourth one coming up. It is what it is. But PW says, I have a toothache. There is no God, only Satan. You know what? I think tooth pain is like a good part of the argument from suffering. My personal opinion. Yeah. Sippy Dude says, looking forward to hearing some excellent arguments for a God today. Well, unfortunately, you didn't catch one, but thank you for being here, Soupy. And Artemis Knight. Oh, well, fucking Artemis too had a hell of a time so far. Thank you for the super chat. Says, quick question. Why was it a sin for David to order a census in the first place? Because he should ask God what the number was. It's a weird sin. So that's the funny thing is, we're not told in the Bible what sin he actually committed. There's some speculation about what sin he could have committed, but no real answers. Is this one of those Bible quandaries? And I've never heard a satisfactory answer to this. Have you ever heard a satisfactory answer, Cyber?
I think the best apologetic that I've heard is that when you do a census, it's supposed to be over the entirety of the people, but David only does it over the military. And so since it was done over the military, it appeared that it was, for war. Thus, God was mad about it. But I don't think that's satisfactory because God is always commanding David to go to war. So it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's a weird thing. The God of the Bible certainly doesn't seem to have any problems with war. So it's weird that this would be. Anyway, you're right. It's a weird thing. And unfortunately, the Bible just isn't good at describing the narration adequately. Steve, what's up?
I was just going to say, too, and it seems like it was a setup for David as well. And he's God. He doesn't have to explain shit.
Yeah. So it literally says at the beginning of the chapter that God was seeking an occasion against the Israelites when he did it. So he was like he was setting a pretext to go fuck them up. You know what I mean? But it's, it's neither here nor there. Or I don't know. Maybe taking a census is like showing that you didn't have faith in God or something. I don't know. I'm sure there's something that goes along with it, or maybe he did the census incorrectly. Who knows? But
yeah,
Steve, welcome back, my friend. Says survived the week by rewatching old streams. Oh, welcome back to me. Yeah, you're right. I was on vacation. Justin's fucking rock and TDIF. Thank Doug. It's Friday. Well, thank you, Steve. I really appreciate that. And I hope you had a good Friday night. Dr. Pizza says robotics question. Oh, love to hear that. Did you install red LEDs on your robots so that we know when they turn evil? As it turns out, no. Because in robotics, you just have to assume that all of them are evil. The minute they start to think for themselves, you have to treat them as evil, because when they do inevitably turn it against you, you have no way of knowing. So you just have to treat all of them as evil, and that's okay. Tracy, good to see you, my friend.
So no red eyes for Johnny 5?
No red eyes. Nope. Johnny 5 was disassembled, and there are no more Johnny 5. The laser eyes, though, are pretty, let's be honest, are pretty cool, though. Yeah. Tracy, my friend, good to see you. Says shameless. I'll allow it. Rock hard for Doug, simply wet for Sharon, and gay for Justin. Huffle's real. Well, thank you, Tracy. I really appreciate that, friend, and I hope that you're doing well. And Chris says, have you heard of Elliot Chad, the worst apologist? I think you're referring to the guy that made the Elliot argument, and I've never talked to him. I've briefly gone over the Elliot argument. It's stupid. Like most arguments, like philosophical arguments for God, it is just smuggling in ideas and concepts by using words inappropriately.
And he's constantly running from Ian.
Oh, yeah, he's terrified of Ian. Yeah, that's true. I think Blitz, too. Roy, thank you for the $2 super thanks. And Hunter Girl, thank you for the $2 super test. Is also $100 for Chad from me. In this chat, or you must have sent it over Cash App or Venmo or something, but I don't see it that just yet. It might actually be, I don't know where you sent it, but I'll look for it, Hunter Girl. Thank you for that. Big W. And Long Nosed Dude says, hey man, other than the Gospels and Paul, did the apostles ever teach the Eucharist and that Jesus is literally God, both in and outside the Bible? Not really. So the Eucharist comes directly from Jesus' words in John chapter 6, where he says, you must eat my blood and drink my flesh. And they're like, cannibalism, are you crazy? And then also from the Last Supper, specifically the one in John, where he says, this is my body and this is my blood. So Jesus seems to be the one, according to the text, that talks about the Eucharist. Paul does mention in the Corinthians the practice of doing the Eucharist. And it seems like it was already a really well-established practice, maybe the first practice they ever did within Christianity. And he's correcting people on how to do the Eucharist properly, because people are showing up. Like wealthy people who don't have to work are showing up and eating the food before the poorer people can come there. And so it does seem to be that the early Christian church had a Eucharistic practice that was rooted in Jesus's teachings, as it seems. But Paul didn't really talk much about transubstantiation or whether or not they literally believe that this is body and blood of Jesus, or, different things like that. And Jesus is literally God. It kind of appears, I think, maybe in John, it's questionable. But in the other three Gospels, I don't really think so, especially not in Mark. I think Mark is kind of an adoptionist gospel. And Miss Tammy says, hell yeah, best channel yet. Well, thank you, Miss Tammy. I really appreciate that. Thank you for supporting with the 666. Hail Nero. And Very Good Wizard says, what happens after 6K? After 6K, we just do another one. It gets even lower. But guys, we didn't do it yet. We've got 2 more goals we still have to achieve. We're still waiting to get to the 5K, and we're not quite there yet. The fundraiser right now, the GoFundMe right now, is at 487 so far. Now, I've got, as I read super chats, there might be some more that come in, and there might be some other methods of donation that come in. I am keeping track of those. Currently, outside of the fundraiser that I have data for, we've got $439, which means our total right now is technically like 5,300 and some change. But we started with 1,000, so technically we're at 3,500 and some change. So we need about $500 more to get to our next goal. So guys, if you want me to keep snipping before I auction off this shirt, we got to get this fundraiser bumping, y'all. And we are going to auction off the shirt at the end of this. Hayden says, because America doesn't know what a functional social democracy is. I know. We're never going to fix our healthcare problem, guys. Never. Never. Fox News will spend hours doing propaganda against having proper health care. Days, weeks, months, years against it. And Shane, it says, how's your spring break, Ben? Really good, Shane. I really appreciate you asking. Hope yours is going well, whenever it was, usually about now. And Space Lord says, welcome
Justin.
back. Mm-hmm.
Oh, just real quick. So I did go and look at Rashi's explanation of the census. Exodus 30, chapter 12 says, when you take a census of the Israelites to register them, at registration, all of them shall give a ransom for their lives to the Lord, so that no plague may come upon them for being registered. So Rashi says, when you registered, you didn't actually go physically counted them. They had to pay a ransom. And then at the end, you counted the ransoms at the end. So it'd be like a half a shekel. And you would count those and then know how many people you had. But David commands to go take a direct census. And in Exodus 30, it says, if you do it wrong, you will get plagues.
Shit. That checks out, actually. That certainly could be what happened, is that he just did the census improperly, which they could have spelled out in the text a little bit better, but
they could have.
I'm definitely going to have to go back and read some more commentaries on this. I think it's certainly a really interesting question to resolve. And Space Lord says, welcome back. Crazy at work. I'm a cloud engineer. Well, sorry to hear that. That's a crazy industry to be in right now. We had an exec at my job got their account hacked. Yeah. It's going to get worse, especially once quantum computers hit. Password and MFA, FFS, we are all paranoid now. Yeah, as we should be. Guys, the power of computing and the ability to crack passwords is fucking insane right now. And people's ability just to do like general social engineering to get passwords is insane. Be safe out there, Space Lord. And Carnage, thank you so much for that $5 super chat. Says, how much do I have to donate for you to show us your belly button piercing? Well, here's the thing. I do have a belly button. I don't have a belly button piercing. For the round amount of money donated tonight, I would probably pierce my belly button and show it on stream. If somebody went over to the GoFundMe page and dropped in like $2,000, I would definitely pierce my belly button for Reverend Chad. But we'll see what happens. Well, I mean, it's a steep price, but it's for a good cause. Maybe we'll be able to meet that goal. Maybe we won't. And Steve with the additional super chat says we need to introduce guitar to Pete Townsend. Well, guitar, thank goodness tonight, was actually more well behaved than typical. So I'm not going to give him a hard time tonight. And Captain Hammer says, can you explain what Paul is trying to say in Romans 2:14? Sure. Yeah, let me grab Romans 2 and should be talking about sin, I thought. All right. Pull up Romans 2. All who have sinned apart from the law will also perish apart from the law, and all who have sinned under the law will be judged in accordance with the law. For it is not the hearers of the law who are righteous in God's eyes, but the doers of the law who will be justified. When Gentiles who do not possess the law by nature do what the law requires, these, though not having the law, are a law to themselves. So Paul is basically suggesting that people who weren't given the law will still be considered righteous when they do, apart from the law, the righteous stuff that the law actually prescribes. So he's saying even people who don't have this law code, they are doing right. They're doing what is righteous by following the law, even if they're doing it, say, coincidentally or even by accident. Or maybe by what they might refer to as like divine law. So in Paul's time, they had this idea of like there's like a divine law that's like inherent in the universe. And that explains why so many people have the same hangups. They have the same perceived list of rights and wrongs. Is because of, what can we learn from divine law? But yeah, I hope that answers your question, friend. And Chris, thank you for the $2 super chat, says the new Big Crunch cycle resets entropy. No, I don't think it resets entropy. What I'm saying is, if there's a cycle of Big Bangs, Big Crunches, and the universe literally is finite, meaning it's not infinite, then the amount of entropy in the universe will always be the same. It's that entropy will exist in a smaller state. Like the amount of entropy in our isolated system will still be there to be in a smaller state and then in a bigger state. That's why when you have a particular amount of energy, it looks different when it's in a small form versus something that's large and spread out. That's just how it is. But the amount of energy in the system is still going to be the amount of energy in the system. Guitar Atheist, thank you for the super chat. Says, Justin, have you seen or heard now that the Christians now are saying the No Kings protest is a protest against their religion? That's fucking crazy. They literally think that protesting Trump as a dictator is an issue. That's an issue of like we're persecuting their religion. What a load of nonsense. These people always need to be a victim. They can't help themselves. And Space Lord, good to see you. Thank you for the additional super chat. Says Habermas sucks. I agree. Gary Habermas, has he done a lot of research? Sure. Did he earn his PhD? Sure. Is his logic sound? No, he's an idiot. He says things that are just patently ridiculous. He doesn't know how to put together a valid argument. And he lies about his sources. His list of facts could all be true, and it still doesn't mean a dude resurrected. Yep, agreed. His list of facts don't conclude with the resurrection, which is why his argument is not valid. And Tracy says, auction the shirt off. I will, Tracy. In fact, here in a little while, when I get through these super chats, we'll start the auction, y'all. And Joshua Everett says, I don't care how many people tell me that someone rose from the grave. Unless we can get some observable evidence, I'm not going to believe you. I agree, Joshua. Just because people said it doesn't make it true. We've got lots of instances where people in the ancient world were supposedly resurrected, but we have no reason to believe that they're resurrected. Actually, now that I think about it, we should, rather than waiting to the end of the super chats, we could actually auction off the shirt now, and the money from the shirt auction will go towards the fundraiser value. So we could actually put that towards the fundraising goal and get some more snips in here, depending on how much we auction the shirt for. What do you guys think about that? Should we auction the shirt off now rather than waiting for the end of the live stream when like half of the audience is dipped out? What do you think? Put some one in the comments if you want to auction it off now. Put twos if you want to auction it off at the end after we know how much we've already raised. Oh, Cyber's phone died. That happens, buddy. Don't worry about it. We'll see. I see some ones. I see two twos. Mostly one so far for the shirt auction. Another two. More. Okay, so more ones. It looks like mostly ones with a smattering of twos. Based on YouTube is determined. A lot of ones on YouTube actually coming in right now. YouTube wants this thing to be auctioned off right now. It looks like. Okay. Damn.
And one thing that I love about this community that I absolutely love is how we really do come together, whether it's somebody needing help financially, somebody needing help professionally, somebody needing help just in their personal lives, how we come together and we support each other. And I think it's just a fantastic community that we have built here.
Yeah, I agree. The community is phenomenal. The way that we can like do serious good for people that need it. So let's do this. I'm going to start with $15 for the shirt, and then throw in the comments your bid, and we'll all try to track the comments to see who was the highest bidder. And I've got a notepad here. I'll be writing it down. Say we'll give it a full minute. Let me who's got a counter? I'll put a counter on the screen. 2-minute countdown, and then all right. Oh shoot, this is just a YouTube video, but you know what? I don't care. I can mute the audio. Bada bing, bada boom.
And real quick, Carbon-Based Logic said, Justin, I will Venmo you 500 if you belly dance for us, asking for a friend.
Fucking A. Well, you have to Venmo it first before you get the belly dance. You Venmo me $500. I will belly dance for you, but I don't know if I could do it on YouTube without getting like demonetized. But if you're in the Discord, I will fucking belly dance for you. I don't know. Maybe the audience needs to see it. Tell you what, if somebody sends $500 for Chad over the Venmo or to the fundraiser page, I'll fucking belly dance for all. I don't think you guys need to see this belly. This is not a pretty sight. But listen, fucking for Chad, absolutely. All right, here's our countdown timer. We've got 1 minute on the board. I'm gonna hit go and throw your bids into the chat, y'all. I'll be documenting the highest ones and who sent them, and we'll get this shirt auctioned off, y'all. Let's see what we can do. We got a full minute. Let's make it happen. You got to go fast so you don't get beat out by the clock. Bidding what the fuck? Sloshy said 420.69. Jeez, oh Pete, that's crazy. 420.69. Sloshy, if you guys see
got
something,
$50 from Jazz Hands.
Wow, 29 seconds, y'all. $20 from also from Udo ADHD. Let's see what else we got here. I'm curious if the 420.69 was a legitimate offer for my shirt. Let's see. Sashi said, I'd buy that for $1. Well, Sashi, we're going to need you to clarify if that was a real bid, because if it is, you're obviously the winner. Nevertheless, 75 from Dean Williams. Boom. 75 from Dean Williams. Let's see. Anybody else? 75 seems to be the highest, unless Sloshy was not joking. If Sloshy's not joking, then the 420 is obviously going to be the highest. He was kidding, I assume. That's crazy to pay for a shirt. 75 for the shirt from Dean. Going once, going twice, sold. $75 going to Dean Williams. Dean, message me on the Discord or send me an email, and I will mail this to you with my own greenbacks, and make sure you get the shirt. Thank you so much for participating, and we really appreciate it. And I'm going to write this down on my list now of donations. 75. Dean. Oop, I can't type. Dean Williams. Damn. There we go. And we'll call this the shirt auction. Boom. So now our side donations are at $5.14, and our GoFundMe page is at $4,870. Actually, $4,990. So now we're getting closer. So we're basically at this point at $3,500 raised. Another $500 gets another V put into this shirt, y'all. If you really want to see the deep V, we need to get another $500 in here to start finishing this thing off. And Guitar Atheist says maybe Iran rocket Google. Wait, what? Maybe Iran rocket Google. I need to know what this means. Iran rocket Google. Am I supposed to Google this? Live war. Tehran downs 2 U.S. warplanes. What? Fuck me. Why is this happening right now? Okay. All right. So it looks like there's some shit going down. Iran retaliated, as they fucking would, because they're a sovereign nation. And now we're in a legitimate war because Trump is out of his goddamn mind. Iran threatens Meta, Google, Apple, and other U.S. tech companies from now on. Tensions in the Middle East have received a blah, 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 blah. Okay, so basically it sounds like U.S. companies are being threatened by Iran. Let's see. Exclusive. U.S. intelligence assesses Iran maintains significant missile launching capability. Oh, that's different. That's fucking from a day ago. Okay. Iran's guards threaten to destroy Apple, Google, and Meta facilities. Great. So Iran is threatening to destroy these facilities. Are they in Iran or are in another country? Are they threatening locations in their own country? Says Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps issued a stark warning on Tuesday that some of the world's largest American technology companies, among them Apple, Google, and Meta, face destruction of their facilities if Iranian officials continue to be killed in what the guards described as a targeted assassination. Yeah, that's what it is. The threat delivered via official statements named 18 companies the IRGC alleged were complicit in the killings of Iranian leaders. It set a deadline of 8 p.m. Tehran time or 4:30 p.m. GMT on Wednesday, April 1st. Oh, April 1st? Okay. For employees to vacate those workplaces, we advise the employees of these institutions to immediately leave their workplaces and preserve their lives. April 1st, huh? April's Fools is when this happened. A conditional ultimatum tied to future assassinations, blah, 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 blah. So it's saying if you assassinate more of our leaders, we're going to destroy these companies. It did not say where these companies were that they were going to destroy. Obviously, these megacorps have locations all around the world. I assume they're talking about the locations like near the Middle East, if I'm guessing. I could be wrong. That's crazy news. I hate the news. Johnny Ringo says it's lagging because the caller drains all entropy. That's it. We ran out of call entropy. And Mrs. Dog says, I'm from Northeast Ohio, and the fiber cannot come any sooner. I know. And even I've got fiber right now. And it sucks. It's not stable. AT&T fiber, I will give them credit. It's fast. Way better than broadband. But it's not stable. I'm having all kinds of disruptions from time to time. I've had a couple live streams I had to quit because they just decided they weren't going to work anymore. Han School, thank you for the super chat. Says Genesis 26:5 says Abraham obeyed all of God's laws, but the narrative depends on all the patriarchs violating Deuteronomy 21:15 through 17 in regards favoring firstborns. Yeah, so this is true. But the thing of it is, he didn't have the law, right? So my understanding of Genesis 26 is not that he followed all of God's laws that were given to Moses. It was all the laws that God had given to Abraham. And there actually is, if you read Jewish sources, they will actually list what they perceive those laws were. Dustframe says, wait, is Jesus had been stoned? I think you mean if Jesus had been stoned to death, then Christians would be wearing rocks around their necks. I know. 1,000,000% they would, and it would just be more proof that the Bible can only be typologically fulfilled in Doug the Rock. And Space Lord says Josephus reports that Pilate loved to abuse his subjects. It's more likely that Pilate would have refused to give up the body. Total prick. Yes, the Pilate in the Bible, he was not a nice dude. He wasn't a dude out there trying to help people or exonerate people that he thought the Jews were unjustly convicting. He would have axed that dude. And Roy, thank you for the additional $2 super thanks. And M says, my boyfriend has become Christian because of supposed evidence of Jesus in conspiracies. I don't know if I can take it. Please help me. So I'm lost. What should I do? So here's the thing. If you've got a boyfriend who has become Christian and you're like, fuck, what do I do about that? Press him on his view. Ask him about this nonsensical view. Like, why do you think that this is true? And then start just one by one demonstrating that these claims don't hold up the same way that I do, right? Or you can start simple, just be like, well, the Trinity is logically incoherent, and then go through some of the logical syllogisms demonstrating that the Trinity doesn't follow the 3 laws of logic, and then Christianity is dead in the water quick. Also, beautiful cat. What's your cat named? Oh, are you muted right now, Deacon? I can't hear you.
Sorry, this is Millie Mae.
What a cutie. Okay.
She's almost a year old.
We got some cat love going on tonight.
I had 6.
I'm sorry, how many, Chad?
6.
Oh, you got a full house. Wow, 6 cats. Okay. That's a serious situation. Holy smokes. Well, listen, cats are amazing. If I could have 6, maybe I would, but I'm not in a position for it. Gentleman Viking says, Guitar ran these exact talking points on Dalton's Live the other day with predictable results. Rock hard for Doug, gay for Justin, simply went for Sharon. That is always the same. These apologists tend to shop around arguments, thinking that they're going to work. They need to be repeatedly, beat over the head with real answers before they learn their lessons. And Slug Racer says, what is the significance of the numbers 40 and 70 that show up over and over in the Bible? Does it appear outside the Bible? So yes, 70 does. So 70 was a popular number that seems to, there's a couple reasons why it might be significant, but the most significant tie-in with the Hebrew Bible is that it was the number of the nations and the number of the sons of God, meaning the Elohim, the demigods, or the not demigods, but the minor gods in the pantheon. And they believed that there was a god assigned to every single nation that was in charge of it. You can see, for reference, Deuteronomy 32, 8-9, Psalm 82, and Sirach 17:17, among others, and the Table of Nations after the Tower of Babel that were divided into 70. So that's the significance of 70. And the significance of 40 is not quite as clear. 40 does show up in quite a few like ancient Near Eastern texts, but I'm not personally sure of like where or why it became significant. Let me check real quick. I put together, one second, I put together an LLM based on the majority, not all of it, I'm still working on it, the majority of my actual electronic library. And so let me see if they can compile a list of firsthand resources where 40 is used with some significance. If I know anything about the ancient Near East, it's either an astrological thing or it's some dumb thing. So, for example, the preference for the number 7 comes because, one, they're on a hexadecimal system, and two, because like they couldn't evenly divide it. So they are doing base 60. So like we're like base 10 or base 100. They use 60 as their main divider, and so 60 divided by 1, easy. 60 divided by 2, easy, no remainder. 60 divided by 3, easy, no remainder. 60 divided by 4, easy, no remainder. 60 divided by 5, easy, no remainder. 60 divided by 6, easy, no remainder. 60 divided by 7, oh, this doesn't resolve, there's fucking remainders. So for them, 7 was the first number that wasn't divisible by 60, and 60 as their method of counting was really important. There's other reasons why that was important for them. See, I did read this, the Epic of Gilgamesh. The trip to the cedar forest is in 40 days and 40 nights. And that's probably the oldest text that is going to mention this, is the 40 days and 40 nights in the Epic of Gilgamesh. And it's a journey, right? They're journeying to the cedar forest. They're going leagues and leagues to the cedar forest. So to me, you know, if I'm comparing what the Bible says about 40 and what we find in Gilgamesh, I'm going to suggest that this is a period of travel, but also a period of trial, right? Because on the way to the cedar forest, Gilgamesh and Enkidu they're given trials. They're giving they have to lodge at different locations, and the deities give them various dreams that need to be interpreted, challenges that need to be interpreted, and then when they get to the cedar forest, they're challenged with the task of taking out Humbaba. So it seems maybe if we're taking the Epic of Gilgamesh seriously, the number 40 might have originated as like a trial period, trial by fire. Perhaps it turns out maybe Atrahasis mentions it. Let me see. In the Atrahasis episode, humans are created in a period of 40 days and 40 nights. So that's interesting. And in the Enuma Elish, the creation period is 40 days and 40 nights. So, and there's a couple more actually. It's mentioned in actually just all creation myths. So all the creation myths and the Epic of Gilgamesh use 40 days and 40 nights. So it's a pretty well-established pattern, it looks like. I'm not shocked that the Bible picked up on it. Taco Joe says, Justin, how did Mary and the other women intend to move the stone? Wasn't that part of the miracle that the huge stone was moved? Yes, exactly. If you go to, I believe it was Mark, and let's see, we're going to do Mark 16. They're debating about who's going to roll away the stone because it was, you know, it was going to be such a large task, right? So if we go to the beginning of the chapter, it says, and earlier on the first day of the week, when the sun had risen, they went to the tomb, and they had been saying to one another, who will roll away the stone for us from the entrance of the tomb, because it was so big. There's like, we can't roll it away. Somebody else has to roll it away, which would entail that, they expected the stone to be there. And in the book of Matthew, it is still there when they show up, right? But in Mark, when they show up, it's already been rolled away, which, to be fair, that discussion never should have happened. So in Mark, it says that Mary Magdalene was with them and they were debating who's going to roll away the stone. But according to the late ending of Mark and also to the book of John chapter 20, Mary Magdalene had already went to the tomb and already knew that it was empty. This discussion never needed to be had. She was already privy to the information. Make the best of what's around says, can you help me understand the physical movements of Jesus between crucifixion and ascension? I don't know what you mean necessarily by physical movements. You mean, does the Bible adequately describe like his sequence of events? Or are you asking, did he descend into hell? So typical Christian tradition is that he died, his spirit descended into Hades. He preached to the dead souls in Hades. And this is what we call the harrowing of hell. This seems to come from 2 Peter, this notion that Jesus went to hell and preached to the dead. Give me a second to grab that for you. I think it was chapter 2 or chapter 3. Give me a second, I'll find which one it is. Well, it talks about the angels in chapter 2 that's in there. Let me see. Oh, that's my problem. Okay, 1 second. I've got 2 Peter, and I needed 1 Peter. My brain got the two of them switched up. There we go. 1 Peter 3. It says, Christ also suffered for sins once and for all, and the righteous for the unrighteous, in order to bring you to God. He was put to death in the flesh, but made alive in the spirit, in which also he went and made proclamations to the spirits in prison, who in former times did not obey when God waited patiently in the days of Noah during the building of the ark. So this is where they get this notion that Jesus descended into hell after his death and then preached to the people that were there and bringing them into I guess repentance, post-death repentance. And it looks like we're getting closer to our next goal. I see we got about $100 more in here. So we're at $4,000 raised on the GoFundMe page, and off of the GoFundMe page, I'm at $514. So we need just under $500, friends, to get to our next V-neck cut. We're almost there, friends. We're gonna get it. I want to get all of these V-necks cut out. We're gonna make this happen. And Science Maniac says 4 astronauts are on the way to the moon. Yes, to go around the moon. Look up latest photos from NASA. Take that, Flurfs. Rock hard for Doug. Gay for Justin, and wet for Shared. Yes. Here's the thing, though. No matter what pictures are sent back from Artemis 2, the Flurfs are they're gonna have some excuse why it's a conspiracy. It's not really happening. It's edited. Blah 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 blah. Fisheye windows. It's gonna be a bunch of bullshit.
They already are.
Yeah, I'm not shocked at all. These people are. They're beyond help. It is what it is. Barbara says, all I can afford. Sorry, no worries, Barbara. Thank you so much for being here, friend. We're just happy to have you here. And Contra Deity, good to see you again tonight, says, ask then for a sign. May it be as high as the heavens or as deep as Justin's fucking V. This is the best community, y'all. 1,000,000%. There's a great quote from Isaiah 7:14. Guys, make Justin's V the deepest thing on this live stream tonight. Although the Philbros were pretty shallow, but do what we can and scribble. Mm-hmm.
And with the donations, we're about to get deep in that chest hair right now. So just keep donating.
It's coming, y'all. I'm just saying, like, you want to see the chest hair, you got to pay up. And Scribbles by Genesis, turn up the heat. There's Justin. You is going to be naked soon. Let's help Chad, partner. Listen, we're trying to help Chad the best that we can. We're going to make things happen, y'all. And hopefully after the stream ends, we'll see some donations rolling in as well. And Bev Dog says, "Good sir, you are looking exactly 10 handsomes out of 10." Well, thank you, Bev. I really appreciate that. I'm just trying to not let old age overtake me. We'll see what happens. And Guitar Atheist says, "Ty Wolf, V3H, call in, troll." Ty will never call in. I take that back. He might have called in once, if I remember correctly. And he was just as stupid on voice that he was in the comments. But I did unblock him. I don't really care if there's trolls in here. We don't have to block the trolls. They're kind of fun. Singer says, also, why did it take so long after Christianity was established for Christians to abolish slavery if Christianity is so awesome? That's the thing, is they want to point towards progressive revelation, but nothing in the Bible says it. And if in fact Christianity was so against slavery, we should have seen the early church writing about it. We should have seen the popes and the councils talking about it. No one gave a damn. No one gave a damn until other countries were like, I don't know, maybe this isn't a thing that we should be doing. And then we're like, oh, maybe we shouldn't be doing it either. And then just like everything else in history, they're like, I don't know, can we make a case from the Bible for this? And
we see with it too. We see slave abolition actually starting in Haiti. It was a secular movement in Haiti, and then it was a secular movement in the French Revolution. Unfortunately, when Napoleon became a dictator, the Catholic Church strongly urged him to bring back slavery. And so a part of me wonders if like slave abolition started as kind of as far as Christians go, as a polemic against the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
It was like Catholic Church wants it to come back, and the Protestants are like, oh no, we got to push back against that.
A lot of people don't remember, but the KKK was not just against like non-white. They were also against Catholics. They were out there murdering Catholics as well. Because anyways, long story. But for those on TikTok that can't find the link is, I'm sorry, there's nowhere to post it on TikTok. I can post it on my YouTube streams, but on TikTok there's nowhere to put it. So I'll put it in the comments if y'all need it. But yeah, please.
And somebody was saying we might have hit 5,000.
So we did, but so we started the day with 1,000 already in there. So every donation is basically 1,000 less. So we've basically raised in this live stream about $4,500. We need another $500 to get to our next mark. And I think we'll be able to do it. We've got some time left. I got a lot of super chats to get through. In fact, some of these super chats might be sent over to Chad, and we'll get that side donation bucket totaled up. Cedar and Town says, did you know you can use Bayesian seasoning on your tacos to be more certain they will be tasty? And that is the case.
I agree.
You can do a lot of shit with basil. I'm still, and I don't know about you, Cyber, I'm still mad that growing up, the only basil we ever had was like those dried leaf shaker cans. The first time I had fresh leaf basil, I was like, what the fuck are they putting in these cans? It's like not even the same thing. I can't believe I was punished by having to eat this nonsense.
Well, we'll see. So we had to rely on those a lot because again, I'm Jewish, and because we built a calf when Moses was on Sinai, God said no more delicious food for you. So we got to do what we can.
Yeah, for sure. Also, we did get a donation from Mr. Peabody of $500, y'all. I said like 20 minutes ago, if somebody sent a $500 donation, I would do a belly dance. So at the end of this, friends, I've got a belly dance coming. And MindWiz says, don't these Philbros think about the knowledge it takes to make every phone they're using to spill doubt if knowledge is attainable? Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Mind. And yes, I think the problem with the Philbro argument is they're like saying, listen, we agree that knowledge is a thing that can be had, but we're saying that it needs to be grounded in some shit. Or else you can't have knowledge, and that's where they fall apart. They can't do anything with that. They can't demonstrate that knowledge needs grounding, or that their God can actually ground knowledge. Nothing about their God would lend us to believe that it can or does ground knowledge.
Now, if you want to watch somebody trying to run tag lose their mind because they expect to not even get past like the first or second premise, that's where like the hill that they think we're going to die on, you just grant them everything except that it ties to the Christian God. Just say, I'll grant everything, just not the Christian God. And they will fall apart. They don't know what to do. Their script they never get that far in their script.
Right, because their script assumes that it's either atheism or their God. So like, you could literally just concede, you know what, you converted me. I'm a believer in God now. Tell me why I should believe in the Christian God. If you don't want to fuck around with Philbros, that's a super good tactic for not wasting time on bullshit syllogisms, you know? Yeah. Some donkus says, keep being a cool dingus, Justin. Oh, and Bob Saget. That is something Bob Saget would say. I don't know if he actually said that, but thank you for being here, some dingus. I appreciate the super chat. And also, Josh Everett says, ever heard the Highlander electron hypothesis? It was over my head, but basically it said that all electrons are the same one existing across time. That's crazy. Hold on. Highlander electron. I've never heard of this, y'all. It's called the one electron universe hypothesis, sometimes informally referred to within discussion, blah, 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 blah. There can only be, okay.
I think you got Philbro brain cells confused with electrons.
They didn't know what to do with that. It was funny. They always travel in packs. Like you get one in the debate and 10 others follow. It's just like a disease. Jameer says, what's your take on the Bible verse where Jesus is described having skin like burnt brass? Oh, you mean it's not, well, I don't know if it specifically says skin. It's in the book of Revelation. Seems to imply Jesus had dark skin, or it's a metaphor. It's clearly a metaphor. Give me a second to grab the passage from Revelation that talks about Jesus having skin like brass, because it also says other ridiculous stuff about his appearance that certainly we wouldn't expect to be true. So 1 second. I don't think it was brass though, to be fair, if I remember correctly. I'm going to type look in Revelation for bronze. I think he had bronze legs. All right. And yeah, Revelation 1:15 is going to be the passage, and also 2:18 actually repeats it. All right, so let's grab Revelation 1:15, because I think that's usually the reference people go to. So it says, his feet were like burnished bronze, refined as in a furnace, and his voice was like the sound of many waters. But that's kind of useless. The sound of many waters couldn't actually make a coherent sound that would be helpful. It's just saying you might say that it's loud and overwhelming or chaotic. Who knows? All right, so it says his head and his hair are as white as wool, white as snow. His eyes were like flames of fire, and his feet were burnished bronze, refined in his furnace. So this seems to be imagery, right? In fact, that his eyes are flaming fire. And it says here, in his right hand held 7 stars. That's ridiculous. Jesus can't hold stars in his hand. And from his mouth came a sharp 2-edged sword. That's got to be a metaphor. You can't ride a horse with a sword literally in your teeth. You would literally either drop it or cut your face. And his face was like the sun shining with full force. So these seem to be either like super hyperbolic statements, or perhaps just statements that are going to have some metaphorical interpretation. So Slow TDI says, this is what we have to look forward to this generation. Like, I was not this arrogant at 18. Holy fuck. Got good guest. You're bad at this. Yeah. You know what? I caught your reference there too, by the way. Yeah, they're not, these apologists aren't really good. They have no idea what they're talking about. They're just using the same old tire arguments, and they're just hoping that they win because golly gee, I read a book that Stephen or was it Stephen? No, I got the wrong guy. Fuck. Give me a second. Turek, there we go. Is his first name Stephen? Frank Turek, there we go. I always want to call him Stephen Turek. His name is Frank Turek. I keep mixing him up with Stephen Furtick. Not the same person. TDI coming again says 3 words, liquid knowledge. That's something. That's not 3 words. Now I got questions. I got a lot of questions. Game Guy says, according to science, Justin's chest hair was the first cause. Fucking A. I think there might be some support for that proposition, actually. And House 70 says, where can I buy according to science book? It keeps being referenced here. I know the amount of apologists that will say, well, according to science, and then have no idea what science teaches. It's crazy. Also, if you believe that according to science is a good point of argumentation for your position, then that means Jesus didn't exist and your God isn't real, because science overwhelmingly is atheistic in its what it actually teaches. So
we also need the book where these quotes from Einstein are found at. Like, we need that book too.
Yeah, the amount of hypothetical Einstein quotes is crazy. It's out of this world. Reverend Nate, good to see you, my friend. Says no black hole will ever be as dense as Good Boy. That is the case. Good Boy was not smart. And it's okay to not be smart. The problem is when you're not smart and you're determined that you're the smartest person in the room. 49 Perfect says, take my money and cut your shirt off. Words I have never said before. Not sure how comfortable I am with who I'm becoming. Listen, don't worry. You can become this person. Is a judgment-free zone. And Relax with Rosa says, when is the next Q&A? I have questions. Give me a second. I'll tell you. I will tell you. All right. Next weekend is the 12th. I'm going to be on AXP next weekend. The weekend of the 19th, I'm going to be in California for the California meetup. We've got a limit of 24 people that can be at the California meetup, though, based on our location. But Sunday, the meetup's already over. So I'll probably be streaming on Sunday. But I think what I'll do, because I'm sure my internet's going to be shit and whatever Airbnb I ended up in or something, I'll probably just do a Q&A on that day. So let's plan tentatively for the weekend of the 19th to do the next Q&A, my friend. Hopefully that'd be okay with y'all. And the original Miss Michelle, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, hey, Justin, I saw Courtney's video saying you won't debate her on a moderated channel on YouTube. She's so annoying. Please cook her again. Listen, I tried to organize a debate with her with one of our TikTok friends that holds debates recently, and she just kept hemming and hawing and refusing to set a date. And then finally I was like, okay, well, then we'll fucking do it. I don't really care. So I didn't say those exact words. I just stopped responding to her complaining about trying to set a date. So it's neither here nor there. Listen, Courtney's not the type of person that anyone should waste a lot of time trying to set up a debate. If somebody like God Logic or the Council of Trent or like an actual like well-named apologist that actually went to school, got an education, and do some shit, if somebody like that wanted to debate me, I would be excited to get into like a robust debate with somebody who's like a real grown adult, not just like a grown child who thinks that just saying the same thing over and over again proves your argument. She's also psychotic. You know, she stalks Rabbi Tovia Singer. Like, she literally shows up in person at his debates and stalks this man. She's not right. She's sick in the head. That's why all of her videos are basically just dedicated to her complaining and trashing apologists that she hates. Or, the counter apologists that she hates. But yeah, listen, if she wants to live her life completely consumed with the fact that Tovia and I aren't debating her, she's more than welcome to. Tovia and I, we have like legit people that we would debate. She's not one of them. I mean, at least we're not going to be bending over backwards to do anything favors for her to get into a debate. Also, she's already been here. She's already been on my channel. It didn't go well for her. That's why she hasn't come back. Reverend Nate says, how much money to put Scissor Woman's shirt on you? Fuck. I don't know if I can actually fit into Scissor Woman's shirt. It's significantly smaller. It is stretchy, at least. It's significantly smaller. And I don't know if I'd be able to fill out the top half appropriately. So I don't know if we have a dollar sign on that just yet. And Bryce Roney says, if I had to count every number between 1 and 2, I'd never get to 2. Dude just invalidated his entire argument. He can count from 1 to 2. I know. Listen, these people are not smart. They'll never come up with a good argument against having an infinite past, but they're going to try, and they're going to make all kinds of like logic errors in the process. Redwood Dragon, thank you for the super chat, says, is there any other way to look up the GoFundMe? I can't get it to work. I'm a bit of a Luddite. No, you just got to click the link. If it's not loading, maybe it's not available in your country. I don't know. You are welcome to send me a like a Venmo or a Cash App or something like that, and tag it for Reverend Chad, and I'll make sure to forward it over to Reverend Chad, and we can get things done that way. Yeah, if the link's not working for you, I guess I don't know what to tell you. It's working for just about everybody else. So it might be a country restriction or something. I don't know, but we really do appreciate you even looking to use the link. And Guitar Atheist says, AAEU7H, call in orange turd supporter. Oh shit, we got Trump supporters in the audience crashing out. I do love to see it, by the way. But yeah, listen, if you're chirping in the comments and you won't call in, you're just telling everyone you're a coward. And Shirley Temple Black, good to see you, says, truly, I tell you, so glad Dolphin joined. I know. It's been a small minute since we got some Dalkin into the chat or into the discussion. So I was happy to have him. Also, we did already get the $75 from Dean Williams for the shirt. So we're good to go there. Thank you, Dean Williams. And Sheriff, thank you so much for the super chat, says, was thinking if neighbor in the Bible doesn't apply, like it doesn't today, then does thou shalt not kill people or kill rule not apply to people universally either? So the reason why they say that one's changed, like the definition of neighbor changed, is because Jesus redefined it, but Jesus didn't redefine these other things, right? So I would say that I don't know if that's something that they can necessarily say unless you're a Christian, right? If you're a Jew, you'd be like, no, you can't just redefine the word. That's not how that works. Theoretically, only God can just redefine who your neighbor is. Anyways, thou shalt not kill. Yeah, they're separate rules, because thou shalt not rule wasn't contingent on like the type of person. It was just contingent on not killing. Not a robot, I swear, and I still believe you. So listening to Dit's Vault, reading the whole chapter was painful. Thanks for cutting that off. I missed the barbecues, but glad you got a break. Welcome back. Gave $20 to the GoFundMe. Best wishes to Chad, Rock Hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Not a Robot. Really appreciate you donating to the fund. And friends, like I said, if somebody in the community needs help, it's our responsibility as a community to lift them up. Because that's what communities do. If one of us needed help, we would hope that somebody would be able to reach out and help. And right now, Reverend Chad definitely does need our help. So I'm going to keep adding up these totals as we go through. Hopefully we'll get pretty close to our goal. And Gates of Delirium says, Dude's Vault is a category error machine. They will never get that their BS understanding of laws of logic, the universe, is just a blatant, monumental misunderstanding. It really is. And like the deep, deep desire for transcendentals to exist, which, to be fair, I don't think they have a good argument for it. Long-nosed dude says, hey man, other than the Gospels and Paul, did the apostles ever teach the Eucharist and that Jesus is literally God in and outside the Bible? Well, we did answer this super chat prior. I think this might be a duplicate, or I clicked on it twice. I don't know. But the answer will be a couple minutes back into the stream. And Simeon says, can we start Chest Hair Mountain or CHM for when callers aren't equipped with the right boots for their hike argument? Maybe interesting. Chest Hair Mountain's not bad. I don't know if it will ever be as famous as Candy Mountain, But I'm willing to work with this one. If you guys think we need to bring this in, and Glitterlocks has just wanted to clarify that the $99.99 earlier was for the Reverend and hubby. Sorry to pull from the offering plate. Don't worry, I kind of assumed it. Most people don't just send that, but we do appreciate any clarification. I'll make sure it is duly noted in here from Glitterlock for $99.99. Gotcha. You're in like Flynn, Glitter. Don't worry. And our total right now is at $614, aside from our fund here on GoFundMe, which is currently at $5,000. That hasn't moved, but we've got some more totals coming in here. And HP Lovecat says $10 to the good Reverend Chad. Well, good to see you, HP Lovecats. I hope you're doing well, my friend. Give me 1 second to document this.
And that Love Cats is diabolical. I love it.
It's such a good name, isn't it? Kernel of Truth, good to see you, says, show some booty already. I don't, listen, there are some limitations as to what I can do. And I don't know if showing booty is going to be among them. Jack Patterson, my friend, says, how much for a liquor shot and a Phil Bros aren't contingent? Flex and Hulk Hogan shirt rip off at the conclusion should increase the value, in my opinion. Well, unfortunately, we have some rules. I can't just rip my shirt off and show my nips so readily, because there are AI monitors actually looking for that. I could probably do a belly dance, maybe. We'll see. I think that might be a thing, but nevertheless, yeah, I think there are some limitations, and I did already auction off the shirt, so I can't just tear it apart into pieces now and, things like that. Ashandri says, really appreciate your channel and the knowledge you've given me. Well, thank you, Ashandri. I really appreciate it, and thank you so much for the $100 super chat. I assume is going to be going to Reverend Chad. Says, please keep up your work. Please keep $50 for yourself and the other $50 for Chad. Well, thank you, Ashandri. I appreciate that. I am almost done counting your chest hairs. Well, listen, if in fact you're going to go ahead and count my chest hairs, I just need you to know that the more money comes in, the deeper this gets and the more you have to count. So there might be some counting on hand. And Mason says, sorry, it's only 5. No worries. I'm broke at the moment because I'm in the middle of moving to Australia. Well, hope you're doing well down under, friend. Thank you for everything you've taught me. Listen, Mason, I'm glad to be here to help. That's what I hope to do. And Peace Loving Kate, good to see you as well, says, the moment I left Christianity and relinquished my fear of atheism, I felt a peace of mind that profoundly changed my life. One could say I was born again. And indeed, that really does describe the born again experience, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. 100%.
Yeah, there's a freedom that comes along with it, isn't there? Anyways, I think most of us that left can agree that there seems to be a sense of maybe relief, especially if you had a deep fear of hell. And Real Thirsty, thank you for the $9.99 super thanks. Picked up your friend. And Misha coming in again says, for Reverend Chad, do you know about the Muslim practice of istikhara? You recite a specific prayer, then wait for a dream feeling to guide you when making an important decision. At least it's likely manifesting what the subconscious thinks is the best decision. And I don't know anything about this. Reverend Chad, do you have any thoughts on this one? I don't know if he's still with.
Yeah, so it comes from Sahih al-Bukhari, and essentially it's if there's something that they're uncertain decision they need to make and they're uncertain about it, it's like a special prayer they do, and they seek guidance from God, from Allah, to give them guidance.
Okay. I don't know much about these practices. I'll have to learn. But maybe we'll learn some more. Carl Grimes says, if being who you are under the threat of death denotes holiness, then us gays are in the holiest of holies.
Facts. True.
That would be the case. That's the wild thing about this particular religion is, like, they claim that you have to have this free will. God has to give you free will. But then, like, it's not really free will. It's just a threat. You'll do exactly what I say, and even the most minor mistake, I'm gonna fuck you up forever. That's not how this works.
Well, and also that last comment, what I like about it is Christians will use, the martyrdom of the disciples and early Christians, right? They wouldn't just martyr themselves if it was false, if it was a lie, right? But yet they hold that, like, if you're a part of the LGBTQIA plus community, that you can just make the decision to not be. Well, the logic would then go to follow that, people that are members of the community wouldn't just put ourselves in this position knowing that we can just change it, right? So the logic has to go both ways, and for Christians, it just doesn't.
It never does. And Grunhole, interesting name. Thank you so much for the $25 super chat. Here's to you and rock hard for Doug. And Random Potato says Vash won't follow Mosaic law to keep cheeseburgers. That's probably the case. I thought it would be fun to kind of push Vash a little bit on the Mosaic law, but it just seemed he was already struggling so much to stay on topic that I didn't want to start a new thread. But it is what it is. You can only cover so many topics. Somebody's saying for $200 he can stretch it beyond repair. Somebody already bought the shirt, so I don't know if I can.
And one thing that I really pity, like, people that grew up like eating bacon for is, like, I never had bacon until I was 16, and now I try to keep kosher again, but I never had bacon first time till I was 16, and holy crap, I could, like, tell you what that moment was like. And those of you who grew up eating it, you'll just never know what that feeling is like. You'll never remember what the first time you had bacon was like.
It's pretty wild.
It is like the nectar from Doug.
It's really the born again experience, is getting to eat bacon.
Yes.
Mason, thank you for your donation. And also God's Sinner, thank you. Yeah, I think I read that right. Thank you for the super chat, my friend. Says, part of me will always want there to be so all-knowing things. I think you mean an all-knowing being? Because not knowing certain... let me try this from the beginning. Part of me will always want there to be so all-knowing thing, because not knowing certain things hurts a lot. But hey, I got a spiny script at home and hours of content from people such as you. Share this with your friend from Kara. Well, Kara, thank you so much for being here. And certainly will. And hey, listen, I don't know exactly what you're talking about, but I do agree that it is difficult, right? It's tough to be in a situation where, like, there are answers that you just don't have questions to, and I get that way myself. Like, the question, why is there something rather than nothing, bothersome. Very difficult for me. And Birdkeeper Mikey says, glad we were able to keep the law and chest hair. Rock hard for Doug. Indeed, Birdkeeper. Thank you so much for being here, friend. And Grunhole as well says, cheers again. Well, thank you. Cheers to you and for the $25 super chat, friend. Rock hard for Doug. And guess who else is here? Jesus Titty Effin' Christ says, gave Chad your $20, but feel bad. You need new shirt. No, don't worry about me. I promise I got shirts. But thank you. I appreciate the concern. And Carissa, thank you so much for sending out 20 DZ Debate gifted memberships.
That's huge.
Hell yeah. A lot of charity going out tonight. This is fantastic, y'all. I love the generosity in this community. And God Eating Penguin, which again, God Eating Penguin, I'm working on a syllogism right now to do a God Eating Penguin version of the ontological argument. I'm hoping to roll it out here soon. It says, it's my birthday, and getting off work and seeing that you're back live was a great gift. Rock hard for Doug for life. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. And I'm happy to be back in the saddle, friends. And Sunday should be fun. It's going to be our Easter live stream. And Al Cram says, sent snail mail to box 120. Will you get it? I should. I don't know how, like, when you said it, but it should be here any day. It typically comes in a week or so when people mail. I did just check it, which reminds me, Astronova, I got your letter a couple days ago in my inbox, my physical actual mailing address. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. That was super kind and super generous. and I really do appreciate you reaching out. And also, I've got some other stuff I haven't read out yet. Like some people have sent me letters. One of them was pretty long. I read all of them except one of them was like 30 pages. Like, oh boy, I'm gonna have to sit down on like a Saturday morning and try to get through the whole thing. But good
sending you
says,
novels,
right? Actually, I do get that pretty frequently too. People will send me like books that they've written asking me to review it. I'm like, I don't know when I'm supposed to. I can't even get to my own book. I don't know when I'm going to read somebody else's book for review. But good question says, when Moses's laws are mentioned, I think Christians understand dressing and eating ideas. They need one example of a moral law that's not in the Big Ten. I give it to them all the time. I always refer to the laws in Leviticus 18 and 20 and also Deuteronomy 22 when it talks about the laws of sexual immorality, right? So if the moral laws, not the laws of like the rituals, if the moral laws still stand, then that means it should still be a death penalty for all these sins that are requiring death penalties. That's what it means to be an eternal moral law. And collapsalism says Vash never been challenged. That might be true. He did admit at the end that this was kind of his first time doing a debate. That's why this feels like pulling teeth to y'all. Now does he come back and learn to be smart or stay stupid? Well, I don't know if he's stupid. I think he's been kind of pre-programmed by his church and bad apologetics and just hasn't had time to think through some of these things. And so he's getting, like, he's got these ideas in his head that he's not tried out in real life. And now he's trying them out in real life and realizing maybe that they're not great. So, it is one of those situations. But hopefully he learns. I was once a young apologist too. Hey, get the lawnmower. Thank you for the super chat. Says, will bring your people to you on chariots and horses as part of the prophecy. The Bible couldn't predict more advanced travel methods. So this is actually a point that gets brought up a lot, but not as much in our debates. It probably should be brought up more. All these future end time wars always have like horses and swords and like nonsense weapons and machinery that we don't use anymore. And so as a Christian, you just have to read these things, or even as a Jew, you need to say, well, these are obviously metaphors. They're not really horses. So it just comes down to more words don't mean words. But the reality is, the reason why it says that they're going to be literally fought on horses is because they couldn't envision this being far off. These prophecies were supposed to be filled roughly immediately in their lifetimes. Which is why it's perfectly rational to envision it being fulfilled using means that were present at that time period. And DeFreak says, what spiritual gifts did he receive? It sounds like speaking in tongues, but I didn't ask about the others. I should have asked about prophecy. Didn't get to any of those. Gina, thank you for the super chat. Says, here to send my monthly super chat to go to kitty treats. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And I've got kitty treats in the house. In fact, Faraday was here earlier to cuddle, and now I don't know what happened. They're off doing things. They don't come to cuddle quite as much during the live stream anymore because they're getting older and a little more independent. The algorithm has summoned me. Thank you for your $50 donation, friend. Super appreciated. And for the follow-up, it says, the only thing that could make me come out of exile is for a friend. Well, hell yeah. Chad was there for one of my cringe-worthy breakdowns. I wish you all the best. And remember, one day the algorithm shall return. Well, I'm assuming here that you wanted those to go to Reverend Chad. So I'm going to write those down for you on my list to go to Reverend Chad. I got your friend. And Silatax says, may I suggest you sometimes just expose your guest by asking, are you lying? Would love to hear the uncomfortable answer. Interesting. I don't know if these guests are lying. I don't think that most of them believe they're lying, right? And that's the problem. A lot of times people can be maybe lying, or at least almost lying, but like the reality is, like, it's a difficult thing to prove. How do you prove that somebody's not telling the truth, right? Reverend Nate coming again says, dying to satisfy your own bloodlust is a sacrifice. Yeah, isn't that wild? Like, the sacrifice that God made is ridiculous because he's literally just trying to satisfy his own bloodlust. It's a nonsensical move. And Noxy Proxy Roddy Poo says, They divide my garments among them, and for my clothing they cast lots. W, Messiah Justin. Indeed, today I have now fulfilled the garments part of Psalm 22. I got to write this down under my list of prophecies that I've fulfilled. Let's see. We're going to do Psalm 22, Fundraiser night. They divided my garments and cast lots. Unbelievable. I mean, the amount of prophecies, y'all, that I've been fulfilling up here, using the same exegetical manner as Jesus, is quite astounding, to be fair. This could only mean, obviously, that I am the Messiah. And Reverend Nate with another one says, Vash is the kindest cognitive dissonance machine. I know, he really was. But he was sweet, and you know what? People, as long as they're being nice, I'll let them wallow in some of their cognitive dissonance. And Taco Joe says, Justin, the conversation with Vash is the best one since I came to the channel in October 2024. He seems to be really digesting your information. Taco Joe, I think you might be correct. Vash was doing his best to take in the information and do what he could with it. He did engage in some apologetics. That seems to be the case, but he was trying to do his best. Was it good? I don't think so. I don't think he did a great job for it, but I think he was doing the best that he could. So it is what it is, friends. Let's see. Jenny, thank you for the $2.99 super thanks, and Claps, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, "What's my first time ever being wrong here?" I don't even know what you were wrong about, but listen. Everybody's wrong sometimes. I've been wrong. Cyber's been wrong. Everyone's been wrong. But the goal is to learn from it and try not to be wrong in the future. Yeah, it is what it is. 100 Girl says the earlier mentioned 100 is through the GoFundMe. Oh, I kind of figured that was the case, actually, 100 Girl. That seems to be the way it was suggested. At least that's how I took it. Thank you for the clarification, though. And great big James actually says, wait, the census is a protection racket. That's an awful nice people group you got there. Be a real shame if they got a pestilence. In my best mobster accent, which I don't have. I mean, that's a fair point. It's pretty crazy too. Like, God will do things to conjure up a situation for him to fuck somebody up. Like before the Samson narrative with the Philistines, basically God, hold on, let me grab it. God basically is like, he's like, I'm looking for a reason to fuck these people up. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Well, when we see that with the Exodus narrative as well, God tells Moses, like, hey, this is gonna end with the unaliving of all the firstborn. Like, that's what this is ending with before he even goes into Egypt.
Yeah. Let me grab that verse. So there's a verse, I want to say it might be Judges 14, about Samson. Samson's marriage. All right, this might be where it starts out at. Let's see. Yeah, there it is. I love this passage. This just shows how dumb and backwards and petty the Bible God is. So before the situation with Samson and fighting with his almost in-laws from the Philistines, it says, once Samson went down to Timnah, and at Timnah he saw a Philistine woman. Then he came up and told his father and mother, I saw a Philistine woman at Timnah. Now get her for me as my wife. But his father and mother said to him, is there not a young woman of your kin among our people that you must go take a wife from the uncircumcised Philistines? But Samson said to his father, get her for me, because she pleases me. His father and mother did not know that this was from the Lord, for he was seeking a pretext to act against the Philistines at that time, the Philistines had dominion over Israel. So God could have just fucking wiped them out, but God's like, no. I need a pretext. I need a reason to just wipe them out. As if he was already knew he was going to wipe them out. Why did he already had the reason? He was searching for a pretext, and that pretext was going to be what happened between Samson and the Philistine in-laws. So it's just a weird story. the way they paint God in this book. And Clap says, say less, I'm cashing Bitcoin right now. Oh, fuck. Hey, bring in the Bitcoin, friend. And LOL says, now at. I don't know what that means, my friend, but thank you for the $10 super chat. And Sloshy, thank you for the additional super chat, says, that shirt makes you look like a worthy challenger. It's like debating family, ride or die, Paul. Help me out, friends. I don't know what it means to be a worthy challenger. Am I missing an inside joke? Did I fuck this one up? What's happening? The shirt makes you look like a worthy challenger. Challenger of what? And I don't know if this is in reference to something specific, but you'll have to help me out. I'm not really sure I know what you're talking about, my friend. But Midlife Crisis, thank you for the super chat, friend, says it never amazes me how Christians focus on the possibility of a God, regardless of the low probability given the trash in their Bible. Had one preach at me last weekend and had to convey boundaries. They do that. They get bent out of shape when you don't accept their nonsense, versions of God. Because it makes them uncomfortable. So it's just, if in fact, you're making good points, well, it just means that they have to rethink their entire life. And Reverend Nate, thank you for the super chat, says the modern internet is really the Constantine picks Christianity type boon atheism needed for communication and community. Love all you heathen nerds. It's true. The internet really is the thing that's bringing us together. In fact, I would say that the atheists are grounded in the internet.
Fact.
So, and the internet, I mean, to be fair, what happens on the internet is basically transcendental. Like you can't see the relationships necessarily happening between our brains, only the outward motions that our bodies are making through the, the physical connections. But there's certainly an intangible part here. Like how does this transfer invisibly through a cable? It must be a transcendental argument for the internet. And Kid says,
Reverend Nate, you converted Justin to transcendentals.
Oh no, I'm a Platonist now. Shit. Well, you get cooked sometimes. Kid, thank you for the super chat. Says your 2-hour cooking of The Pastor is amazing. I can't believe I watched every second of it. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you, Kid. I appreciate that. Yeah, the Pastor John, I think I posted on DZ Debates a couple of days ago. It was a 2-hour cooking of a pastor who came up with like, I don't got much time. And he had so little time that he spent 2 hours getting roasted. It was wild. Clap says, who bought it? I want an interview for my channel. Well, the person who bought the shirt is Dean Williams, my friend. If you're referring to who bought my shirt, which I think what you're referring to, your last super chat says, I'm cashing Bitcoin right now. Oh, to buy the shirt. You were too late, Claps. You missed the auction. Simple Programmer, thank you for the $20 super chat, says Enkidu had hooves, Babylonian period, and Gilgamesh was called Gish. Sometimes Enkidu giving Gish a piggyback ride may have been the first Gish gallop. Oh, fuck.
That's nice. Nice.
It's analytically true. We have to accept this, Simple Programmer. And Roy with another $2 super thanks. We really appreciate that. And also the Thelkarus kid, the Icarus kid, I think is maybe what was it say. That's a capital I. The Icarus kid. Thank you for the super chat, friend. Says thank you for the education and entertainment in each barbecue. Always a blast. Well, thank you for being here. And I've got a bunch of stuff added to. I'm adding a bunch of stuff to the cheat sheet this week, and bringing some new arguments forward. We're going to be doing some new topics here soon, so look forward to that. And Karen, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says today Blitz asked a guest if the omnipresent God sits on the cuck chair, and tonight Justin is blessing us with chest hair. I fucking love being in these atheist communities. Karen, listen, I got your back, friend.
It's true. In fact, God being not only omnipresent but all-knowing is definitely on the cuck chair right now. Guarantee There's some stuff going on somewhere.
God is getting cucked pretty hard, actually. That certainly is the case. And Duskframe, thank you for the super chat, says, glad I finally got to watch Justin and Donklistus cooking together. I think that's the appropriate way to spell his name. Yeah, I go with that. Thank you. And Reverend 8 says, it's chest hairs all the way down, friend. It is. Well, maybe not. Actually, most of the way down, you'll be some hair in there, but you'll never see it until y'all give me more donations to get us over our next donation mark. But we are getting closer. By the way, we've got basically 4,000 raised on the GoFundMe, and about 700 raised here offline or off the GoFundMe. So we need about I'd say another $300 to get to our next mark. We're not that far off, y'all. And Base Assure says, scissoring for Sharon. Yes, SFS, scissoring for Sharon in honor of Scissor Woman. The mysterious Scissor Woman, who has just come in, obviously a prophetess of Sharon, is coming in and taking care of this shirt situation. W Scissor Woman, for sure, actually. And Slug Racer, thank you for the super chat. Says, you mentioned before that Cain and Abel and Jacob Esau stories have this underlying shepherd versus farmer context. Are there any other stories like this? Yes. So obviously Cain and Abel are easy. Jacob and Esau are easy. And I think the other manifestation there is in the northern kingdom versus the southern kingdom. I'm not the only one that has noticed this, by the way. There's been other people that have talked about this. I don't know if there's been a lot of literature written on it. That being said, the northern kingdom, in fact, was so prosperous with their farming and city building that for a while they were considered the breadbasket of the Roman Empire. So the north had a much more Mesopotamian way of life where they built cities, and they had farmland, and they had city life, whereas the people of Judah lived in the foothills of the mountains. And in the earliest periods, they were nomadic shepherds and farmers, just like King David was. And so there's definitely this interesting thing happening in the Hebrew Bible where, especially in the Book of Chronicles and stuff that was written late, they have this idyllic understanding of early Israel as though it was all nomadic herdsmen. This was like the ideal way of life, whereas living in the city, the way the Mesopotamians do, is not good. In fact, let me grab you some references on this before I forget. Cain and so I put together a bunch of references on this exact thing a long time ago. Let me see. It was a long list here, but I've got some Bible verses that should kind of illustrate the point here. Let's see. These are all ancient Near Eastern works. There we go. Here's my biblical references. Let's see. The first reference I've listed is Jeremiah 35, 6 through 16. So let me pull that up. Let's see. We do not drink wine because our forefather Jehonadab, son of Rechab, gave us this commandment: neither you nor your descendants must ever drink wine. You must also never build houses, sow seeds or plants or vineyards. You must never have any of these things. You must always live in tents. You must always be a nomadic herder. There's this idea here that the nomadic herding life is somehow more akin to what God is in favor of. And Jeremiah 35 seems to be pointing on that particular fact. Some other things in the Bible that seem to indicate that they had a love for the nomadic life as opposed to the city life, that shows up in the Hebrew Bible a lot, is a kind of a complete disregard for like social hierarchies, and emphasis on hospitality, which was needed for strangers traveling. They had mobile dwellings like tents. The earliest people in Israel lacked what we would call organized religion. They worshipped in high places. A lot of their sacred, all the rituals in the Hebrew Bible are virtually around animals, which means they must have been abundant early on. The deities are tied to family members rather than necessarily pieces of land. And there's a bunch more. Let me see what other Bible verses, though, that might be helpful. Remember, building the tower was a Mesopotamian thing. That's what city builders did. City builders built cities and towers. We don't do that, right? Let's see. That's why God had to destroy the tower. Let's see. I'm sure there's some other references here that'd be helpful. Oh, Genesis 10 is interesting. It says Cush was the father of Nimrod, who became a mighty warrior on the earth. He was a mighty hunter before the Lord. So there is some discussion about whether or not being a hunter for God was a negative stereotype, because we got people in the Bible that are described negatively who are hunters, which we can pry more into that if we needed to at some other time. But let me see, Genesis 11. That's probably not what I'm looking for. All right. Yep. Oh, here's some prophetic quotes. 2 Kings 10. When he had departed from there, he met, we just read that, didn't we? Jehonadab, the son of Rechab, coming to meet him, blah, 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 blah. Yep, so 2 Kings 10 is recounting the Jeremiah passage. We don't need to read that twice, actually. Let's see. I know there was more passages in here. This article's too fucking long. I can't find anything. 1 Samuel 8:22. What's this one? Let's see. Nope. Oh, yeah, they didn't want a king. They thought having a king was bad, which is characteristic of nomadic life. Let's see. Oh, Isaiah 14:21 is interesting. Isaiah 14 is the oracle against Babylon. And look at one of the things it's accused of. It says, prepare a place to slaughter his children for the sins of their ancestors. They are not to rise to inherit the land and cover the earth with their cities. One of the things that he judges the Babylonians for is building all these cities, being city builders. And then we find something similar in Isaiah 32. Give me a second. Find the section in here. Verse 13, for the land of my people, a land overgrown with thorns and briars, yes, mourn for all the houses of merriment, and for this city of revelry, the fortress will be abandoned, and the noisy city will be deserted. So when God punishes his people, he's like, these noisy fucking cities are going to be abandoned. And then, let's see. He also says in verse 19, hail flattens the forest, and this city will be leveled completely. How blessed will you be, sowing your seeds by every stream. So in Isaiah 32, verse 19, God's like, I'm bringing judgment. I'm destroying these cities, and you'll be blessed by sowing these seeds, out by the streams without this city life. This is more of a nomadic lifestyle. But anyways, let's see. There's other verses. Micah chapter 5 is in the mix. Anyways, there's more happening here. Anyways, those are some verses. I bet if it was important, I could spend some time with the Bible and compile a complete list that demonize city dwelling. In fact, I bet ChatGPT could give me a list. Let's see, give me a list of Bible passages that demonize city life. Cool. We'll move on from there for now. Only LC says, hi, my friend. For Chad, love my community. Well, thank you, only LC. I said CL. LC, I really appreciate that. Let me write this down for you, only LC to Chad, and we've got it documented now. Thank you so much. And let me see if ChatGPT actually produced a result. The first city, it's true, the first city mentioned in the Bible is tied to violence, Genesis 4:7. Already mentioned the Tower of Babel, already mentioned Sodom. We didn't mention Sodom and Gomorrah, but that's a city. But it's not clear that it's being destroyed just because it's a city. Let's see. Amos 5 says that the city centers are places of injustice. It said Nineveh was known as a massive city that was judged by God. Babylon, blah, blah, blah. Okay, some of these verses aren't all that helpful. Anyways, long and short of it is, there's a pretty rich history in the Hebrew Bible of kind of echoing this ancient idea that the farmer versus shepherd and the nomad versus city life are kind of at odds with each other. But we're going to say, Cyber?
Well, I was going to say, I think we could even see this in like the Exodus story as well, where you have, the Israelites are kind of these farmers, or sorry, not farmers, they're shepherds, right? They're nomadic, they're herders. And then you have Egypt, which is agriculture, right? The Nile is all about agriculture. And so I think we kind of see this in the whole Exodus story as well.
Yeah. Let's see.
And I believe too, if I remember from my religious studies, this is something that was like hotly debated in Mesopotamia, where we've got plenty of stories and tablets where they talk about the benefits of being a farming community versus a shepherd community.
Yeah. I have a book on this topic that touches on it downstairs. I just can't think of the name of it. I can run and get it. I'm actually just checking to see if the name of the book will show up under a search, because it was a recent publish. It wasn't that long ago that it was published, so it should kind of show up in some search results. Say what book? Man, my browser's getting slow. It was written by a Jewish person, not by a Christian, by the way. This particular book. It was something about Zion. The word Zion was in the name of it. Actually, let me just fucking go get the book. It's gonna drive me crazy if I don't grab it. But yeah, I've got it on the shelf. It's helpful.
And while he is gone, I know the live, we're doing super chats right now, but make sure we're still trying to reach the goal. Let's keep tapping the screen and still sharing the live out. See if we can get some more people in here. But let's keep donating to do what we can to help our friend Reverend here. Seeing what we got in chat. But yeah, but a lot of this stuff, it's really interesting when you actually take a look, especially at the Torah, and then you compare it to other Near Eastern cultures, especially in Genesis, the parallels that are there. Clearly, we see an evolution of religion. We see a borrowing of religion. And it's just really, it's the one thing that really got me wanting to study into religious studies, because studying history from a religious lens is just super interesting to me.
So this wasn't the book I was looking for, I don't think, but the author that I'm looking for is John Levinson. This might be the book. Yeah, they do have some sections on this, talking about whether or not they should have a king or to not have a king. Let's see. There was a small section on this dedicated to illustrating that the Hebrew Bible the Hebrew people had a change in social settings that you can track through the Bible from a nomadic life into a non-nomadic life, and you can see that tension rising in the Bible. But I forget which chapter it is in here now. It might be here. I had to get this book to write a report a long time ago, and this had a reference in it that I needed, but I don't remember where it was. It's probably been 15 years since I went through it for this particular purpose. This one's been out for a little bit now, actually. Now I'm looking at it. When did this one come out? This might not be the right book by him. This is 1985. The book I'm thinking of was published in like 2012. So that wasn't there's some stuff in there, but that's not the book I was looking for. I have to do some more searching on this, friends. But nevertheless, we'll keep on moving. P. Frank says, how does the... Hey, cat. Hey. That damn Volta is just trying to eat every cable in my office. I'll never understand. Worse
so
than
does Millie.
Like there's no cable is safe from this cat. P. Frank says, how does the Canaanite god Yahweh fit into all this? Well, the Canaanite god Yahweh may or may not be one of the sons of El, one of the 70 sons of El. We don't really know. It might have been a god that developed outside of the Canaanite pantheon. I kind of believe that he was a Midianite god that was associated probably with the land of Moab, Seir, and Midian. Probably a god associated with metallurgy and fire. And then eventually became the god of the people in the foothills of Judea, because in the Bronze Age collapse in 1170, guess who was still standing? The nomads. When society went to crumbles and all the city centers were abandoned, the nomadic herdsmen that were down towards the south and southeast regions of what we call Judea said, "Oh, let's fucking move in. Like the society is collapsing. Let's make our move." And they took hold. Those people, I believed, worshipped Yahweh. This is called the Midianite hypothesis. And if the Moses story is telling us anything, if there's any kernel of truth in the Moses story, it's possible that there was a guy named Moses, or there was some people who came out of the land of Egypt and mixed with these Midianites, and then eventually they grew so numerous that they were able to take control over the foothills after the Bronze Age collapse. So that's kind of how I view it. There's a couple different hypotheses as to how these Judeans and Yahweh fit into the picture. I don't think we have definitive evidence that Yahweh started out as a minor deity in the Canaanite pantheon. More or less that at one point he was adopted into the Canaanite pantheon, the same way he was adopted into the Israelite religion. I think he was moved into it. The same way, about Ishtar. You've heard of Ishtar. Well, Ishtar was adopted into the Egyptian pantheon, actually. And they worshipped her as Astarte. In fact, you'll see Astarte even in the Bible. So, it was common for one, religion or pantheon to discover another god one way or another and adopt them into the pantheon. So if Yahweh was ever part of the Canaanite pantheon, I personally believe that he was adopted in. I don't think he was originally a part of it. Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, that's one unique thing about the Mediterranean is it really is like a cultural melting pot. Like it's near impossible for these people to have ran into each other, met each other. And so you really do see a fluidity of religion and pantheons intermingling. And I have a personal hypothesis that I'm working on where after Solomon, when we see the split of the kingdom, when we see the schism, I have a feeling that it was probably over monotheism versus polytheism. I really think that's what caused the schism, because it's not until the schism happens is when all of a sudden we start hearing a lot more about Baal and other things. And so I think that's probably what caused the schism.
Right. Well, not only that, if you look at what was happening in the other ancient Near Eastern cultures, those pantheons, at the same time Israel was moving towards monotheism, those pantheons were moving further away from traditional polytheism and closer to henotheism, where there's actually one high god above all the other gods. So this seemed to happen in other cultures all at the same time.
Yep. And this is where, too, something that's important, too. We don't use the word cult when we're talking about ancient cultures in the same way it is today. But this is where, you start to see, mystery cults pop up, too, where, a mystery cult is you still have a belief in the pantheon, but like Justin mentioned, you're more of a henotheistic. So you'd go to essentially the church of the god that you worshipped, so on and so forth.
Okay, that's a good thought. I've got some lists. Sorry, I'm stuck on this. I'm stuck on this topic. So I got some list of references that I used in one of these articles that I wrote. The one article that was super helpful, it's not recent anymore. It's called The Nomadic Idea and the Nomadic Idea and Ideal in the Old Testament, by John Flight. It was published in the Journal of Biblical Literature in 1923, volume 42. So that's certainly something to check out. It does get mentioned in Canaanite Myth and Hebrew Epic by Frank Moore Cross, which looks like this. Classic book on this particular topic. Let's see, but I thought there was another book in here specifically by a Jewish author, but I don't see it just yet. Oh, interesting. Here was another book that was super helpful. It's called Every City Shall Be Forsaken, Urbanism and Prophecy in Ancient Israel and the Near East. And this was in the Journal of the Study of Old Testament, volume 330, by looks like Lester Grabe and Robert Hawk, published by Sheffield in 2001. I think those two would be probably a pretty decent place to start on this particular topic. And I'm sure I know there's more. I know there's a book in here that I listed at one point. Maybe I didn't include it in this article, but let's see.
See, this is why you can't get two guys who went to Bible school together, or not together, but went to Bible school, because we go on tangents.
Yeah, in fact, here's another article for reference that I had in here. It's called "Shepherd Becomes Farmer: A Study of Sedentarization and Social Change in Southeast Turkey." They're documenting how this shift happened in all these other cultures at the same time that it happened in the Bible as well. But that's neither here nor there. We don't have to worry about that. I'll return to this talking point some other time. Collapse, my friend, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says you were supposed to hang up and not let him pray. No. He was being nice. I'm not. If someone's nice, I'm not going to give them that kind of a treatment. You didn't. I was wrong, and he converted me. Oh fuck. He converted you? Guess God knew what I needed to believe in him to finally be wrong. Well, yes, Claps, at least you're still here, even though you're now converted and you believe in the biblical God. We still accept you, and thank you for still accepting us. We're okay with this turn of events, although I will be praying for Doug for you. And Carnage, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, I refuse to believe that we won't get to see your hidden taco tattoo tonight. Well, listen, guys, I can neither confirm nor deny whether or not I have a hidden taco tattoo, but I did make a promise that if somebody sent a $500 donation, I would do a belly dance, and that actually did get sent. We haven't yet reached our next goal to cut this shirt any deeper. We're not far from it, friend. We're like literally $250 away. Is all we need.
Unfortunately, rumor has it, though, that the hidden taco tattoo is on the small of the back.
I do have a taco tramp stamp. That's a real thing that happened. And let's see. I can't tell you what I actually have tattooed. But Clap says, by the way, I thought all my super chats went to the fundraiser. The last handful of fundraisers we've done, in fact, all of our fundraisers for the last number of months, I've repeatedly stated, please don't send me. That's why I have the GoFundMe page up. Please don't send me super chats because YouTube is going to take 35% of this super chat, and then they're going to keep it. It's not going to go to the endpoint. Passing it through me is not helpful. Google takes a shit ton of it. We can send it directly to the people who need it without letting Google take a huge chunk. And also, it's too much work for me to go in and document every single super chat so that I don't have to pay taxes on it. So I just pay the taxes, and I'm happy to do it if that's what I have to do. But it just creates more mess than what it's worth. So please, when I have a fundraiser and I'm directing you to give to a particular location, please, it helps everybody to just do that. So that we don't end up in this situation. But Collapse, I'm more than happy to send your super chats over there. And God Sinner says, questions for an all-knower. I guess that you think that's me. Where boob? 2, why trauma? 3, why no Half-Life 3 yet? Love ya. And chat from Caricat. Well, thank you for the additional super chat. Says 1, where boob? I think you're meaning where are my boobs? Well, you can't see them yet because we haven't raised enough funds. In fact, we were pretty close to cut this shirt even deeper. 2, why trauma? I don't know who's traumatized. I hope you're not traumatized. I'm not. 3, why no Half-Life 3 yet? I think that's a video game, and I'm going to disappoint you. I don't know anything about no video games. But love you back, God Sinner. We appreciate you being here. And also from Ellie says, damn, Justin, 2 hours ago, I saw you had already streamed an ungodly amount of time, so I didn't hop on, and you're still alive. Take care of yourself, please. Well, I'm trying. I need to be going to bed. It's like 3 a.m, but I got to get through these super chats so I know what our totals are. And Ellie says, the supers are for you, by the way. I donated to Chad separately. Well, thank you, Ellie. And I think most people did. I think there were just some people that weren't up to speed because they didn't see the start of the stream or they weren't present for our prior fundraisers. But please, my friends, please donate at the specified links so that all the money can get to the destination and we don't have to create needless headaches. It also gets there faster. If you donate to the GoFundMe, like the money is available basically immediately. If you send me a super chat, like I have to wait for Google to figure out like what they think how much was sent and then calculate how much they took. It's a whole mess. It just creates an unnecessary headache to do it this way. And Sloshy, thank you for the super chat, says it was a lexical field pun chain about Vin Diesel. He overly credits family and is notorious as too buff for his white shirt. You know, he kind of was, but I would say this in his old age. I think he's getting kind of skinny. Not skinny. His muscles are deteriorating. It happens to all of us eventually. What's left of mine is probably going to be gone not that long from now. But anyways, gay for Justin and also for Paul. Well, shit, hell yeah. And claps with another super chat. Thank you. Says, no, I'll match. Oh shit. Well, thank you, Collapse. You don't have to, but it's super kind of you. I'll match GoFundMe. Also, didn't know it was the Christian God. F that. I'm back, baby. Oh yeah, that guy was arguing for the Christian God. You don't need that. You don't want that in your life. Come back to atheism. Come back to atheism, and I think you'll be much better served by atheism. Don't worry. If you get converted to God, we'll always accept you back. But maybe just for the sake of for all of us and our well-being, don't do the Christian one. If you convert to a different, don't do Islam either. Convert to something other than Christianity or Islam, and I think everything would be much easier. All right, friends, it is now 3 a.m. I wasn't supposed to be up this late. It just happened to be that we wanted to raise as much funds as possible, and it looks like our final total, as far as I can tell, is $4,058 raised on the GoFundMe. And without YouTube, we don't know how much YouTube's going to take yet, about 30%, but it looks like $750-ish raised separately. There will be other funds that come in after this. I've watched this happen a few times where after the live stream ended, other people listened to it and sent donations. So we'll probably actually end up closer to 6,000 or 7,000 on the GoFundMe based on previous performances. So thank you so much for everybody who donated to help out our community. As I've always said, nobody has to give a ton of money. All of us together are much better than one of us trying to be a hero. And that's the great thing about community. There's a lot of us here, and $5 here, $5 there. It goes a long way, friends. And last thing, but I promised, and I won't renege on my promise. I promised for $500 I would do a belly dance, and somebody sent a $500 donation. So this is, guys, I'm a man of my word. I'm a man of the people as well. Here's the belly dance. I hold on. But that's the best I got. I don't know how to do the motion. I don't have. Is that okay? That's the best I had.
I think that works, and I think we never want to see that again.
Nobody needs to see it. That was not. This is unsightly, y'all. TikTok's probably going to delete my account after this. But anyways, actually another super chat from
Thistle. If Thistle Honey says well done, you did a good job.
Well, thank you, Thistle. I really appreciate it. I've never had to move my stomach in that particular fashion. I don't know which muscles in what order I have to move them. That was my best, friends. I know it wasn't good, but I did my best. And Clap says, oh yeah, what's up, buddy?
I was gonna say real quick. So I was watching the live I was on when we were talking about Cyber's only feats with my wife, and she's just like mean. I'm like, what? She's like, you have an only. I'm like, it was a joke. It was a joke, but I think she's convinced this thing actually exists out there somewhere.
The only I'm a little concerned right now because now you're lying to me about the Only Feats account that we clearly have together.
Yes. I feel like we need to actually make this happen. Like it's there, but I think it
we
needs
can
to
do it.
actually happen. Yeah.
Also, there's two other things. Clap says, "Dono train for nips. Imagine my mean ass as Christian." You know, guys, I tried to cut this thing as low as possible, and the donations dried up before we can get there. But I appreciate the work that y'all were able to put in. And it also says truffle shuffle. That didn't count. I don't know what the truffle shuffle is. Oh, that's from the Goonies. Friends, I can't do it. I don't have there's no structure in here to get me to that point, but I will. Okay, I will. And this is the last thing we're going to ask for in terms of a donation, friends. For $100 more. I don't care if it comes from one person or 10 people. For $100 more, I will show you my taco tattoo. It's a real thing. I'm just saying we can make it happen. I see $5,096 in the GoFundMe. If we can get that to $5,196 here, you're gonna see a taco tattoo. I'm just saying, do we? How much do we care about the taco tattoo? You might never see it. It might be a secret forever. And Clap says, I found that account, but I'm not a snitch. Hey, I appreciate that. Don't be a snitch. Snitches get stitches, and if you got stitches, you can't get bitches. Clap says Goonies MFer was the same age almost. You know, that's the thing is I think we are the same age, but like I can't. My body doesn't move that way. I just don't really have the I don't have the muscle coordination to make it a reality. So it's going to be one of those things. But friends, we just
some of us just aren't savvy on.
Yeah.
I was going to say, some of us may have grew up in like a Jewish Orthodox community. And some of us just aren't up to date on like puns in movies and culture. Right. Like we're stuck in the dark ages.
I'm with you. And as promised, listen, someone sent $100 just now to the GoFundMe. So as promised, friends, here's Taco Tattoo, Taco Tattoo Justin. So I'm a man of the people. I'm a man of the people. So there you go, friends. There's my tramp stamp. All right. That's the end of the live stream, y'all. Thank you so much for being here. Cyber, thanks for joining me for the end, buddy.
Not a problem. I was going to see about coming late or earlier, but you had way too big of a panel, and sometimes that scares people off. So, but thanks for having me up.
Thanks for being here. And Chad, I'll be in contact with you shortly. We'll get everything sorted out. Some of the details here in the next couple of days when YouTube gets their stuff sorted out. And if you need anything else from the community, do let me know, and we'll try to make sure you get taken care of, buddy. Although it's 3 in, Chad might have actually fallen asleep, which I don't blame him. I would have done the same thing. Anyways, friends, thank you so much. Claps keep sending messages. Hold on. Frank says, thanks for the response about the Canaanite god Yahweh, my eyes greatest conspiracy theory you have of religion. Rock hard. The greatest conspiracy theory concerning religion. I think the first chapters of Genesis are entirely made of whole cloth. I don't think there's anything true in there. I think all of it is complete fabrication. And I don't think it's a conspiracy theory. I think we have good reason to believe that. But I do agree that some people would be like, well, there's some kind of true stuff in there. I don't think there's nothing true in there. Clap says it's okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think when it comes to like the stories in Genesis and Exodus, I think this was probably something that was devised during the Babylonian exile as a thing to give hope. Be like, hey, remember when we were in Egypt? Of course we weren't in Egypt. Like, we don't have that. But it's remember when we were in Egypt and God came through for us. Well, God's going to do it again. And when you're told that over time of being in exile, it ends up becoming a true event in your people's eyes.
Indeed. You can just write history. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just like Paul, for example, a good example is that we have Paul Revere. The Paul Revere is a story that was invented by Washington Irving. Paul Revere existed, but the story as we know it never happened. That is an invention of Washington Irving.
Indeed. Well, listen, we've there. I don't know the situation, but somebody really wants an extra 5 minutes to talk to me, and I think they're in the guest box right now on YouTube. So let me grab them and see what's up. Welcome in, Golden.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. This is my second time ever doing some live chat, and I always have problems with my audio, so I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, you're okay. What's on your mind?
I've lived in your chat for 6 months, 8 months.
Hey, welcome to the community.
Have talked to...
Are you paying rent?
Say again?
Are you paying rent?
No. Well, I used to. I did sign up. I was a member for a couple months just to get the cheat sheet.
Hell yeah, buddy.
I stopped.
I get it.
I'm a Christian. I've listened to you, watched you for about, again, 6 or 8 months, and many of the members in the chat say, "Oh, you need to call. You need to call. You need to call." I know I'm calling late, so I don't really want to get into anything right now. But I just basically wanted to say hi and introduce myself.
Well, welcome in, Golden Arm. It is late, 3:15 in the morning here. But
that's why I said just give me 5 minutes. I don't want to talk about anything, but I wanted to introduce myself and say I have issues with your views on 3 things. More than that, but the top 3 would be your view of the rationality of an eternal universe. Number 2, subjective morality, and 3, typology within the Old Testament. And so I hope to maybe someday call a little earlier. Sorry, I was tonight doing some other things, and have a discussion with you about those three topics.
Yeah, I'd love to do it. I'll be live again on Sunday, and I'll be live again on Monday. You're welcome to come back and pop in, and we'll cover them, or whatever day works for you.
Cool. I know. You always pop up on my feed when you go live because YouTube recommendations and all that kind of stuff. So I'm sure
and with that, real quick, are you running an apologetic this Sunday?
We are planning, as far as I know, to do unapologetic. I think Blitz is back home and can stream. So as long as he's feeling well, we should be running it.
So Golden, if those are the 3 things that you want to talk about or maybe get around to, apologetic would be a really good one to get in on.
Okay, which day is that?
So every Sunday morning, we're in the Eastern time zone. Every Sunday morning from 11 to 3 Eastern time zone, there's a YouTube channel that me and 3 other creators put together. We only stream once a week. It's called Unapologetic. And we basically do a lot of this call-in stuff. But the reason why that's fun, the handle is...
Does that include Ian?
Yes. The reason why we did it is because Ian has a different skill set. Blitz has a different skill set. And we kind of complement each other.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think I've watched that before.
Yeah. But that'd be especially if you want to do a robust conversation on like the cosmological stuff. I mean, Blitz would be a really good resource for that.
Yeah. Okay.
But
sounds good. Anyway, I just wanted to introduce myself, say hi.
Well, thanks for stopping by, Golden. And you've seen me enough for months now. If people come in and they're cordial, I'm not going to give them a hard time, whether they're a believer or not. So, thanks for hanging around in the community, and hope to hear from you again.
All right. Have a good night.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Well, it's a shame he came up so late, but Clap says, give me 2 minutes, and I just gave you 5 minutes, my friend. So wish granted. And Eggnog, good to see you. I haven't seen you in the live stream in a minute or two, but welcome in. Eggnog says, thanks for everything you do for us, Justin. You legend. Well, thank you. Eggnog, I'm here. I exist to do this stuff because the community supports me in doing it. And so that's, y'all are the reason why I can do any of this. And Clep says, buddy, 8 months. And that's what you want to go with? Listen, not everyone loves tattoos the same way I love tattoos. Oh, you mean the guest was in for 8 months? Yeah, he has. I don't know how much he's been listening for 8 months, but if he's been listening for 8 months, he should know that I already have discussed this over and over again. So maybe, I don't know, maybe he'll bring something to the table that I've never heard, maybe not, And Bad D for D, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, I've become a regular viewer over the last couple of months, really impressed with your knowledge and ability to combat idiocy. With that said, get some sleep, man. Praise Doug. Well, thank you, Bat. I'm trying. I wanted to stream as late as my my body would allow me to stream so that we can get as close to our fundraising goal as possible. And I think with the playback afterwards, I suspect we'll get even closer to that goal. So thank you, friends, for everyone here that supported. It really means a lot to me. It means a lot to Jerry and Chad and to the community. Because listen, when someone's in need and like you just need a hand sometimes, and they need a hand right now. So we're doing it for them. But love you so much, friends. We'll see you again soon. Thank you so much for being here. We'll see you on Sunday and Monday. Have a fun, perhaps, with your family over Easter. Don't start any fights. Remember, family's family. But if they come at you with the nonsense resurrection claims, go to my resurrection tab on the cheat sheet and learn some stuff in there and be like, yeah, fuck you. Jesus didn't resurrect because here's why. But thank you, friends. We'll see you again soon. And Cyber, I'll see you again soon, buddy.
Yes. And also, for those of you who are going to be going and, Easter's coming up, you're going to be taking that Eucharist. Can you find out how many of them crackers it takes for a full Jesus?
Yes. That's what I need to know. Is it by body weight, you think?
Possibly.
Okay.
And is there one piece that's just really shitty tasting?
There's got to be. There's got to be if Jesus has a whole. So.
Yes.
But anyways, friends, have a great night. I'm going to bed. We'll see you all again soon.
Yep.